Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy
They
there.
got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican por his service.
Is that correct?
Oh, for Trump's sake.
Literally not true.
I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
All right, welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Good Friday evening. Wasn't planning on doing this, but here we are. We're here, and since we're here, let's do this. How about that? This is a space normally occupied by Rob and Ian, who I have utmost respect for. With both of them off the grid tonight, we're going to do an RA After Dark Friday night edition. Welcome. Let's say first of all, welcome to OG Nobody, first in chat tonight. OG, I'm not sure if you know. You're an OG, so you should. First in chat every day wins the internet. So congratulations. I'm sentencing you to internet ownership. Everything IP related worldwide. If it talks on the internet, it's your responsibility to fix. It's your job. I'm sorry. It's the law. It's the way it works. Ignorance is no excuse. Anyway, welcome one and all. Thank you, Gwynny Bly. I'm usually replay crew. Hugs to everyone. Welcome. 18 months. Wouldn't be the same without you. There's an OG there as well. Love to see you live as well. It is RA After Dark. Let me tell you what we have going today. We were hoping in the Donna Adelson case. Adelson, I apologize. It's been a long day. We were hoping that Charlie would get called to the stand. We had our fingers crossed. We knew he'd been transported down to Leon County in the sheriff's office jail. He was just sitting tight in a cell there, just waiting for his number to be called. And the state rested without calling him. So we said, fine, we're calling him ourselves. We're going to listen to Charlie's testimony as it went down in his own trial. And this is a first-time watch for me. I have not watched this before. I've seen a couple excerpts, and that's about it. So this is my first time, and I thought, we have to celebrate somehow. We have to make this momentous. We have to figure out what to count and how to do it. And so I ran to the store, and I got a bag of stuff. First of all, yes, I do have Mountain Dew, and I will be consuming large quantities of it tonight. But in addition to that, I thought every time something happens of a certain type on in the testimony with Charlie on the stand, we ought to count it. So I figure if he tells a lie, we have a Whopper. I'm planning on running out of Whoppers. This is the biggest container they had of Whoppers, but we have some Whoppers. He talks about extortion and how people are trying to, squeeze his money out from. I figured the best thing I could use for that is sour gummy worms. So we have sour gummy worms. And then I'm not sure what else he's going to do. He's obviously trying to save his own life. We have some gummy lifesavers. I have what he thinks is a smart man. So we've got some Smarties. Every time he tries to think he's smarter than everybody else. And then for just good measure, we've got some Jelly Bellies to throw in there as well. And I have my wife's trifle dish, which we took out of the kitchen. It's nice and clear and glass. And we're going to collect in this jar candy that will represent Charlie's testimony over tonight and probably Monday, because it's going to probably take 2 days to get all of his testimony in. And then the deal is, as soon as we're done, my kids get to eat it all. And it's Mrs. RA's problem after that. So I might eat some of these as well. Anyway, we're gonna do that. It's gonna be fun. If you can keep me honest on this when things happen, let me know if it's Whopper, gummies, gummy worm time, lifesaver time, Smartie time, so I can keep the count in there. But I'm gonna need somebody to keep score on everything. Like Whoppers should be this many or whatever. Anyway, so I'll get to opening these, and I do have a mic ready, so you could do ASMR. So if you need the sound of the bag opening, we can do that because it's late night. We can do that after all. who's clocking his blood sugar. We're not going to talk about that tonight. But we are going to have a little bit of fun watching this testimony. And this is rare for us. Normally we're following court live, and we're waiting for the outcome. The jury has not spoken. The triers of fact, the deciders of whether or not guilt or innocence, the jury is still out. In this case, the jury is back. So we get to do something we don't normally do, which is have a little bit more snark in our commentary, because we already know he's guilty. Why? Because he's serving life without parole currently for this crime. So we're going to bring it a little bit. We're asking the mods to be, we're still who we are. We're not changing who we are tonight, but maybe we know it's late at night. We know there's a little bit of Friday and a little bit of excitement. It's probably going to be more PG-13 than just PG tonight. But Mrs. R.A. says, here's what we don't allow. We don't allow you to be just rude. Okay, don't rude. Let's still not call names. We're going to try to keep the innuendo to a acceptable level, and but we can have some fun. We can have some fun tonight. So just know my kids are probably watching, and I don't want to have a long conversation with them about anything. So at least not after they've eaten all this much sugar. So. All right. Thank you. Yes, respectfully add to the chaos, and that would be beautiful. All right. Let's see. Are we ready? Is there anything else we need to do before we kick everything off? I don't think so. Other than I probably have to sample everything, one of everything. The Whoppers, we know what Whoppers taste like. These are Trolley brand sour bright crawlers. That was a request by Amber. She said make the gummy worms sour because he's a little bitter about that. We do have Lifesaver gummies. Which, I don't know. We might just try to build with these. It's almost like Legos if you combine the two. Regular Smarties and then the Jelly Bellies. It's a good laugh. Dad, what's a hit, man? Great question. I'm glad you asked. Have a seat. All right. That being said, let me make some space. I changed. If you can't see right here, I changed my desk a little bit. I brought in this, you can't see it, there's a pole. I don't want to move anything. How do I do this? There's a pole that's this tall. If my arm, I'm touching the top of the pole right now, okay? Fully extended arm. Let's go camera one so you can see it. I've added this pole to my desk. So this is our inaugural pole stream. But it allows me to bring my monitor around and move it around wherever I want. So it's now mounted above there, and I can have my replay machine, which is right here, swivel out, and it's on a little, it's on one of these, so it can move around. So we'll see if this works tonight, but I'm feeling like I've got a little more space. That sound you heard, the buffer sound, was a mod telling me I'm probably doing something wrong. Buffer, super chats, and anniversary posts. Let me get to that right now before we kick things off, and then we'll start Charlie's testimony. If there's something, if you guys have seen this, and you know that there's something that Charlie does a lot or says a lot in his trial, maybe we could link that up with one of the candies. I was thinking extortion would be the gummy worms. That was Amber's suggestion. I did notice in like the two seconds I saw, he seems to touch his hair a lot. So maybe we can link something up with that, and lies and whoppers and everything. Let's see. Cachette, congratulations, Cachette. 29 months. OG. One of our great mods. So happy to be part of this amazing community and super stoked to be back in action. Hit that like button, and happy Labor Day weekend. Cachette, thank you very much. Love that we can match up with your schedule here and have you here. Renee, RA After Dark. Thanks, RA. So excited. I am as well. And I haven't had any sugar yet, I promise. Can't think of a better name. Member for 6 months. Congratulations on that yellow courthouse. Prepare yourselves for the sugar high. Ivan Victors here says, if you get a box of celebratory Cuban cigars when the baby comes, I have no idea how you got them. Ivan, I wouldn't know what to do with them, or yeah. I'm fine. No Cuban cigars, please. And then Golden Girl, member for 31 months. Another OG. Thank you, Golden Girl, for your continued support. Iowa Backyard member for 5 months. Please like and don't get distracted by the random squirrel. I have a squirrel sound somewhere. There it is. Squirrel! Oh, that was loud. I apologize. I don't know why I turned that up before I hit the button. It should be like this. Squirrel! Which is still loud, but At least your ears aren't ringing. All right, squirrel, done. Roro member for 23 months, another OG around here. RA After Dark, woohoo! We're about to see if this is a good idea or not, especially with all this candy. My kids have their eye on every single bit of this, so let's try not to make it a full ASMR stream of plastic, because that's not a good idea. All right, Sandy, thanks for your generosity. 10 memberships. Sandy, thank you. I'm sure these memberships are going out to wonderful people. Let me see who it was here really quickly. Mary Matilda May, Kristen M96, Serenity RPH. There's probably a different way to say that. Serenity RPH. Or Sharon Moore, Anarchy Hildebrand Blog, Nanny B, Chihuahua Mama, Jade, Judy, you got this, and Rachel Johnson. Congratulations on the gifted memberships. Also, Allison Garofolo. Did I say that right? Tried. So excited. Best way to spend Friday night. Thank you very much, Allison. Good to have you here. Sharon Ken Sharp gifted 5 memberships. Regina gifted a membership as well. Rubber Ramada, Lori in Connecticut, KLB, Jody T, Magical Mary. My kids are looking at the candy. And Emil L54, welcome. They're like, can we get bowls? They came in, they've got bowls each. What?
These are for different candies.
Oh. I'm going to keep them in the bags for now. That's a great idea. Thank you very much. But I've already told everybody you're going to get this. Can you get me a paper towel or because I think I've got to dry this out to make sure. My wife just washed this for me, so she knows I have her trifle dish. It's going to be okay. Yeah, this is basically what they were asking. So I'm going to gummy them all up with candy here in a little bit. All right, let's kick this off and get Charlie talking, as we know he's quite good at. So let's see. He's going to be on our camera 2 for this one. So camera 2, where are you at, Charlie? Bring it in. There he is. All right. We're waiting for the judge. Now, you're going to see some familiar players. You're going to see some familiar family members on Dan Markel's side. You're going to see, obviously, Charlie is familiar. Might see family members from Charlie, his dad particularly, I think might be in this. You're also going to see our very own Brandy Churchwell. Brandy, I can never... Every time I say it, Brandy's here, okay? Brandy, I cannot remember your last name. Is it Churchwell, right? Brandy, I'm getting old, okay? These gray hairs, I don't dye them like this. But Brandy's going to be in the background, so watch for her in some of the stuff. I know she's here for tomorrow's testimony. All right, look. He's already touching his hair. He's already doing it. He's doing the thing. He knows he's got a whole bunch of potential future exes.
Morning, members of the jury.
Behind him.
Everyone may be seated.
Judge Everett's back with us. He's handled all the cases in this incident.
My assistant has told me that you all are making good progress on the snacks that we've provided to you. It's been a long trial, so you are entitled. Is the defense ready to call its next witness?
Yes, Your Honor. We call Charlie Adelson.
Charlie's up. He's fixed his hair as fixed as it's going to get.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I do, sir.
You may
Okay,
take
he
your
told
seat.
his first Whopper. So
Please
I'm gonna
speak
go ahead
loudly and clearly.
and a Whopper in the jar.
Charlie, let's start with the most important question. Did you cause the death of Professor Dan Markel?
Absolutely no.
Did you hire anyone to kill him?
No.
Did you put any letters in any diaper bags of Katie Magbanawa to have Professor Markel killed?
No.
Before we get there, let's spend some time on your background. How old are you?
I'm 47 years old.
Where were you raised?
Believe him.
I was raised in Coral Springs, Florida.
When were you arrested in this case?
I was arrested April 21st, 2022.
And by the way, are you? How do you feel right now?
I'm really nervous.
Why are you nervous?
My whole life depends on it.
Where have you been living since you were arrested a year and a half ago?
Leon County Jail.
Growing up, what was your family like?
It was pretty normal. I was in the middle of 3 children. My dad was a dentist. My mom was a school teacher. Played a lot of sports. Pretty normal upbringing.
Do you have a brother and a sister?
I have an older brother and a younger sister.
How close were you with your siblings growing up?
My brother I wasn't real close with. My sister I wasn't really that close with either, probably until I got into high school. And we were probably closer in age and had more in common. And then I got closer to her as the years went on.
Your family growing up, would you describe it? How would you describe it financially?
I'd say it was upper middle class. And then in '92, my dad lost a lot of money. And then wasn't upper middle class after that. And then my dad worked hard, and he worked until he was 78. He retired.
Where did you go to high school?
I went to public school in Coral Springs. I attended Taravella High School.
Was school easy for you?
Not really. I mean, I had to work really hard to get good grades, and I really didn't get good grades until I went to college.
Where did you go to college?
I went to UCF in Orlando.
And after graduating from college, what did you do next?
I went to dental school.
Where did you go to dental school?
I went to dental school at Nova Southeastern in Fort Lauderdale.
After dental school, what did you do?
I did a residency in periodontics, and I did that at Nova Southeastern also.
Briefly, what is periodontics?
Periodontics is the surgery of the gums and bone, and it's 3 more years after dental school.
During your residency, did you work?
I did. I'd moonlight and I'd work nights and weekends as a general dentist.
When your residency ended, what was your financial situation?
I had about $200,000 in student loans.
Ouch.
Now, after graduating from your residency, what did you decide you were going to do?
I started basically moonlighting when I was in dental school, and then when I got out, I really didn't have money to start a business. So I started working for just individual dentists, where I'd come in and do the surgery for them in-house, so they wouldn't have to send the work out, but the patients could still be seen by a specialist. So I'd travel from office to office.
It's a
When
good
you
business
started,
model.
and I think, when did you graduate your residency?
Graduated my residency in 2006.
When you started, how many offices did you travel to?
When I first started, it was just the first office that I was moonlighting in when I was in my residency. And then through an assistant that had worked there, she introduced me to a couple offices, and then those offices introduced me to more people, and it grew from there. By the end of the first year, I was probably working in, I would say, 6 or 8 offices.
By the time frame of 2014, when Professor Markel was murdered, how many offices were you working in, approximately?
Between 30 and 35 offices I would come in to.
When you graduated, where did you live?
Look at that lens.
When I
feel like-
graduated,
Hey, there's
when I
Brandy.
graduated Perio, I lived in an
She's
apartment
great.
across the street from school, and then I bought my house. I still lived in 16 years or 20 years later. After that,
Misdemeanors there as well.
And that house is where?
on Whale Harbor. I moved in there in 2006.
Now, during this time frame of
I think
2014,
we are going to turn it up a little bit because he's talking a
can
little
you
slowly.
describe for the jury how far you would travel? In other words, how far were the offices apart from one another?
I never turned any work down, so I had an office as far south as Cutler Ridge, which is a little bit north of Homestead. It's a good hour and a half south of Fort Lauderdale. And then my furthest office I went to north was in East Port St. Lucie, which is a good hour and 45 minutes north of Fort Lauderdale.
Port St. Lucie is probably about halfway between Miami and Orlando. Is that fair to say, or closer to Orlando?
I'd say it's probably closer to Orlando.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, your typical work week, what did it look like?
I would work in usually 2 offices a day. I would start around 8 or 9 o'clock, work in one office till about 1 o'clock, and then I'd go to another office and I'd piggyback and I'd try to be in another office that was in the same vicinity as the first office, and I'd just usually start there around 1:30. I'd have it where it's only a 5 or 10 minute drive to the second office. I would tell them I could stay as late as you need, and then when people had emergencies, which when you work in 30 offices, there's always someone that has an issue, I would come into their office. I would just say, just have an assistant stay, and when I got done with that second office, if it was 8 o'clock, 8:30, I would still go in and I'd work in the third office. So it was almost 2 offices on most days, and I would say 20%, 30% of the time there was a third office.
How many days a week did you work? And again, we're talking about the 2014 time frame.
I was working 6 days a week, and then I was still working 6 days a week.
Now,
And sometimes every once in a while there'd be a big case, and my whole week was booked up, and the patient needed something, and it was hours, and I didn't have time, so an office would open up on Sunday, and I would go in on Sunday and do the work.
for the most part, in your job working in these offices, what form of payment were you paid mostly in? Was it cash or some other form of payment?
The offices would always pay me an office check.
Now, were you ever paid in cash from these offices?
I wasn't paid from the offices that I work for in cash, but if I was doing a work on like one of the assistants in the office or a friend of the dentist, and the dentist didn't want any money to come to him, and I was doing it as a favor, I would say just go ahead and pay me in cash for the materials. And then the materials were expensive. Sometimes they were $100, sometimes it was $1,000. And then but the dentist didn't want to take any of the money from that person. So he was like, I'm removing myself from the situation. So the person would pay me the cash just for the materials for the work that I did on them. And that was really just when I was doing favors, and it was sporadic. Sometimes more than other, depends on the month.
By the way, backtracking a little bit, growing up, what profession was your dad in?
My dad was a general dentist.
And did your mom work growing up when you grew up?
She had 3 kids, and she still worked as a substitute teacher, where she would come in sporadically, but she wasn't working full time after she had the 3 of us.
Did there come a time where she worked in your dad's dental practice?
Yeah, I would say probably after the kids went to college, or maybe probably towards the end of high school or college, my mom came in and was doing front desk work and helping my dad out.
And what other roles did she have in the office?
She did the bookkeeping. She helped me with all my financial stuff as far as like paying insurances.
Let me mute him for a second while he's talking. I'm going to speed him up while he's talking because this is background stuff, and I'm working on candy. Let me show you how I'm set up here. I've got the jar with the Whoppers in it so far when he tells lies. I'm going to speed up his talking here so we can go up to 1.25 speed because he's taking forever to get to the good stuff. But we've got all the candy set up right here. Keep me honest on the Whoppers and everything. I've got candies to put in the jar right here, and I'll.
My dad's office.
Keep that on screen.
I would say every 4 to 6 weeks, And I would piggyback it. There was another office that I worked at every 2 weeks that was in the same plaza as my dad's. So I would finish there usually about 4 o'clock, and then I'd go into my office, and then I'd start working there at 4:15, and I'd stay as late as I needed to, 10, 11 o'clock.
Do you remember what the full name of the practice was called?
Well, originally, or when we changed it to.
Well, let's start with what you changed it to.
Okay. Well, when I graduated my residency in periodontics, I thought, since I was joining my dad's practice and it was now going to have a periodontist there, I thought we'd rename the practice and give it a fancy name. So we called it we copyrighted the Adelson Institute for Implants and Aesthetic Dentistry.
Okay.
They did
Now,
all
growing
sorts of
up,
implants, I
did it
heard.
have that name?
No.
It was just a plain old dental practice, right?
Yeah, it was just my dad and his 3 employees.
How many people worked at the Adelson Institute?
There was Erica Johnson, Clarissa. Erica was the front desk. Clarissa was my dad's assistant since 1979 until he retired 2 years ago. And then Amy was the hygienist.
What about Katie?
And then my mom when she would be there.
Forgot Katie.
And your mom controlled the checkbook?
Yeah, she handled that stuff.
Who did all the billing for the practice?
My mom and Erica did the billing.
How many dentists were in the practice?
Just one dentist, just my dad.
Did there come a time when you bought the practice from your dad?
Yeah, my dad was going to sell the practice, and I thought it would be a good idea for me to buy it, and I thought maybe I'd run it and it would be something that I would always have. I didn't like the idea of it being sold, so I bought it from my dad when he wanted to slow down in 2012.
During the time period of 2014, who owned the practice?
In 14, I was the owner of the practice.
Okay. Now, during the time frame of the wires in 2016, who owned the practice?
I had sold it back to my dad in 2015.
Why did you sell it back to your dad?
Because I didn't have any time to run it. And even though I bought it, nothing had changed. My dad was still the same dentist that was there. My mom was still the same person doing the books. And they were spending all their time running it. And I was so busy with my traveling periodontics, I didn't have time to dedicate to it. And it really wasn't financially, it wasn't feasible. And there wasn't a benefit.
I want to talk about cash a little bit. Do you like to collect cash?
I always have, yes.
Why?
It probably goes back to when I was a kid. I mean, I get $1 a week allowance, and I would save it up, and I just like the feeling of looking at it. I'd rather look at it than put it in the bank. So whenever I had cash, I always saved it up.
Now, were there several ways that you accumulated cash?
Yes, there was.
They're making really
Did
good
you have a
money
real
with
estate
$1 a week.
business, or some real estate in 2014?
In 14, yes.
Okay. And would you accumulate cash through this business?
There was some cash that came in through that, yes.
Did you rent out dock space behind your house?
Yeah, I rented out my dock space behind my house since 2006, and it's been rented ever since.
And how would you
person.
be paid for that dock space?
The guy would come down once a year, and he would pay me in cash for the year.
Were there other ways that you would accumulate cash over the years?
From whenever I did work on someone as a favor, and they were just paying me for the materials, I got paid in cash.
He's trying
on
to
that.
explain why he had fat
And
stacks
probably
of cash
the
at
biggest
home.
source of cash through the years is every time I went out, every chance I could, I used my credit card to build up the airline miles, and I'd always pay the tab, and whoever was there would just give me the cash, and it added up over the years. I've done that 20 years.
And once you
Seriously.
had this cash, what would you do with it?
Whenever I had $1,000, I would staple it, and it was a packet. So it was really, I stapled it because it was just being saved. I wasn't spending it. And I was always using my credit card, so the cash built up.
Where would you put the cash?
I put it in my safe.
When you I'm going to go back to your business a little bit. When you started your business, did you make a lot of money the first couple years?
No. I mean, it took off pretty quick, but it wasn't where it was in 13, 14, or 15.
By 2011, approximately, how much money were you making?
I was probably making $350 a year.
And what did your income look like in the 2014 range?
14, I made between, I think, around 850 to 900,000.
What were your best years financially?
13, 14, and 15.
I'm going to put some Smarties in for the whole
Have you ever been married?
renting out
No.
the backyard.
In the time
Slip.
frame of 2013-14, did you have any kids?
Back then, I didn't have my son.
During this 2013-2014 time frame, how would you succinctly describe your lifestyle?
Work came first. I worked my whole life to get to where I was.
And Staples.
So I wasn't turning any work down, and I was single, so I worked. I'd go to the gym late at night, and I'd probably go out one night a week, usually on a Saturday night when I'd go out.
Now, do you have any children now?
Yeah, I've got one son.
How old?
5.
I want to talk to you about your relationship with your parents as an adult.
This must have been wild.
Fair to say
be
you're
there,
close
Brandy.
with your mom and dad?
Yes.
We're mixing
As an
everything.
adult, how often would you talk with your mom and dad?
I would talk to my mom more often, a lot more often, just because my dad was always working. But I talk to my mom every day.
That's true.
Once a day
7 times.
or multiple times?
At least once a day, but most likely probably twice a day, because there was always, usually one thing was a personal thing.
We've
and
seen the
one
phone
thing was
records,
something
Charlie.
having to do with the office or scheduling or something like that.
During the 2014 time frame when you owned the office, did your mom work for you?
You could say that. Yeah.
Did she control the books?
She wrote the checks. Yeah, they had the checkbook at the house.
Now, was there any particular time that you would talk to your mom more often than other times?
Yeah, in the morning driving into work, I'd call my mom, and usually on the way home from work, I'd call them. Just depends on how long the drive was, really.
How involved was your mom in your life?
Business-wise, very involved, because she was running the office. Personal-wise, I would tell them things and keep them up to date with stuff and my life, but it was my life. I did whatever I wanted to do.
We're going to get to this later, but
Okay.
how involved was your mom in your sister's life?
I think she was more involved. And I think my sister involved my mom maybe more. And it just depends on different issues.
I'm not believing him. Okay.
I want to talk a little bit
hold,
about your
please,
sister
Charlie.
Wendy.
Hold, please. Okay. We're going to explain one more time the candies, just briefly. Here's what we've got. I've got way too much candy on my desk. I have not eaten a single piece. I have not even opened my Mountain Dew yet. We have a bowl of Whoppers, which every time we hear a lie, we're putting there. Every time Charlie describes how smart he is or how well he's doing or something like that, which we've done a couple of. I think I'm short 2 right now on the Smarties. How much money he makes, what a good businessman he is, all that stuff. We get the Smarties going for that. When he talks about extortion, people trying to get something from him, people trying to work him over, or a bad business deal where he's the victim, we have gummy worms for that, and they're sour gummy worms. We also have a couple other things that you can claim. We've got Jelly Bellies and Lifesavers. I'm not sure which one will be used for what, but all of them are going in my wife's trifle dish, which we're saving up right here. And when we're all done with this on Monday, because it's going to be 2 days following Charlie's testimony, today and Monday, my kids get to eat it all. They don't know that yet, but anyway, that's what we're going to do. So thank you. We've had some great gifted memberships. Sandy, thanks for 10 gifted memberships. Adam Nusky just came in, gifted 5. That is awesome. Adam, good to have you here. Let's continue with Charlie as we
Adults, before she married Professor Markel, how often would you talk with her?
I'd call my sister, I'd say about every 10 days
This
or
is the
so.
candy
I'd
can
call
right
her,
here.
but she was busy and she wasn't really good with the phone. So I would call her, and she would always take a day or two to call me back. I spoke to her half the time when I called. Half the time she didn't pick up.
How often would you see her, again, pre-marriage? How often would you see your sister?
Not a lot. In 1995, I left to go to college. In 97, she left to go to college up in Boston. So it was pretty much, I would say, holidays, like every 3-4 months. Thanksgiving, Christmas time, sometimes during the summer. So maybe 3-4 times a year I see her.
There came a time when Wendy started dating Professor Markel, right?
Yes.
Do you remember when you first met him?
I do. I think he was in town, and I remember all of us going out to lunch. I think we went to a deli.
What did you think of him?
I thought he was a nice guy. He kind of seemed like all my other sister's boyfriends she's had in the past. I've never really had much in common with them. And she kind of seemed like the rest of them. But that was pretty much it.
Now, After they got married, what was your relationship like with Professor Markel?
It was the same as before they got married. I mean, we texted each other on our birthdays. I don't think we ever really called each other or hung out. I mean, I would just see him when he came over to the house with my sister.
And how often would you see him and your sister?
I would say twice a year, maybe, or roughly around there, maybe 3 times a year.
In the years that Professor Markel and your sister were married and living in Tallahassee, how often did you come to Tallahassee?
I'd only been to Tallahassee. I was there twice, I believe, when her children were born. And then once when I was working in Alabama. I had a research fellowship, and I was passing through Tallahassee. I spent the night with them, and I saw them that time too.
When Professor Markel and your sister were married, did you still communicate with your sister about the same amount of time?
It may have been a little less, because I remember when she had kids, I mean, she had even less time. So I probably spoke to her. I'd call her, and then probably more times than not, she didn't pick up the phone. And then I'd get a call back a couple days later. So it was pretty similar.
Jelly beans if you can't
Did
remember.
there come a time when you became aware that Wendy and Professor Markel were having marital issues?
Yes.
What did you learn?
I took my sister out to dinner when she had come to town, and we went to the melting pot. And I remember her telling me that they were having issues, and it was pretty serious.
I think that was
Did she tell you that they were going through marriage counseling?
Yeah. That's when I found out, and I guess that's what I was going to say, is like, if you tried to work things out. And that's when I found out that they had been in counseling for 6 months. I didn't know about it before.
You didn't know? That's a jelly bean.
Now, what were some of the issues, if you remember, that she told you they were having?
He was becoming very, very religious. There was becoming issues with diet and how she was cooking in the house. She wasn't really respectful he wasn't really respectful of her career. He would belittle her. He obviously seemed like he lost his eye for her, and she seemed like she'd lost his eye for him, and she wasn't happy.
Now, did she complain about violence or danger or anything like that?
Never.
Did she complain that he was not a good father?
No, he was very attentive to his sons.
Did you learn at some point that your sister was going to file for divorce?
I did.
And when you heard that she was going to file for divorce, how did you feel?
I felt bad for her. I mean, she was sad. I mean, no one goes to get married to get divorced. But she seemed like she spent 6 months in therapy with him, and it didn't change anything, how she felt, and he didn't change how he was. And I said, listen, the kids need to grow up in a happy household. Like, they can't have fighting. They can't have a miserable mom who's unhappy. You need to have, the kids are better off growing up in 2 separate households where there's a positive environment instead of negative.
This does not match the Charlie
Did
we
your
heard
sister
on the
seem
phone.
angry to you?
No, she seems sad.
Like, we just want the family to be happy. He's like, I don't want some kid farting in my face.
How involved were you with the divorce proceedings?
I wasn't really involved with the divorce proceedings on the day-to-day stuff. I would definitely hear stories, most of which would come from my mom when I'd be driving to work in the morning or driving home. I would hear the latest update of what's going on. But I would say probably 20% came from Wendy and 80% came from my mom.
How did Wendy seem to you during the period when they were going through the divorce proceedings?
Extremely stressed, very stressed out.
How did your mom seem?
She was upset because my sister was stressed, and it was almost like a telephone game. Like my sister would vent to my mom, and then my mom would be vented to me.
In general, was your perception that the litigation was very litigious?
Yeah, I did learn that. I mean, he was fighting over bicycles and all kinds of nonsense, and it seemed not to end.
Now, were there some big issues like relocation that were issues as well?
Yes.
Let's talk about relocation.
Let's do that.
Did there come a time that you learned that your sister filed a motion to try to relocate to South Florida?
I did.
And do you know why she wanted to relocate to South Florida?
Primarily, it was because she had no family in Tallahassee, and she had 2 young kids, and my parents lived in South Florida. I lived in Fort Lauderdale, and she wanted to be closer to family, and she had a better, more secure job for her career in South Florida.
How did you feel about the idea of your sister and the boys moving to South Florida?
I thought it would be great. I mean, I hadn't lived in the same town as her since 1995, so I thought it'd be great to have her in town.
How important was it to you?
I mean, it wasn't real important to the point like I thought about it all the time, but I mean, if I thought about it, I'd be happy to have her back home.
How important was it to your mom and your dad?
Oh, to them it was very important. They wanted her to come back because she had no family in Tallahassee.
And what was your understanding of what Professor Markel thought about this relocation effort?
I knew he was against it, and he wanted her to stay in Tallahassee with him.
Did you learn at some point that the petition was denied for relocation?
Yeah.
And when it was denied, how did your mom feel about it?
My mom they were very disappointed. They were unhappy.
How about your sister?
She wasn't that disappointed, I guess, because she's a lawyer and she knows, what's the probability of something like this happening. And she said it was a long shot. She said she wasn't really expecting it, but it was worth it just to take a shot to see if it would happen.
Were you
to
angry?
take a shot?
No.
Oh my goodness. Who chose
change
that
anything
terminology? They took a shot, all right.
Now,
Two of them.
we've seen some emails regarding converting the boys to Christianity. We've seen some pretty out there emails from your mom. Do you recall seeing those emails in this trial?
I do, yeah.
And do you recall whether you saw those emails when they were written, back when they were written?
Yeah, I would get forwarded to me all kinds of stuff, for sure.
Did you come up with any of those ideas?
No.
Now,
My desk
on some of
smells
those
like a candy
emails,
store. There's just
we'll
like
see that you
sugar.
respond, I like it. Why did you respond that way?
Well, my sister tried being really nice to Danny. It got her nowhere, and he was being really litigious, and he was looking to give her a hard time. And I thought that it was a way that she would go ahead and give him a hard time back and kind of push his buttons the way he was trying to push her buttons. So basically, if he's being a jerk to you, just be a jerk back and see if maybe he'll stop. So I didn't think any of those things she was actually ever going to follow through with, but I thought that it would really push his buttons. So I thought, why not give it a shot?
Now,
Doing a lot of thinking.
I want to talk about the $1 million offer.
Smarties.
Did you ever become aware of efforts by your family, including yourself,
Yes.
to offer Professor Markel money to allow your sister to relocate?
I did, yes.
And do you recall who came up with that idea?
It was my parents.
What were the terms of the offer? How much was it for?
The offer was for $1 million to have him move down south to South Florida with my sister and the boys, and that would afford him enough money that he could easily commute to his job in Tallahassee for the days that he worked, just the way senators in South Florida commute to Tallahassee all the time. That was the idea behind
Throws
it.
the politicians
Now,
under the bus.
How were you involved in this idea?
Not super involved, but I definitely said to my parents, I said, I will help, and I will pay a third of that $1 million. And when Wendy one day starts making real money, and she's able to, I want to be paid back.
in moldy
At
money?
this point in time, were you making more money than your parents?
I was, yes.
Smarties.
Did you or your family ever speak with an attorney about the legality of this offer?
I didn't, but I know they wanted to run it by an attorney. I think they used Gary Cohn to run it by.
And Gary thought this was a good idea.
Do you know if the offer was ever made?
As I sit here today, I know that the offer was never made. But back when the offer I thought it was made and I thought it was turned down.
Did you?
He didn't know.
Charlie,
That's
you
a-
like to talk a lot, right?
It's a bean.
Yeah, I didn't realize how much I talk until I listened to all those tapes.
That's both
and,
a lie
Evidently, I do.
and a brag.
I mean, I knew I liked to talk, but didn't realize how much.
When you
That's a jelly bean.
got involved in this $1 million offer, would you talk about it with others?
Yes.
How would it come up?
It would come up when people would say, doesn't your sister want to move back home? How's she doing? And I said, yeah, no, she definitely wants to move back home. We tried everything we could. Like, we even offered $1 million to Dan to see if he would move down with her, and it didn't work. Like, he turned it down.
Now, did you ever talk with Catherine Magbanowa?
hair
And we'll talk a
touch.
lot about her in a little bit.
It's a
But did you ever
lifesaver.
talk with Catherine Magbanowa about that $1 million offer?
Yes, I did.
And what do you remember telling her?
The same thing I told everybody else. It came up when she was asking me about, doesn't your sister want to move back home? And I said, yeah. I said, we tried everything we could. We even offered Danny $1 million to move back to South Florida, and it didn't work. And it's the same thing I said to her is what I said to a bunch of people.
How did she respond?
She was like, wow, that's a lot of money. She's like, you got to take out a loan for that? And I said, no, I got cash. I can pay for it.
Yeah, Smarties.
Now let's talk about gifts to your sister during her divorce. In general, did you provide any financial assistance to Wendy during the divorce?
No, she never asked, and I never gave her any money.
Did you pay for her lawyers?
Never.
Now, did you give her any gifts? And let's just start with the broad question, and then we'll break it down. Did you give her any gifts?
Yes, I've given her gifts during the divorce.
Okay. Do you recall giving her a TV?
Yes.
How did that come about?
Well, when she was moving out of the marital home,
I was going to give her a Hitman, but
starting, from scratch in a new house, she didn't take any. Only took her belongings. I said to my mom, I said, "What does Wendy need? Like, what does she need for the new place?" And she said, "Actually, she's leaving the TV sets. She needs a TV set for the house." So I said, "All right, fine." I said, "Go to the store up there, go to Best Buy and pick out a really nice TV set, and I'll pay for it." I said, "Buy it and I'll give you the money."
yes, baby watch has to do with the fact
Are
that
you
I'm
aware
going
that
to be
the
a
divorce
grandpa.
proceedings settled in July of
found out.
2013?
Yeah, I believe it ended in summer of 13.
Now, how did your sister react to the settlement?
I think she found it as like a sense of relief. It seemed like she had closure. She knew what she was going to be doing and where she was going to be living, and I think she was just looking. I think she was happy. Happy in the sense that she was able to put it behind her.
What was the custody arrangement? Do you know what the custody arrangement was?
I know it was 50-50.
After the settlement, how were things with Professor Markel and your sister?
I think they were calm for a little bit, and then it got litigious. There'd be little brief areas of calm, and then I think he kept trying to bring her back into court, and it started becoming litigious again.
What was your understanding of this mostly based on?
Things that I hear from my mom, probably 20% from my sister, 80% from my mom.
Was your mom upset?
She would get upset when my sister would tell her about Danny pushing her buttons and filing all these things in court and giving her a hard time.
What about you? During the period of all this litigation, what were your feelings about Professor Markel?
I thought he was being a jerk. I mean, hearing stories that he's showing up at her work and bad-mouthing her to other colleagues and saying horrible things about her, I thought he was just being a jerk to her.
Now, would you think about this all day long, in the morning and at night? I mean, how important was this to your life?
It wasn't. I mean, I would only think about it when I'd be listening to a story, and I'd be driving in the car talking to my mom. She would relay the latest that my sister told her, and then she'd be telling me, and that's when I would think about it. But I mean, I never for a second was at work thinking about it or doing activities that I enjoyed thinking about it. I wake up in the morning, I never thought about it.
That's 3 right there in a row.
Were you panicked at all about it? Were you concerned that your sister was going to be disbarred? Anything like that? Was that a big issue for you?
No, I mean that was a nonsense threat.
The Whoppers make a
When
pleasing
you would
sound.
learn about things, though, would you talk about what was going on to others?
Yeah, I did talk a lot.
Why would you, considering your sister's divorce wasn't, and her issues with Professor Markel weren't a huge part of your life, as you've testified, why would you be talking about it to others?
When I talked a lot.
How would it come
true.
up?
And it would come up when I'd be sitting at the dinner table and I'd hear this crazy story that my mom told me from earlier that day, and I guess it's more interesting than talking about teeth. So I would sit there and I'd share things with my girlfriend or friends, and I'd relay stories.
I tell jokes about hitmen and TVs.
By the way, during this time period, and now I'm talking about late 13, second half of 13 and 14, were you still speaking with your sister about the same amount or more?
I would say it's probably about the same, but every 10 days or so we talk.
Did you travel to Tallahassee to check on her after she filed for divorce? How many times did you come to Tallahassee during this time period?
Never. I think the last time I came to Tallahassee was 2011 or 2010.
Now, what was your understanding of how Wendy felt about the idea of staying in Tallahassee as time went on?
I think she understood that's what her life was going to be. I mean, she loved her job up here. She was getting excited about things. She was dating people. She was embarking on her new life in Tallahassee.
What was her, did there come a time when she won an award, and what do you remember about that?
I remember, I was real proud of her. She wrote a book, and the book was selected by Florida State to be the mandatory reading for all incoming freshmen. And she was chosen to be the speaker to the incoming class, and that was to take place in August.
Betty.
And I know she was super excited about it, and we're all planning to come up there and be there for her.
Okay, I want to shift gears and talk a little bit about Catherine Magbanowa. May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Okay, we're going to get a hair touch in the break. Get a sip. Oh, we don't get to see. So we are counting, instead of the counter in the corner, we have a candy counter, which is my wife's trifle dish. You can see here it has Starburst, some Jelly Bellies, Smarties, not Starburst, excuse me, Whoppers.
Okay, let's talk a little bit about Catherine Magbanowa.
Lifesavers. We're waiting for the extortion, which will be the gummy worms.
How did you first meet Catherine Magbanowa?
I met Katie in the summer of 2013. She started working the front desk of a dental office that I worked at.
And what was that dental office? Where was it?
The name of the office was Sophie Dental, and it was in South Beach.
What did she do for the dental office?
She was the front desk and office manager for the office.
How often would you work in that office?
I was there, say, every 3 weeks. I was there for half a day every 3 weeks.
Was that office a big generator of income for you?
It was one of my better offices, yeah.
Now, you said you met her in July 2013. When did you first go out with her?
We first went out, it would have been first week of October, around October 10th.
And who initially pursued who?
I pursued her.
Why did you ask her out?
Katie was really cute. She was friendly. She went to the same. She actually graduated from UCF, also different time, but she graduated from there. She was a really smart girl. I mean, she was extremely smart and witty.
A little bit of a brag here. That's a smarty.
And that's why I pursued her.
Once you went out with her, did you learn that she had 2 kids?
I did.
Now, initially, did you learn anything about her ex-husband?
No, the only thing I knew is that she'd been with somebody for about 10 years, and that she was now single.
After you dated her a couple times, what did you like about her?
Well, and aside from the initial things, what attracted me to her was she had a very busy life also, and my life was so busy it was hard for me to be in a relationship where someone wanted to go have dinner at 5 o'clock and hang out with me a couple days a week. So she was working full time, had 2 kids, so she was fine seeing me once or twice a week, and we both had very little time.
Now, you said that your first date was sometime in early October 2013.
Yeah, it wasn't even a real date. We just went and had dinner. There's a restaurant in the building, and we finished late. And I said, "You want to grab dinner?" We ate at the building.
Did you ask her just 2 weeks later if she could find someone to kill Professor Markel?
No, not at all.
Did you have a Halloween party with her or go trick-or-treating with her, and after the party say, hey, do you know anyone who can take care of my ex-brother-in-law for me?
No, absolutely not.
Now, back to the relationship. Over time, did it become more serious?
Over time, in the beginning, it's always like you're just trying to see who each other is. And then as time went on, she wanted to get more serious. I'd say probably by the springtime, by probably around March, she started asking me.
Now, did you consider her to be your girlfriend, though?
She was my girlfriend, yeah.
Laura Annie, thank you so much.
Did you consider yourself to be exclusive?
Thank you.
After the first 3 months together, yeah, for sure.
Did you ever see a possibility of marriage with her?
No, I didn't.
During the time that you dated her,
Charlie's not the marrying
how
type.
often? And let's be clear. We're talking about now the beginning of 2014.
There's a hair touch.
So let's
That's
keep it
that's
far away from
lifesavers.
July. During the time that you dated her, how often would you communicate with her?
We talked every day.
When would you talk to her?
I'd call her when I was in the car driving to work. We texted throughout the day, and then I'd always talk to her at nighttime.
Where was she living at the time?
She was living in North Miami.
And again, you were living in the same place in Fort Lauderdale?
Same house in Fort Lauderdale, yeah.
How often would you see her?
I would see her once a week. Sometimes every once in a while it would be twice, but I would say more often once than twice.
And when you saw her, what would you typically do?
We'd go to dinner, hang out, watch a movie, hang out at my house.
I think you
Did
left
you have
something
any
out there.
relationship with her children?
No, I met her children on one occasion, maybe twice, but definitely no more than twice.
Did she go to family events with you?
She did meet my family a couple times, yeah.
She met your sister how many times, if you recall?
2 times.
And how many times do you think she might have met your parents?
I would say maybe around 8 times, 8 or 9 times.
Was she a patient of your dad's?
Yes, she was.
We're going to get into this in more detail later, but let's be clear right now. Did Catherine Magbanua ever work for your dad or for you at the Adelson Institute?
No, never.
So not that I think is true. She didn't do a dang thing there. Although
Now, I think you alluded
It's a
to
whopper
this a
'cause
little
they
bit
paid her.
earlier, but as time went on in 2014, did she want to be more serious?
Yeah.
And what did you think about that?
I liked it the way it was. I mean, it was good in the beginning. My life, I wasn't looking to change it. I was still in that workaholic mode. But she started asking me, what are we? What are we doing?
At the time that you met her, and I want to talk a little bit about your knowledge of Sigfredo
it's a
Garcia.
bachelor life,
At
Brad.
the time that you met her, to your knowledge, she was single, right?
Yes.
And I think you testified that initially you didn't learn anything about her ex.
Nothing other than she was completely single. She was done with him.
Okay, so I think that's a lie. Momoa member
I
for
wanna show
12
you-
months. Thank you. Indy Cindy.
Defense exhibit.
All our friends are here.
9 efforts.
Momoa, congratulations, a whole year. I love that Brandy Churchwell's here in. Brandy, I don't know why I get scared to say your last name and think that it should be something else. I want to rename you to something else for some reason. I don't know why. But I love to watch you on the screen and see you in chat at the same time. It's a little bit trippy.
Yeah, Coach, you're on it.
You may.
I'm showing you what's marked for identification purposes as Defense Exhibit 34. Please take a look at it.
This courtroom hasn't changed very much.
Are these text messages between you and Catherine Magbanua on November 27th at 2:13?
Yes, they are.
Judge, I'd move in Defense Exhibit 34 at this time.
Response?
Hearsay, Your Honor.
Please
Come on.
approach.
Hearsay. We're going to fast forward through the sidebar because we can. So give me just a second to get through there. The candy jar is filling up, as you can see here. It's starting to. We've got the base layer pretty much down. Let's see. I want to fast forward, but I also don't want to miss if he's touching his hair. Okay. I think we're coming back here in just a second. All right, Cachette, future grandpa alert. Use this to bribe the kiddo into thinking you're the cool one or to buy snacks. Congratulations. I'm so excited. It's going to be a bit before we don't even know the gender yet. But for those that don't know, my oldest son and his wife have now publicly announced, well, they told me while I was live, they sent the video of the heartbeat. And while I was live, and they were watching the replay for my reaction. That just
Mr.
happened this
Hearsay
week.
is overruled. You may continue with your examination.
So I'm going to be a grandpa. Super excited. Maddie. 2 plus a lot longer. Love y'all, Maddie. It's
These
good to have
text
you here.
messages, are they a true and correct reflection of your messages on November 27th, 2013?
Yes, they are.
Judge, I'd move in Exhibit 34 at this time.
Any further objection? They are admitted at this time.
May I publish?
You may.
Now, you see the timing is in military time, so it says November 27th at 13:42. We can agree that's 1:42.
I can't see that.
Yes.
I think Amber has it posted
He
on her
says, my
Facebook
ex
group.
knows about you. I'm pretty sure I know how he knew because he even knows your name. You see that?
Yes, I do.
And you say, do I know him from my past? You see that?
Yes, I do.
What are you asking Katie here?
I have no idea who her ex is. And she's saying he knows me. So
That's a jelly bean.
I'm saying, do I know him?
Roro, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
And that's in late November 2013, right?
Yes.
That's after 1 month almost, after Halloween, correct?
Yes.
Now, as time went on, did you learn more about her ex?
In the springtime, I did.
In February, was there an incident with Katie and her ex that you recall?
Yeah. I remember her coming over my house, and she was pretty upset. She had a mark on her neck. They'd gotten into an altercation, and he ripped a necklace that he'd given her off her neck. And she was crying, and she was all upset.
How did you react?
She could tell I was upset. I mean, someone just roughed her up, and she could tell I was upset. And she said, "Don't do anything." She goes, "He will kill you. He will kick your ass. You don't stand a chance."
He's a killer.
Now,
For hire.
why did you continue to date her after this?
I didn't take that as a threat to me. I just took it as she's got a crazy ex-boyfriend that wants her back, and she's got 2 kids with him, and it wasn't a threat. I didn't feel like he was threatening me.
Yeah.
She just was like,
Smarties.
you know, it's a part of her life that I wasn't going to hold against her.
I want to show you a couple other texts related to your relationship with Ms. Magbanawa in January, February, and March of 14. And these will be Defendant's Exhibits 35, 36, and 37.
We're having some trouble with Lumia Stream. I'm going to give it a kickstart to restart it if the commands aren't working, so give me just a second. Let's bring it back up here. The seat command for members specifically. Okay, it should be back up again. And Kim was first. After I restart, it gives away the first chatter. She's won 5 times. We have a ground level. I think if I'd say we're 1/10 of the way to a full trifle dish full of.
The January text is
candy.
35. The February text
I mean, this is
is
a
36.
fair amount of candy right there.
And the March 24th text, do you have that one?
Yes.
Is 37.
I have March 15th.
Salt and batter. Thank you very much. Good to have you here.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
What time do Rob and Ian normally run till? I usually fall asleep before they're done.
That's 36.
I have 2 6-packs of Mountain Dew.
Can you take a look at these items?
All this sugar. So. Now I ask, I'm not 1 a.m. Till we're all sleeping. When chat stops responding, then we know everyone's asleep, right? 5 to 6 hours. time is it? We started at 8. What does that take us to? That's 1 a.m. Holy cow. 1 a.m. Arizona time?
Do you recognize these text messages?
That's
Yes, I
3
do.
Eastern.
Are they accurate reflections of your text messages?
They are, yes.
I would move these exhibits into evidence now, Your Honor.
Any objection?
Hearsay, Your Honor. I'm storing it in a minute.
You can show me a copy of the exhibits.
Yes, Your Honor.
Judge Everett, the fair and impartial judge that he is. I really like this judge. I mean, I like his style's the same in this trial, which I didn't watch. This is the one that we're watching with Donna. And he's been just a rock star throughout this trial. Rob and Ian are not streaming tonight. Two individuals I have a whole ton of respect for. I wouldn't live stream if they were doing FNF. But when the state didn't call Charlie before they arrested today in Donna's case, I knew we had to do this. Oh no, DNB. Glass is half full. I'm happy to have you here, but we need to find you another place that pays you more than the last place did. I'm not qualified to babysit this group. There's no way. All right, is the judge still reviewing the copy? Carolyn gifted a membership. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Got a big bowl of ice cream with a brownie to watch this. I'm planning on watching, basically, because Monday's a holiday, Labor Day, I think we're going to finish up Charlie's testimony tomorrow. So we'll go either until I fall asleep, and then one of the mods, please just call me or something if I'm snoring. Don't just let that go on forever, because I know that will live forever on the internet. And I already know TYO Toys is here recording everything.
I have, Your Honor.
So,
My objection is hearsay.
Hearsay objection.
Attorneys can briefly approach.
Make it brief. So Monday, we're going to continue on Monday. Chat isn't on screen. I'll turn it on. Sorry. Thank you for that. We're going to continue on Monday to finish up this testimony. It is a holiday. It's Labor Day, both in Canada and the U.S. So no courts, well, the Donna Adelson court will not be happening. Some courts will be doing arraignments and things like that. It'll be little stuff. But we're not going to really follow that. So we're going to follow Charlie and finish his testimony on Monday. And then we'll be ready to start on Tuesday with the defense, who is just taking over their case in chief. Actually, they'll start making a judgment of acquittal. That's the first thing they're going to do on Tuesday. That motion, that'll be argued. It probably won't take more than half an hour. And then we're going to go on to the defense calling their witness. I think their first witness is out of California, probably a handwriting expert to counter the one that the state had already in Donna's case. So that's going to be good. I'm sorry if I missed a couple things on screen that should have been up. Let's see. Carol Lynn, thank you very much for the gifted membership. Let me go back and get a couple of the membership milestones. Maddie, member for 2 months. Thank you. And Ro sitting out on the deck, chilling in this beautiful weather, hanging with the best peeps and host. Awesome Friday night. Congrats, Pop and Mom. I don't know what the kid's going to call us, but they get to choose. Cachette says, feature grandpa alert, uses to bribe the kiddo into thinking I'm the cool one. I think I'll have to do that. My son is here to look at the candy bowl. He's eyeing it. He doesn't know that he gets it when it's all done. Yeah, he doesn't know still. He says, I can hear you. Indy, Cindy, all of her friends are coming out of the woodwork.
You may continue with your examination.
Don't touch. Not yet.
So let's talk about Defense Exhibit 35.
Sure.
Text from January 19, 2014. And in this exchange, what is Miss Magbanawa asking you about?
She asked me if I wanted things to be different, and she was saying how much she missed me.
And did you want things to be different at this point in time?
How much she missed me. Not
I wanted
much.
things to stay the way they were from when we just started dating.
Now, if you turn to Defense Exhibit 36, text messages from February 5th, 2014.
Hey, Blaylock, thank you so much.
What is she asking you? What does she start by asking you about? And you don't have to read it. Just
Anita,
tell
I
the jury
appreciate it.
generally what she's asking you about. What is she concerned about?
She's asking if I'm talking to a bunch of other girls.
And what do you tell her in response generally?
I say, no, I'm not.
And
I think that's a lie.
again, in this text message, she's asking you whether she's telling you that she wants more, right?
Yeah.
And how do you respond?
I ask her, are you thinking about getting back with your ex?
And then what do you say after that?
Oh, yeah. I say, you're the coolest and most fun girl, that I'm always happy when I'm around. And then I said, I know it's not easy, and I think we're doing a good job at not rushing things. So,
And what were you trying to tell Miss Magdanoa in this text message?
I was trying to say, I like you and I have a good time hanging out with you, but I don't want to rush things.
Commit to anything.
Now, moving to text messages in March of 2014. Ms. Magdanoa texts you, you've mentioned me to your mom, and you say yes, and she says, I love you. Aw, baby. Why was this a big deal to her?
I guess when I'd spoken to her, I brought up that I'd mentioned her to my mom, and she thought I was making things more serious. So I think she got excited over that.
Okay, you can put those aside.
I'm going to object regarding Defense Exhibit 37 and ask for best evidence that it be published to the jury.
I'll sustain on best evidence grounds. Please publish Defense 37. Members of the jury get to reach your own conclusions as to the context of the statements.
Okay, let's publish it to the jury and see if it says what I said. March 24th at 12:17. You see she texts you and says, you've mentioned me to your mom?
Yes.
Do you see that you respond, yes?
Yes, I do.
Do you see that she responds, that made me so happy?
Yeah, she took it the wrong way.
Any other clarification, Your Honor?
Lone Star living. His lips are moving.
Is it fair to say that she was excited that you had mentioned her to your mom?
I'm sorry, Alex.
Yeah, she was happy. I mean, she got overly excited. I wasn't expecting that.
Now, in the early summer of 2014, what were you telling your friends about your relationship with Catherine Magdanoa?
Objection, relevance.
Sustain. Please lay a foundation if you can.
Was your relationship coming to an end in the summer of 2014?
Yes, she wanted more, and I didn't want anything more.
And were you communicating that to friends?
Yes, I was.
That's two lies, right?
I want to talk to you about a dinner on March 11th, 2014, a Yardbird dinner. One moment, Your Honor.
Take your time.
Should we do Smarties for that one as well?
Do you recall going to that dinner?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember who was the dinner with?
I met Katie down in Miami on Lincoln Road, and my sister was in town, and I was already working down there. I remember I was in my scrubs, and my sister came and she brought the guy that she just started dating, who was Jeff Lacoste.
Do you recall where you sat?
Yeah, we sat outside the restaurant. There was a few tables set up on the sidewalk, and it was the four of us sitting there.
Did you know that you were being watched?
No, not at all.
You did not know. That's a jelly bean.
Did you know that Sigfredo Garcia was thinking about killing you that night?
No, not at all.
Now, this
That's
is
a
March
whopper,
11th, 2014, right?
Yes.
During the dinner, do you recall discussions about ex-husbands between your sister and Catherine Magdanoa?
Yes, I do.
Do you recall who initiated those discussions?
No, I don't.
Do you recall making a bad joke again at that dinner?
Yes.
And that's the same joke that we've already discussed.
There's a no,
Yeah.
I don't there.
I do.
Now, after the dinner, who came back to your house?
My sister and Jeff Lacoste came back to my house.
What about Catherine McVanimal?
No, she went home just to be with her kids.
Somebody
And
just lost
was it a
lung.
normal night when your sister and Jeff Lacoste came back?
Yeah, but it's the first time I've ever had, I think, my sister and her boyfriend sleep over at my house. So but it was normal.
That was weird.
Did you ever have any conversations other than some text messages that Jeff Lacoste sent you with him after that night?
No, I never spoke to him again.
I don't know if that's a lie or not.
Did you know anything about a first attempted murder of Professor Markel in early June?
No.
Now, there's been a lot of talk about birthdays and your dad's birthday and a birthday present. And you may remember some text messages that the state showed
Licks his
during their
lips.
case regarding wanting to talk to your... Give me one second.
He licks his lips and wipes his palms on his pants because his hands are sweaty. His knees are weak. There's vomit on his sweater. Mom's spaghetti. Yeah, it's all the whole song's happening right here. He's nervous right here. He's showing all the signs.
Do you recall the state showing text messages where you're texting with your mom and she tells you that she can't talk right now, that she'll call you when she's alone, she's driving back and she's at a stop in Gainesville, and to erase the text message?
Yeah.
Do you recall what that is all about?
It was about my dad's birthday.
Who was your mom with at that stop at Gainesville?
She was with my dad, so she didn't want to talk in front of him.
And why didn't she want to talk in front of him?
Because it was a surprise. Originally, we were thinking about doing a cruise.
What was a surprise? That you were going to kill Professor Markel, or that you were going to have a surprise birthday party for your dad?
No, it was going to be his 70th birthday party.
And do you recall in that text message talking about a caterer?
Yes.
Now,
That was code.
you had discussed this caterer as far back as April and May with your mom, correct?
Yes.
And those are reflected in text messages as well, correct?
Yes, they are.
On June 5th, do you recall your mom texting you and asking you, don't forget to get information on the caterer?
Yes.
Now, what did you get your dad for his birthday gift?
I paid for the catering for the party.
And what type of catering was it?
Lobster.
It was a chef came to the party and they cooked paella and seafood, and then we had a bunch of desserts also.
Okay,
and
that's
salads.
a brag. I paid for it. I bought 10 lobsters. We had lobster.
I'm showing you what's marked for identification purposes only as Defendant's Exhibit 43.
I'm going to run out of candy at this rate. The photographer there is Alicia from the Tallahassee Democrat. She's also the still photographer this time around. Has done some great work. She's got some great pictures for the AP photo pool. One of my favorites
Showing you
is
what's marked as
Donna's
Defendant's Exhibit
headphone
43.
reversed.
And these are a composite of all of your text messages between June 2nd, 2014 and June 7th, 2014. May I approach, Your Honor?
Okay.
Can you look through this and see if this is an accurate reflection of all your text messages during that period?
Let me see if I can put paper in the bowl real quick. Hang on one second.
Yes, they are.
Judge, I would move in Defense Exhibit 43 at this point in time.
I'm going to need to review the exhibit. State, do you have any objections?
Yes, Your Honor. Hearsay and relevance.
Please bring me a copy of the exhibit.
Hearsay and relevance. It's an out-of-court statement, and it has nothing to do with this trial, so we think it should not be coming in. Love the objections. The judge did not call a sidebar. He says, just hand it to me. I'll decide. Doesn't need to hear argument on it.
Members of the jury, the bailiff is going to take you back to the jury room. We will resume with the testimony momentarily.
All right, so as they do this, I'm just trying to, I think if I fold the paper like that, and then I can tuck it in the back like this. Little ASMR sounds for you.
Seated. If the attorneys can approach.
Is that all right? Can you see that all right? There's our candy jar. Attorneys are going to approach, which means we're going to go. We're going to go zoom is what we're going to do, and get through this little quiet part. I'm sure Charlie was touching his hair there as well. Let's see what happens there. We're waiting. They go on break. Break happens. We're fast forwarding through the break. Okay, it looks like 3, 2, 1. Okay, here we go.
Is Mr. Rauschbaum back?
He stepped out for a moment, Your Honor. He'll be back.
All right.
Somebody. Got a little portable light here. This is my light. It's super bright, but I'm trying to get it to. Oh, I can turn it down a tiny bit. That'll be better. There we go. Or up. Brighter's better. Nope. Ouch. Down is better. As I break everything. You guys still here with me? Good. Okay. That was loud. I just won't touch it. Are we making a candy salad? We're not. We're doing a candy counter as we listen to Charlie Adelson's testimony from his trial a year ago. And we have a couple things. We have.
Let him know we're resuming.
We've got Whoppers, we've got Smarties, we've got Jelly
Bellies. I'm
Bellies.
prepared to rule on the composite exhibit.
Gummy worms and lifesavers.
As a composite, I am going to sustain the objections on the grounds of both hearsay and relevance, and also on 403 grounds, as it may create confusion of the issues themselves. If there are isolated portions that you wish to offer on grounds of relevance, that are relevant, I should say, and also you have a hearsay exception 4, I can reconsider that.
That is funny.
Are there any statements that you wish to pull out of the composite and offer separately?
I'll stand on the record, Your Honor. I believe they all go to his state of mind, as I suggested to you, showing what he was thinking on these relevant time periods. And without seeing them in the collection, you don't see his state of mind. So I'll stay on the record, but you're taking away a defense of his, which is his state of mind, and the jury should be able to see that. I'll ask questions about it. But
You certainly can examine as to generally what was going on during the time period. Again, part of this as well goes to the subject matter, which we discussed at sidebar. I don't want the jury to take away from what could even possibly be relevant in the composite to then also make that a prejudicial aspect of the deliberation in any way. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I do. We're happy to redact those sections, but if that would change your ruling. But
it won't.
Well, even with the redactions, I think we still have to get back into specifically the 403 aspect of it and also the hearsay. But the court's ruling is what it is concerning that matter. You may examine, though, concerning the subject generally of the messages.
Judge, just for the record, I planned on doing the same thing.
So we're counting candy. Every time he tells a lie, we're putting a Whopper in. If he says extortion, we're going to put gummy worms in. If he brags or shows ego, we're putting Smarties in. If he touches his hair.
For July 14 through 19.
We got a lifesaver.
I won't do it, considering I assume it's the same ruling. But my
Judge is cracking his
arguments,
knuckles in the mic.
Apply to that.
Very well, Ms. Koppelman, do you have similar objections for the entire composite block of text messages?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
All right. Again, if there are portions that you wish to extract from the composite that you believe that are both relevant and are not hearsay, I will certainly consider those, but as a composite exhibit, I am going to find that they would otherwise be not relevant or hearsay or create 403 issues with confusion of the issues at trial.
Judge, I understand your ruling. May I
Go
make
ahead.
just one additional argument for the record?
Go ahead.
Just for the record.
Just for the record.
In the state's case in chief, they were allowed to put in phone calls showing arrows that they have no idea anything said on those calls. They're essentially the same thing as putting in text messages like this, except you actually see the content, right?
The chain of the traffic versus what is actually said.
They put in every call. Okay, they put in every call between these participants on those particular days, which, by the way, correspond mostly to the days that I'm offering these text messages for. They put them in for their own purposes. I think I should be allowed, under a 403 analysis, what's good for the goose is good for the gander, to put in the text messages, to show the pattern or lack of pattern of anything. And that's what these text messages show. But I can just ask the questions, but I would like the record to reflect that under a 403 analysis, it was allowed for them. It's not being allowed for us.
I wouldn't exactly say it boils down to being that simple, but your objection is noted, specifically as to what the state was permitted to demonstrate in their case in chief goes to either demonstrating motive or direct evidence of what they believe show the elements of the charges. As to these composite exhibits, and again, I don't want to get very deep into what the subject matter is, there are messages that either go to embarrassing of the other witnesses or litigants in this matter, matters that are wholly irrelevant, or matters that do not demonstrate in any way the theory of defense as the court understands it. If there are portions, again, that are specifically relevant to negating either the motive or any of the elements of the charges and are not hearsay, as argued by the defense, I will consider those separately, but as a composite on the whole, the 403 issues, the relevance, and hearsay issues, I believe, compel me to deny their admission.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Deny.
Let's bring back in the jurors and we'll continue.
So defense took a big L on that one, not getting any of the text messages in. Kim R., can we get to 1,000 likes Friday night on the stream? Thank you, Kim. We're close. We're at 710 right now. Mackenzie Jabley, thank you for babysitting us tonight. I'm like the world's worst babysitter. Don't do anything, like don't get hurt or don't need help because I'm not qualified. So appreciate that. Is Diet Coke Mama here? I was just scrolling back. I saw somebody mention Diet Coke Mama. I don't know. Are you streaming Monday? Kale, we're planning on it. We're planning on finishing this because Charlie was on the stand for 2 days. We are on 1.25 speed, and I was live all day. I don't think I can go all night. I'm not sure if I'll be able to go till 1 o'clock in the morning.
The state's objection to the exhibit is sustained. You may continue with your examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Granny 13, welcome to the
An
gallery.
opportunity to review your text messages from June 2nd to June 7th, 2014.
Yes, I have.
Thank you, Nikki.
Anything in those text messages out of the ordinary?
No.
They're text messages about what types of subjects?
Work, personal life. Just no.
Anything about a first attempted murder in Tallahassee?
No, not at all.
Anything about any sort of violence?
No, not at all.
Anything about any sort of panic?
No, not at all.
I want to talk briefly about July 1, 2014. And just kind of to give you a roadmap. In March, you had dinner with your sister, correct?
Yes, at Yarborough.
And we've learned that at that dinner, Sigfredo Garcia thought about killing you.
Yeah, he was stalking me with Luis Rivera.
And we've learned through this trial that a first attempted murder on Professor Markel's life happened, give or take, 6 weeks later.
Yes.
Now let's talk about July 1, which is about 3 or 4 weeks after that. By the way, up until July 1,
I think that was a whopper.
had you ever talked to, texted with, met Sigfredo Garcia?
No, not at all.
I think he had.
What happened on July 1?
July 1, I was going to take Katie jet skiing, and I had the jet ski attached to the car, and I drove to her place in Miami, and I went to pick her up, and I remember it so well. I got flowers right before I picked her up. I bought flowers from the guy selling them in the middle of the street.
How sweet.
And I picked Katie up, and we started driving out of her complex, and we got about 100, 200 feet, and this blue car comes flying out of nowhere, flies in front of us, and slams on the brakes. And I've got a car, and I'm towing a 1,200-pound jet ski behind it. And she starts screaming, "That's T, that's T, that's T." And I'm like, I almost rear-ended this car. And this guy gets out of the car, and he comes over, and he's screaming every kind of four-letter word at me, threatening me. His face was real red. My windows were up. And the guy was going crazy. And, I'm kind of a little bit boxed in because the front of my car was almost against the rear of his car, so I couldn't drive past it. And I had a big jet ski and a trailer behind my car, so I ended up putting the car in reverse, doing like a little bit of a three-point turn, a little bit, swinging the car around. He then got in his car, chased alongside of us, and you can't, if you're towing a jet ski with a car, you can't go real fast. You don't have much acceleration. He was right alongside of us, rolled his window down, was screaming all this stuff at us. And when we got to the light, it was just turning yellow, and I gunned it. And I remember making a left-hand turn. And I said to Katie, I go, "That guy's fucking nuts." And she goes, "Nuts?" She goes, "He's really calmed down." And I go, "What do you mean he's calmed down?" And she goes, "The old T I know would have broken your window and dragged you out into the street and beaten your ass."
Now, that evening, by the way, let's talk about,
somehow.
You say T. Did you know Sigfredo Garcia under another nickname as well?
Yeah, she referred to him as T or Tuto.
Okay.
Or Sigfredo.
Now, that evening, did your father call you?
Yeah.
And what did your father say to you when he called you, Harvey? What did Harvey say to you when he called you?
He was worried about me.
Why?
Because he got a threatening message on his voicemail, and the guy was saying, something to the effect of, "Next time I see you, it's going to be mano a mano. Don't fuck with me. You don't know who I am." Something like that. And
something like
and then
what?
hung the phone up.
Okay. Again, this was July 1, correct?
Yeah.
And this is now 17 days before Professor Markel was murdered, correct?
It was.
So we have Sigfredo Garcia thinking about killing you in March before the first attempt, right?
Yeah.
And now we have him threatening you and trying to run you off the road just 17 days before the actual murder occurred, right?
Yes.
You're aware that the state's theory is that you are co-conspirators with Sigfredo Garcia?
That's their theory.
Now let's go to July 5th. Your dad's birthday party. By the way, what was served at the birthday party?
We had the paella and the chef there cooking it.
Okay.
Even one
And
smarter.
how many people approximately attended the party?
It was in their apartment. They probably had, I'd say, roughly about 30.
Okay. Did you invite Catherine McBanoa to the party?
No, I didn't.
The party was in their apartment, which was where?
It was in South Beach. It was in South Bay, at the Continuum.
Now, what time did the party end?
It went from probably 7-ish to probably about 11:30, 12 o'clock.
How far is the Continuum in South Beach from your house in Fort Lauderdale?
It's every bit of 45 minutes, depending on traffic.
That evening, where did you sleep?
I slept over at Katie's house.
Why did you sleep over at Katie's house?
Because my brother was in town for my dad's 70th birthday party with his wife and their kids. And then my sister was in town, and the whole family was doing stuff the next day, and it was going to be at my parents' house, at their apartment. So I didn't want to drive all the way back to Fort Lauderdale and then all the way back to Miami.
Does Katie live closer to South Beach than your home in Fort Lauderdale?
Yeah, she's probably 15 minutes away, up to 15 minutes.
And did you go back to your parents' apartment the next day on July 6th?
Yeah, I slept at Katie's place. It was only 2 times I probably ever slept there. And then I went back to my parents' place for lunch the next day.
We usually get a motel. Is that what you're saying?
Did Katie come with you?
No, she did not.
Now, I want to draw your attention to June 16th and a late night work with your assistant, Erica.
Yeah.
Do you recall that?
I do.
I know you're not going to know specific times, but how late did you work with Erica that evening?
We worked till about 10 o'clock at night.
Is he putting work in air quotes?
And what did you do after work?
We'd worked through dinner, so we were both hungry. So me and Erica went to go eat dinner.
And what time did you get home, approximately?
I got home about 11:45.
When you got home, did you speak with Catherine McBanoa?
I did. We texted or I called her.
And during that conversation on the 16th, but it's really the morning of the 17th, I think, because midnight.
Yeah, it was after midnight.
What happened on that call?
Katie was questioning where I was and who I was with, and was saying it was suspicious because
it was.
I think I ended up calling her probably about 12:30 that night because I came home, changed, took a shower, and then when I finally called her, it was like 12:30. So she thought I was cheating on her.
Why is that?
And was it a heated discussion?
Yeah, I mean, I worked hard all day. You know, I didn't do anything wrong. I went out to dinner with Erica, and like, she was just questioning on who I was with and what I was doing, and she wasn't happy.
It was
Towards
Erica.
the end of the discussion, what did you agree to do with Katie the next day?
I told her I actually don't. My morning off is canceled. I don't start work until 1:45 tomorrow. I said, if you want, come up here and we'll grab lunch.
And did you have lunch with Miss Magbanawa the next day?
Yes, I did.
What happened when you had lunch with Catherine Magbanawa on the 17th?
She started all over again with like questioning me about the night before, and then she wanted to make plans with me to do dinner on Friday night. She got very upset at me, and she was just like weirdly adamant. Like, this Friday night, I want to do dinner with you. Like, why are you saying you don't know? Like, you don't know you're fine to go do dinner with Erica and not call me till 12:30, and just didn't stop. And we got into a fight at lunch.
So let's take that a little bit slower.
Please.
So you meet with her on the 17th, and on the 17th, your testimony is that she was adamant that she wanted to have dinner with you on the 18th. Is that right?
Yeah.
Everybody did.
And where did she want to have dinner with you?
All my exes did.
She wanted to make dinner plans and go down to Miami.
Was that odd?
I mean, it was Friday night. She was my girlfriend, so from that perspective, it wasn't odd. What was odd is that she was so adamant, and when I pushed back on it, there was no push. She was like, started questioning me even more.
Now, where were you going to work on the 18th?
I was working in Jupiter.
Okay. So we're in Tallahassee, so let's just make sure everyone knows where Jupiter is compared to Miami,
Not
where
the
Catherine
planet.
Magbanawa is,
Not the planet.
where she wanted you to have dinner. How far is Jupiter from Miami?
I would say with
Couple
no
light
traffic,
years.
it's probably 2 hours and 15 minutes, maybe 2:30.
And so, and I might have said the wrong month. We're in July. It's July, not June. July 17th, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. So, why did you want to go all the way back down to Miami, and what did you tell Catherine Magbanawa?
Telling Katie I'm going to be in the car for at least an hour and a half driving up to Jupiter. My back kills me when I'm in the car for that long. I got to drive back another hour and a half home. I got 2 offices I'm working in. I got 10 hours of surgery I'm doing. I'm like, I don't even know what time I'm getting out.
You can't do an hour and a half in the car?
She was just like, oh, so it's just going to be another late night and you don't want to see your girlfriend on a Friday night?
He's got.
And
Oh, that's a whopper.
how did the lunch end?
I told her that, I said, you're acting like a bitch. I didn't call her a bitch, but I said she was acting like a bitch.
And did you leave the restaurant?
Thanks for making that
Yeah,
distinction.
we had some words, and I
I'm sure she
put some money
noticed.
down on the table, and we both walked out. And I'm like, I got to get to work. I can't deal with this now.
Did you contact her, or did she try to contact you during the day of the 17th, July 17th?
She called me while I was at work around 6:30, but I was still working, and I didn't pick up the call.
When did you speak to her again?
I was pretty pissed at her, so I didn't call her until after 12 that night. After I came
Later
home, I went
that
to the
day.
gym, took a shower. I called her after 12.
And when you called her after
Booty
12
call.
that evening, did you apologize?
We eventually smooth things over a little bit.
He
Like,
just
I
did
felt
not
bad for saying that to her, and
apologize.
she was still mad at me and still wanting to see me. So I did smooth things over, but not entirely.
Now, the next day, you have several text communications with Miss. Judge, may we briefly approach?
Oh, please. Please do. Okay. Charlie, thinking he's Rico Suave over here with 1,000 girlfriends, wants us to believe that that they're falling over themselves for him, but his back hurts. I'm sorry, his back hurts after an hour in the car. I just don't think there's consistency in the story here. Sorry. I'm just going to drink and stay in my corner. Let's see. Here's what we have. As far as the candy goes, as they approach right here briefly. we're almost up to a quarter of the trifle dish. We are putting in Whoppers every time it tells a lie. We haven't started the gummy worms yet, which are for extortion. If he doesn't know something, we put the jelly beans in. If he touches his hair, we put a lifesaver in. We'll watch right now in case he happens to do this and Smarties are every time he uses some sort of ego brag, humble brag, how rich he is. He's got a jet ski, 1,200-pound jet ski behind his car, and he does a 3-point turn. Excuse me. He would have to be the Mario Andretti of reversing to do that with a jet ski in a car. While he's being chased, while he's being pursued by a killer, he does a 3-point turn with a jet ski behind his car, and he gets away. Oh man. I bet he hires someone to back his car into even launch the jet ski.
You may.
That day, now we're on the 18th, July 18th. Did you speak with your sister that morning?
I did.
What do you recall talking to your sister about?
I called her in the car on the way up to work, and I ended up talking to her. She's told me that she was having the TV set repaired. I thought she had told me that Lincoln had thrown something at it.
Yep, there's a lie.
Broke the screen. So she was getting a TV fix, and then I was also, the reason I called her was because I was in a fight with Katie and I wanted to get her opinion on something. So I spoke to her and told her what I said to Katie, and she gave me sisterly advice like she usually does.
And again, that morning, you're in the car for quite some time?
About an hour and a half.
Where were the two? You were working at one or two offices that day?
I was working in two offices, but they're across the street from each other in Jupiter.
I bet his back really
hurts. And during the call up to Jupiter, did you make several phone calls?
Yeah, that's my morning routine, and I was in the car for an hour and a half, so I was on the phone a bunch.
Now, there's several times where there is a phone call made, and then immediately after there's another call, and they're short calls, and then immediately after there's another call. Do you know why that was the case?
Yeah, because there's a stretch of highway between West Palm and up in Jupiter where you'll get drop calls constantly. So you'll call somebody and then you can't hear the person or it doesn't go through, and they start talking and you hang up and call them again. So the calls drop constantly up there.
Okay. Do you recall having some text message communication with a friend named Mike and also Catherine McVanoa about dinner that night?
Yes, I do.
And without getting into too many specifics, what was the general issue?
Mike had wanted me to get dinner with him because his house is kind of close to Jupiter, and sometimes when I'm up that way, I'll see him. Katie was still upset about the other day and feeling like I give more time to other people and questioning why it's a Friday night and I don't want to spend it with her. I eventually just texted with Katie and I apologized for calling her a bitch. Okay. And telling her I said she was acting like one. I didn't call her one, but evidently some people there's no difference. I shouldn't have said it, so I ended up apologizing and making dinner plans with her.
So you chose to make dinner plans with Katie that night, correct?
Yeah.
And where the dinner plans were going to actually happen, did you get that far in making specific plans?
No, but I said I just want to do something casual in Fort Lauderdale. I don't want to get all dressed up and head to Miami.
Okay. Now, the second office you were working in for a little period of time, right? That evening. In other words, let me rephrase.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You had a bunch of surgeries in that second office, right?
Yeah, they're usually packed.
And do you recall from a text message that around a little after 6, you were about to start a big procedure?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, at some point in time, you hear from your mom. How do you hear from your mom?
I had a missed call from her, 1 or 2 missed calls, and then she texted me, "Call us ASAP."
And why did you miss the calls? What were you doing?
I was in surgery.
Okay. After she texted you, call her ASAP, what did you do?
I stopped what I was doing. I could see the text messages on the phone as they come in, so I knew it was important. I stopped what I was doing.
He's checking
and
his
I called
phone
her right back.
during surgery.
When you called her back, what did she tell you?
Every time it buzzes, he's like, "Oh, hang on 1 second.
She
sorry
told
about
me
that."
that Wendy had just called her, and that Dan had been shot, and that it was serious, and that her and my dad are going to be going up to Tallahassee to be with her.
How did you react?
I was shocked. I said, "Is he okay? Is he going to be okay? Are the boys okay? Or Wendy's okay? Like what happened?"
And what did your mom tell you?
She said she didn't know any details, that it was really serious, and then Wendy's with the police right now, and they're questioning her.
Now, after you got off the phone with your mom, what did you do?
I went back to work.
And did you have some communications with people after that through text messages about how you were feeling?
I did.
And generally speaking, how were you feeling?
I wasn't feeling great. I was pretty upset about what I just heard.
Now, around what time, if you remember, did you leave the office?
Probably about between 8:20 and 8:30.
Okay. And again, it's a pretty far drive, correct? Even at that time of night.
Yeah, there's no traffic at that time, so I can speed a little bit. But.
On your car ride home, did you make phone calls?
Yes, I did.
And in particular, and we'll do it one at a time, did you speak with Catherine Magbanua?
Yes, I did.
And what did you tell Catherine Magbanua on your ride home?
I told her that my ex-brother-in-law had been shot, and it's serious. And I just told her I really didn't feel like going out tonight, and just hang out at the house if you still want to come over. She said, no, I'm still coming to see you.
How did she seem?
She seemed normal. I mean, she seemed concerned, but nothing out of the ordinary.
Now, are you aware that after that phone call, Catherine Magbanua had to frantically go around and try to get a babysitter for her kids?
No, not at all.
No. Did you speak with your mom on the way home to your house?
Yeah, I called my parents also from the car.
And what did you find out from your parents?
That they were getting ready to leave, and that they were heading up to they were going to head up to Tallahassee, and that they were going to probably stop up in Orlando because it's late, and they wouldn't get up there till. So they're going to spend the night in Orlando and then go up to Tallahassee.
Now, you've seen text messages in this case where there's some indication your mom says outside your house, and 20 minutes later, after that text message, you say 10 minutes. Do you recall those text messages?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Did you see your parents that evening?
No, not at all.
Okay.
I think that's a lot.
When your mom says outside your house, does that mean to you that she was actually at your house?
No, it meant that she was passing by my house outside it on the vicinity, seeing if I was home.
On the phone call that you had with your mom on the way home, did you discuss anything about your parents stopping at your house?
Yeah, I said, text me when you're close. If I'm home, stop by and see me, because my house is a football field length away from the exit of the turnpike.
And when they were close, were you anywhere near your house?
No, and I missed their text. I didn't get home for 40 minutes after that text came through.
When you got home,
The time frames don't add
what
up
did you do?
on the phones for the pings.
When I got home, I changed, took a shower. I took a shower, changed, and
2 showers, 2
I
changes?
played phone tag with Katie to see where she was at.
That's fun.
I think I talked to her after I got out of the shower, and she
3
was
showers.
going to be heading over to hang out with me.
Okay, he touched his face. I'm counting that one. It's almost like hair. So let's see, face touch. That's going to be lifesavers, right?
You have a text with your friend Mike that said you went to the gym. Do you have a gym? Did you go to the gym?
No.
Okay. Do you know if you worked out in your house that night?
I don't know if I've got some workout equipment in our house, so I may very well have, but I didn't go to the gym that night.
Yeah, after the shower, that's a lie.
Your friend Mike wanted to have dinner with you that night, right?
Yeah.
Everybody does.
Now,
right?
when you get to the house, you said you called Katie after your shower. Why did you call her?
To see if she was still planning on coming over and what time she was going to be there, because it was already like 10:15.
And did she come to your house that night?
Yeah, she said she was going to be leaving shortly, and I think I even said either text me or call me when you're on your way.
Did she actually come to your house that evening?
Yes, she did.
Okay. Around what time did she arrive?
She got there about 11 o'clock.
What happened when she arrived?
When she arrived to my house, she came in through the garage, entered into the kitchen from the side door like she always does, and she just looked panicked and upset. I mean, she walked straight in and gives me this big, tight hug and asked me, like, are you okay? And I said, yeah, just a horrible day.
Did you do the
She
garage
looked
code?
more upset than I've ever seen her. I'm like, are you okay? And she's like, no, I'm not. I'm like, what's wrong? She's like, just come sit down. I need to talk to you.
Where did you go?
We walked into the living room,
And what happened when you got to the living room?
We sat down on the couch, and she started to talk to me. And she said, listen, this is all my fault, but I had no idea anything was going to happen, but this is totally my fault. I spoke in too much detail about your family's personal problems, about your sister, Dan Markel, and the $1 million offer.
What did you say?
I'm like, what are you talking about? And she's like, my friend killed Dan, and he wants to be paid $250,000.
How did you react?
I was like, what did you just say?
That's an extortion.
She's like, my friend killed Dan, and he wants you to pay $250,000.
First
What happened next?
Oh, he said it again.
I stood up, and I started cursing it. I'm like, what the fuck? Are you kidding me? And she's like, no. I'm like, who did this? Who's your friend that did this? And she's like, I don't want to say. I can't say. And I said, who was it? And she just kept saying, I'm not going to tell you. And I was like, was it Sigfredo? And
she's
she's like, no, I'm not telling you. And I just walked in my bedroom and sat down on the edge of my bed.
What happened when you got in the bedroom?
She came into the bedroom, followed after me. She sat down next to me. She started telling me, like, I'm so sorry. This is all my fault, but I didn't know any of this was going to happen. And I'm like, Katie, I'm not going to be part of this shit. Like, I'm not going to be part of paying for a murder. This is insane. And she's
now
like,
he's backing
look,
out.
if you don't pay in 48 hours, they will kill you.
Oh, there's another one.
And I said, Katie, I feel like I'm getting extorted now.
Extortion.
How did she respond to that?
She got really mad at me. She got angry. And she's like, look, I'm not extorting you. She's like, I got dragged into this the same way you got dragged into this. She's like, it's my fault for running my mouth the way I did, but I'm not extorting you. Like, I'm trying to help you. So she's like, she goes, what are you going to do? You're going to go to the police? She goes, you go to the police, they'll kill you.
Did she tell you that they would just kill you, or they would also kill other people?
She said, he'd come after you, he'd come after the family. Like, Charlie, you don't have a choice. Just pay the money. You said you had the cash. You said you were going to pay a third. Like, just do it. Like, I'm trying to help you out.
What did you do then?
I said, Katie, I don't have $250,000 in cash. And she's like, you said you did. And I was like, no, cash isn't. I can write a check for $250,000. I don't need to take out a loan. And she's like, well, you have a ton of money in your safe. And I said, Katie, I don't have that much in my safe. I do have a lot. And I said, come take a look. And I walked over to my safe. I opened it up. And I'm like, here, take a look. And I took it out in piles and put it on the dresser next to us. And I said, go ahead and count.
Count the staples.
It's not $250,000.
And did she count it?
Yes, she did.
How much money did she count?
$138,000.
So it wasn't $100,000. It was $138,000.
Correct.
What did she do with $138,000?
She put it in she had a big purse. She put it in her purse. And she asked me, she goes, how can you get the rest? And I'm like, hey, that's all the cash I've saved up from forever. And she said, can you go to your parents and get it? And I was like, if I go to my parents, my dad will go to the cops in a second. Like, there's no way I'm going to be able to stop my dad from going to the police. Like, I could never say anything to him.
What happened next?
She asked me, she said, well, can you pay like $3,000 a month? And
put it on a payment
and I said, yeah, I can do that.
Now, at this point in time, did you have any idea that she was part of the extortion?
No. She kept saying it was all her fault and that she didn't know any of this was going to happen.
Extortion again.
And I mean, she was upset.
What did she do next?
She took her purse, her keys, and her phone. And she's like, I'm going to go call my friend and see if this works for him, and I'm going to try to help you out. And she walked out of the house, and my bedroom was right next to the front door. She walked out of my bedroom outside of the front door and closed the door behind her.
When she went out of the house, what did you do?
I just paced around my house, and I remember sitting in the living room. I got a wood coffee table, and I was just sitting on the coffee table just in shock, thinking, what the fuck just happened?
What happened when she came back in the house?
He went from, I'm not going to be
she
part
came
of
in the
this,
house
to here,
and she
take
was
$138,000.
being a good guy and telling me that she's going to look out after me, and she's so sorry this happened. It's the same thing she was saying beforehand, and that she was going to make sure that nobody pays me a visit. And she's like, I spoke to him. You can pay $3,000 a month, or you can pay the rest off. She goes, but the $3,000 a month you're paying doesn't go towards the balance.
What did you do after she told you that?
I just said fine, and I walked downstairs into the kitchen, and I was shaking, and I took a bar of Xanax.
Said,
where did you go?
And I walked outside from the kitchen through the sliders into the backyard. I closed the sliding glass door behind me. I think she got the picture. I wanted to be alone. And I just sat outside behind my house for a while.
Now, when you came back into the house, what was she like?
She was just apologizing and just telling me that her friend's crazy and she's so sorry. And
so sorry,
she ran
but
her mouth too much about
when can you make the first $3,000 payment?
$1 million offer. And she was telling me that she was going to protect me.
Did she take a Xanax as well?
I don't know if she did. She may have, but I didn't give her one.
This story
Did
is
she
so
spend the
bad.
night that night?
She did sleep over that night.
Now, why didn't you kick her out?
I was in a state of shock, and I didn't think she had anything to do with it. I didn't even want to believe that she had anything to do with it.
When you came back in the house, what happened to you next?
The Xanax was really starting to set in. It's probably about a half hour I was outside. I remember going into the bedroom and sitting down. I sent the text to my parents to see if they were up in Orlando yet or where they were. And then I laid down in bed and I passed out pretty soon after that.
The next morning, when did she leave?
She left about 8:30 in the morning.
And how was she in the morning? How was she acting?
She was apologizing and telling me how sorry she is, and she was blaming herself and saying it's all my fault for running my mouth and telling my friend about this. And she was just telling me that she was going to protect me and that I wasn't going to get a visit from anybody.
What did she tell you anything in particular before she left the house?
She's still carrying around the
Yeah.
138,000.
She told me, whatever you do, she said, please don't tell anybody about what happened. Like, don't tell anybody about this. I don't never talk about this. Never talk about it on the phone. She said, never call me up and start talking about this. And the last thing she said to me is like, can we just pretend like this never even happened?
Yeah, I'm like, sure.
She leaves the house, and we're going to
so
get into
bad.
specifics, but that day, July 19th, where do you go?
I don't leave the house. I was home all day.
What were you thinking and what were you doing when you were home on the 19th?
I was sleeping a bunch. I think I took probably some more Xanax, just trying to relax, and I was just real upset.
That morning,
just trying to relax.
Did you speak with your parents and with Wendy Adelson?
I did. I talked to my parents that morning.
And what did you find out?
I found out that Dana died.
And why did you call Wendy Adelson?
Because that was the first call I called after my parents told me that, to see how she was, see how the boys were.
Now, you're home alone the entire day of the 19th. Did you think about going to the police?
I thought about it, but I thought I'm going to get killed if I go to the police. It's not going to bring Dan back.
It's a smart move.
It just seemed like a bad idea.
Over the days following, did you continue to go back and forth about whether to go to the police or not?
Every time I thought about it, I thought through what could happen to me, what would be the benefit versus the pros versus the cons.
So the cost-benefit analysis.
And why didn't
every
you go to the
time.
police?
I thought if I went to the police that they'd kill me.
Yeah.
Now, there are some text messages into evidence on the 19th. Text messages between you and Catherine Magbanua. I think there's 3 of them. Do you recall those text messages?
Yeah, we texted during the day.
And they're text messages about the weather and pool and and Catherine Magbanua going to the pool. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
What are those text messages about?
I was trying to show her that I was trying to pretend like this didn't even happen. Like, I think one of the texts said I'm going to the gym. I didn't go to the gym that day. My phone will show I never left my house.
The phone never left your house.
Now, you say that she said that you could pay it all at once, or you could pay $3,000 a month. That's what her friend would accept, right?
But
Yes.
it doesn't go to principal.
Did you think about paying it all at once?
I thought about it. I thought, if I'll do it, and it'll get these people out of my life forever.
You did the math.
But then I thought, this is extortion. One thing I know about extortion is it never ends.
Two
So
extortions.
if I paid it all at once, I thought that may be more of a reason that they come kill me. Or if I pay it all off, they're going to come back and ask for more money.
There's another one.
In the days following the extortion, did your sleeping habits change?
Their
Yes.
extortion.
What did you start doing?
I slept with a gun in my nightstand ever since then. And then I started carrying my gun on me also.
Pew, pew. Was it a 38? Or was it your dad's Mac 11?
I'm showing you it's marked for identification purposes only as Defendant's Exhibit 51 and Defendant's Exhibit 52. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I don't think it was an M11 with A1. I don't think it was a 6-hour. I think it was a Mac 11 because that's the one that would require all the
Do
paperwork.
you recognize those items?
I do.
Judge, I would move Defendant's Exhibit 51 and 52. Well, before I move in 52. The 52 are some text messages. Are those text messages that you recognize that you kept in your ordinary course of dealings with text messages?
Yes, they are.
I would move in at this time 51 and 52.
Any objection from the state?
I have not reviewed these.
Please let Ms. Keppelman look at 51 and 52.
Let's see if I can shine it like this. Don't want to hold this, but there we go. Do you guys see the candy all right?
Defense 51 and 52 are admitted at this time.
Now, on within 11 days after your extortion,
Oh, there's another.
did you do anything in particular to your house and to the Adelson Institute?
Yes, I did.
What did you do?
A few days after it happened, I called up a camera guy, and I got a whole set of cameras installed at my house and in my office, like pointing out to the parking lot also.
Judge, may I publish?
Did that in a couple days?
I'm showing you what's marked as. Actually, let me show you the original. I'm showing you what's marked as Defendant's Exhibit 51.
Well, he shows you that. I'm going to show you a Mac 11.
Is this?
This is a Mac 11.
A check for the cameras?
Yes, it
This
is.
is a check for the cameras.
And how much did you pay for the camera system?
I paid $2,140.
That was
And what
almost an
date
extortion
was the check
payment.
paid out for?
7/30/2014.
And in the memo line, what does it say?
Says camera.
I'm showing you some text messages
Camera.
from a couple days earlier,
You got ripped off.
and these are text messages between you and your parents, and you and camera Adriel. Who's camera Adriel?
Adriel is the name of the guy who installed the cameras, so I just put his name in my phone as camera, so it's easy to look up. Camera Adriel.
And here are you indicating that
20
you put
23 cameras.
in your house as well as the Adelson Institute.
23 cameras.
Yeah, that's why
two
there's two
DVRs.
DVRs. There was one for the house and there was one for the office, and it's 23 cameras in total.
Why did you think it was so important to put all of a sudden a camera system up?
It was I was worried about my safety. I fully expected these people to come back and possibly try to kill me. So I just wanted to beef up my security system in the house and the office.
Hence the Mac 11.
Okay, I want to switch gears a teeny bit. What was your sister like in the weeks following the murder?
She was a wreck. I mean, she looked horrible. She didn't leave the house. She wasn't eating.
Could have been the liquor she
Before we go into
lost.
that subject, I want to bring up one other thing about the cameras.
That's a lie.
Are there text messages earlier in the year where your parents are asking you to put up cameras at the Adelson Institute?
We talked about it, and I actually had a camera system at my house, but it was older and it was antiquated, and it didn't work really good. It was from like 2008, so the technology was 6-7 years old.
Those text messages earlier in the year to put up a camera system at the office, had you ever acted upon that?
No, we talked about it, but I never got around to it.
It's not until within a week or so after you're extorted that you act upon that, correct?
Yeah, I called the camera guy about 3 or 4 days after I got extorted, and it took him like a week to get the cameras and to set up an appointment to install it.
Let me ask you another question. And we're going to get to your mom learning what happened. But before we get there, after you were extorted, did you tell anyone about what happened to you?
No, I told nobody.
Why not?
Katie told me before she left my house that morning, she's like, you cannot talk to anybody about this. Don't ever talk about this with anyone. Don't ever talk on the phone about it. Don't even talk to me about this ever again. Like, nobody can find out, but I'm going to protect you.
Just
Let's get back to Wendy.
Because Katie's the mafia. We'll give you a roof.
So, I think you
That's a
said
lie.
Wendy was a mess.
Yeah.
We're running out of Whoppers.
Did there come a time when you went out to dinner with your sister?
Yes.
And how long after the murder was that?
I'd say it was about 2 weeks after. Maybe even a hair more, but around about 2 weeks.
And what happened when you went out to dinner with her?
I picked her up. I said, what do you feel like getting? You want to get pizza? You want to get sushi? And she's like, I love sushi. So I said, all right, I'll take you to I'll take you to a really good place for sushi.
Where did you go?
We went to a restaurant called Juvia, and it's actually a pretty fancy sushi place.
There's a brag.
What happened during the dinner?
Crazy
She got
Cat
really
Queen.
sick.
Thank you. You can't.
When we got to the restaurant, we didn't have a reservation or anything. They sat us at the bar. They served us a drink at the bar. It was one of those like martinis that have like 3 shots in them, so they're strong. And then we sat at the dinner table.
You drove.
Were you drinking and celebrating the death of Professor Markel?
Absolutely not. We sat at the bar waiting for a table for an hour, and then when we sat at the table, we each had 1 drink.
Now, I want
They
to
were
move on
triples.
to August. Well, before we get there, sorry. In July, did you break up with Catherine Magbanua?
Yes.
How did you break up with her?
This happened on a Friday night, and I'd say within a week, I met her. I said, "Come, let's have dinner," and we went out for tacos. And I said, like, we can't do this anymore. I don't want to be in a relationship with you.
How did she react?
I think she knew it was coming. I mean, there was no surprise on her part.
Now, in August, did you see her?
I saw her one time in August.
Why did you see her in August?
I saw her one time in August to pay her $3,000 for her friend.
When you paid her the
Pay her
money
or her
in
friend?
August, how did you pay her?
I paid her $3,000 in cash.
Where'd you get the cash?
And at this point in time, did you know that she was actually part of the extortion?
No, I thought she was not part of it. I was a little suspicious, but she just kept telling me how sorry she was, and she was adamant that she had nothing to do with it and didn't know this was going to happen.
When you gave her the cash in August, did she make any request of you?
Yes, she did.
What request did she make?
She said, look, none of this money's going to her. She's giving all the money to her friend. She said, could you do me a favor? I need to get health insurance for my kids. Like, I'm helping you out. Nobody's going to ever pay you a visit. Can you give me $2,000 in cash for my friend and write me a check for $1,000 every month? And that way, she said she'll cash it, give the money to her friend, and then that way she can get health insurance for her kids.
I'm sorry, this is
So
so
let's
bad. Who wrote
break that down a
this?
little bit. She says to you she needs health insurance for her kids.
Mm-hmm.
And she says to you, I'm getting none of the money at all.
I'm not getting
Yeah, she
paid
said
for
none of-
any of
none of
this
this is going on.
extortion.
But it would really help me if
I'm working for
1,000 of
free here.
the $3,000 can be in the form of being on the books of your business, essentially.
Ivan, thank you very much for the
were-
invite.
Did you say to her, Catherine, we just did a murder. I can't put you on the books of the business because that creates a paper trail.
No, we didn't just do a murder. I just got extorted.
Oh,
Now,
sorry. I see where I was confused.
what did you say to her when she made you that request?
I said, I'll do it for you. No problem. I mean, I wanted to keep her happy.
Now, before you did that for her, what did you have to do?
I had to call my mom because she does the books at the office. I don't even have the checkbook. And I called her up and I said, I want to put Katie on payroll at the office for $1,000 a month.
When you called your mom, what did she say to you?
She said, was Katie going to be coming into the office? Or is she going to start working for us? And I said, no, she's not. And she's like, well, what's Katie going to be doing? And I go, oh, she's just going to be helping me out with some stuff and different things. It's a long story. And I think my mom was someplace when I was talking to her on her cell phone because she didn't question me much after that.
Did you make any special requests to your mom about how the checks would be made?
Yes, I did.
What was your request to your mom?
I said, put them as like, give me like 4 or 5 checks at a time because I just want to hand them to her like that. So I said, write me a bundle of checks at a time.
Why did you want your mom to give you a bundle of checks at a time?
Because I only planned on seeing her one time a month, and that was to make the extortion payment. So I figured if I gave her 4 or 5 checks each time, that's all I planned on seeing her.
Now, sometimes did you give her less than 4 or 5 checks at a time?
Not that I can recall.
Oh, I can't
Now-
remember. It's Jelly Bean again.
Did there come a time when you went to go pick up the checks from your mom?
Yes,
And where did you go to pick up the checks?
I went to my parents' apartment.
And who was there when you came to pick up the checks?
My mom was there, and I don't think my dad was there at the time. He wasn't there at that time.
Was he there or
No,
wasn't he?
she was alone. There was no one else there.
Now, when you went to go
don't
pick up
think.
the checks, what happened and what do you remember?
I remember walking in, and saying hi to my mom, and she's like, oh, the checks are over there on the counter like you asked for. And I saw there was a white envelope and there was a stack of checks sitting there. And she said, what's Katie doing for you? And I thought we'd already addressed it, but she's working at the office, and I'm like, no, I told you she's not. She's like, well, $1,000 a month is a lot of money to pay somebody. And she's like, what exactly is she doing for you? And I said, it's a long story. And then she said, well,
I've got
I'm
nothing
your
but
mom.
time.
Like, tell me. Like, don't just tell me it's a long story. So this time she was like, and I was face to face with her, and she was more persistent in asking me, what the heck's going on? Are you still dating her? And I'm like, no, we're definitely not dating anymore. She's like, well, why are you giving her $1,000 a month? This makes no sense.
What happened next?
I told my mom, I wanted to tell somebody, because if I get killed, at least somebody will know where to look or what it could have been about. So I wanted my mom to know what happened, but I also didn't want her saying anything to anybody. So I told my mom, I said, listen, I'm going to tell you something, but I never want to talk about it again. I never want you to talk to me about it on the phone. Don't talk about it anywhere. And
Case
please,
file
whatever
code,
you do,
thank you.
do not say anything to Dad. Do not say anything to Wendy. Do not try to make me go to the police, because I'm not going. You got to promise me all that, and then I'll tell you.
And what did you tell your mom?
I told her that the night of the 18th, I got extorted for $250,000.
How did your mom react?
She flipped out. She's like, well, what do you mean? Like, what is this about? Like, you know who killed Dan?
What did she want to do?
She wanted to go to the police.
And what did you tell her?
I said, absolutely not. I said, it's not going to bring Dan back. I go, you're just going to end up getting me killed, or they'll come after somebody in the family.
This guy, college educated. He thought this was the story that would fly.
What was agreed upon between you and your mom that evening?
That she was never going to say anything to anybody.
How about to your dad?
That not my dad, not my sister.
Why were you so persistent with your mom that she couldn't tell your dad or your sister?
Because I thought they'd go to the police. I didn't think there'd be any way to stop them. These people told me that. I mean, I was told the night of the extortion, you got 48 hours to pay up or you're going to get killed. These people were not messing around.
I said extortion again.
Now, your mom gives you the checks, the first set of checks?
Yes.
That day?
Yes.
And do you remember what month that was?
That was in September.
After she gave you those checks, would you periodically have to meet with your mom and get more checks?
Yeah, but not. I didn't even realize the staff got paid bi-weekly, so they got their checks every 2 weeks. So when I'd asked her for 4 or 5 checks, I was thinking like that would be good for the month. I didn't realize that was going to be like, 8-10 weeks.
Did your mom bring this subject up again?
That's a brag. I didn't
She
realize
would ask
staff
me,
gets paid
"Are you okay?"
bi-weekly.
She asked me, "Do you need anything?" She said, "Do you need money?" I'm like, "No, I don't want you guys getting involved. It's bad enough that I'm involved in this."
For the next 20 months, what did you do with regards to money and Catherine Magbanua?
Every single month, when I met her, I gave her $2,000 and the stack of checks to carry her forward.
And again, what did you think she was doing with those checks?
I thought she was cashing the checks and giving the $3,000 to her friend.
Okay. Now, we've heard a lot about gifts. We've heard about Lexus with 160,000 miles. We've heard about plane tickets. We've heard about
bonsai
breast
trees.
augmentation, but let's put that aside because I think that's a different category.
Bonsai trees and breast augmentation.
We've heard about a whole host of gifts regarding over the next 20 months, you giving a bunch of gifts to Catherine Magbanua. You recall that testimony in this courtroom?
Yes, I do.
The gifts that you gave to Catherine Magbanua, was that part of the extortion? Were those extortion payments?
No, not at all.
What were the gifts?
The gifts were me trying to keep Katie happy. And I didn't think Katie was any part of this extortion at all because she was constantly broke. I mean, she'd be hitting me up for $300. I mean, there's no way that she was getting that $3,000 and then asking me for $300 or running short on this or running short on that or can't pay a car bill.
So I want to make sure that we're crystal clear here. The fact that she was always saying she was broke, did that make you more certain or less certain that she was not part of the extortion?
It made me more certain that there's no way that she's involved. I mean, she's telling the truth. The extortion never went up. I mean, she could have just raised the extortion payment instead of having to ask me for money. Every time she was asking me for money, I actually felt good. I felt like she wasn't part of it.
I'm so glad you're asking me for money.
Take your time.
This woman, I gave $138,000 for my safe. She took every penny I had. We slept in the same house, possibly the same bed together. Then she asked me for $3,000 more before she leaves. I just feel good about it. Even though the minute
Showing you
before I said I'm not going to
Exhibit
participate in this.
56 and 57 for identification purposes only.
When the facts are so bad, you have to come up with a story like this. You got troubles. You got troubles.
Do you recognize these text messages?
I do.
One of those text messages from December 2nd, 2014,
Yes, it is.
and is one of them from November 25, 2015.
Yes, it is.
Are these text messages, do you recognize them as being kept in your ordinary course of business?
Yeah, there was text messages from my phone.
Judge, I would move in these exhibits at this point in time.
Any objection?
No objection.
They're admitted at this time. Defense 56 and 57, I believe.
Yes. May I publish, Your Honor?
You may.
The first message is from December 2nd, 2014, Defendant's Exhibit 56.
Incoming from Charlie, from Katie to Charlie. Focus, focus. Quit touching it. Just leave it. By the way, I need a favor. Whenever you get a chance.
I have to make everyone sick. Do you recall her asking for a favor that she needs to borrow from you in December of 2014?
Yes.
Do you recall in November of 2015, she's talking about how she's embarrassed because her credit card was declined?
At Old Navy, he said, yeah.
At Old Navy. Ooh, that's terrible.
Now, as time went on, let me back up. After the extortion, you break up with her.
Yes.
And you see her only once a month or so.
It was once a month, except for the occasion of maybe there was one other time, 1 or 2 times.
Now, your communications with her in August and September, and maybe the first part to most of October of 14, through text messaging, do they dwindle, stay the same, or go up?
No, I was trying to have limited contact with her.
Did he say
And
extortion?
as time goes on, however, what happens to your relationship?
I become more sure that she's not part of the extortion at all.
He did say it.
And it really what I was going by is how broke she was. There's no way she got all this money and she's so broke and she's still working and we became friendly again. You know, our relationship was very different, but it was different but stronger because I needed her for my safety.
I'm sorry.
Okay. And so you've seen some
this
of the
tight bond.
emails, and I'm sure the state will show you a bunch of these emails in cross-examination where it's clear in the emails that you're learning a lot about each other, you're texting each other somewhat, you're talking as if you're friends.
We were friends. We weren't boyfriend and girlfriend anymore. That ended, but she was protecting me.
The knight in shining armor becomes the damsel in distress. Switch
Now,
the roles.
during this entire period of time before the bump, we're not at the bump yet. During this entire period of time, did she ever tell you who was extorting you?
No.
Never knew.
Did you have a pretty good idea of who it was, though?
I did. I absolutely did.
Because he's that smart.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
So there's no way she's extorting me. She's always broke. She never has money. She couldn't be extorting me. If this money was going to her, she'd be flush with cash. That's why I keep giving her gifts and cars and everything else. We didn't have a hair. What was hair? Hair was lifesavers, right? We haven't done many of those. That was a hair touch. So we get a green lifesaver for that one. We are on 1.25 speed. This is new topic. Let's move on. Let's not say extortion anymore because I'm already halfway through
Before
my
we
bag
get to
of
the bump.
gummy worms.
Yesterday, we heard a call, which is SX-130, where your mom and you are showing your love for Wendy's boyfriend, who she doesn't love, Dave. Do you recall that?
Dave, yeah.
Was your mom involved
Blinks.
in Wendy's life?
Yeah, she was involved, but I mean, she cared a lot about her. I mean, she was her mom.
Now, during that call, you talk about how Professor Markel's death was a tragedy. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, that was a lie.
Did you have any idea at that point in time that you were being listened to by the police?
No idea. I was driving home and I was in the car for a long time. So
I didn't
talking
know,
to my mom
Jelly Bean.
about everything.
Now, during that call, there is some discussion about Wendy winning the lottery. If you look at the context of the call in its entirety, what are you referring to?
I'm referring to meeting Dave. Dave was a one-of-a-kind guy that I liked him a lot. I guess I liked him more than my sister did. But he was a great catch. He was super successful. He used to work for a government agency. Sold his company for a tremendous amount of money. But most importantly, like, he really loved my sister.
Yeah.
He really loved my nephews who don't have a dad anymore. And
ones that fart in your face.
even on that call, I was talking about like a 6-year-old farting on his head. I was over there, the kid was farting on his head, and he laughed, and it didn't bother him. So I thought he was a great guy. And he actually even met the Markels, Dan's parents, once with my sister when they were visiting the boys. I mean, he was just a great guy, and it was my sister's birthday. That's why there was so much chatter caught about Dave, because I don't think she was inviting him or something. So that's why he became a topic of conversation. And The Wire was from April, and my sister's birthday's in April. So those are probably the most amount of Dave calls I've ever had in my life, but the FBI captured a bunch of Dave calls.
By the way, I saw you get a little emotional there. Do you love your nephews?
Of course.
Would you ever take their father away from them?
No, never. Never in a million years.
Judge, may we
What about
approach
in
just
1 year?
briefly?
You may.
All right. Here's our candy jar. Here's what we have left in Whoppers. This is what we have left in Smarties. This is what we have left in Jelly Bellies. Our bag of gummy worms is needing a refill. We have tons of lifesavers, so we might have to start substituting if we run out of one. But sorry, did he touch your hair? It looks. I'm gonna count it. I think he touched his hair. It looks different. The big yawn from the gallery. They're like, why am I only getting green ones? There's like a whole bag. These lifesavers have like 1 million different colors. Well, 5 anyway. That's almost 1 million, right? But I'm only getting greens every time I grab.
Jury, we're going to take our lunch break at this point this morning.
We're going to skip it.
Once again, you're going to receive the same instruction that you've gotten since jury selection. Do not discuss the case with each other or anyone else. Do not seek out any news coverage or any information pertaining to the case.
Right.
We
Same
will
instruction.
resume with the testimony of Mr. Adelson at 1:30. Please report back by 1:20.
All right. We'll do that. We're going to report back actually sooner than that, Judge, because we can skip through lunch. Crazy Cat Queen says, unfortunately for me, I need to get back to reading. Grad school started this week. Grad school, that's awesome, Crazy Cat Queen. And I have to stay on a sort of kind of schedule with the readings. Good night, y'all. Congrats again, Scott. You're going to be an absolutely amazing grandpa. Crazy Cat Queen, thank you both for your generosity and support, and congratulations on grad school. I hope it is. I hope you enjoy the study a ton. I think. Let's see. Well, they make an argument here. We're going to skip the argument. As people leave, they talk about something a little bit, but I don't think that's crucial because, the outcome is what it is. So we're skipping lunch. Skippity-doo-dah. Zoom. And we are... waiting for the judge to come back. I think we're right here. Here we go. All right. We're back. Thank you, Crazy Cat Queen. I appreciate that. Thanks for your support. '80s. Glad you're here. Welcome. He's breathing fast. He's blinking like crazy. Brandy Churchwell is in the gallery. She was in chat earlier as well, but she's probably works all day as well, so she should be asleep. Yeah, Rob and her uncle don't give us candy, says Tulip and Chimneys. They give you great lawyerly advice, though. Not like as a lawyer, official advice off the record. Kristen M96, will you be the first LawTube grandpa? No. I'm LawTube adjacent, full disclosure, but How on earth is this? Red pen? I don't want to say it. I don't want to say it, but...
As to the new edited version, does the state have a position?
Yes,
I am
Your Honor,
so
would raise
tempted.
the same objection, hearsay and relevance. These are text messages offered to prove that the defendant didn't text about the murder. There's been no allegation that he texted about the murder. It's not challenged. It's been testified to. This is evidence to prove it. It contains the right amount of relevant hearsay, so I would object.
Mr. Rauschbaum, were these statements ever inquired with Ms. McBenois or specifically presented to her?
I'm so tempted to eat every single one of these candies. I've
Yes.
had one Smartie.
Which ones?
That was it.
The one about the fight the day before. The ones about the fight the day before. But not kind of. I think the short answer is not directly. They're not going toward, our argument wouldn't be towards impeachment. Our argument would be going towards state of mind, Your Honor. Charlie Adelson's state of mind. I know that the state doesn't want the jury to be able to see the evidence, but it's the exact same evidence that they have put in regarding
Save it for them.
phone records.
Your audience of one on this topic is
Judge
also
is
an
like,
attorney. I understand these matters.
I don't want to hear it.
All right. As to this specifically,
Sandy, thank you very much. What I mean by that is...
the fight I
I'm
will
not a
deem
lawyer.
is admissible. The other portions, I'm still going to sustain the objection as to relevance and hearsay. The text on the fight, I believe this would be 7/18/2014, starting at 13:09. And then those would end
Red Pen, have a great weekend.
at 18:20.
How was the fishing, by the way? Send pictures.
The other portions, the prior ruling applies.
May I make one additional argument for the record?
Go ahead.
So the state has put in a phone record in which they talk about a pattern of calls. These emails explain why there are those pattern of calls. These text messages explain that. So for instance, they bring in calls on their sheet, regard their CDRs on the evening of the 16th. Calls with Catherine McBanower. Those calls relate to Mr. Adelson having dinner with Erica Johnson. It explains those calls.
We're going to fast forward through
Similarly,
this.
they bring in calls on the 17th and 18th that relate to these text messages. In other words, the text messages explain. I'll give you an example.
Yeah, okay. I know you're not happy about it. Okay, we understand. But we're going to bring Charlie back on the stand. And we want to hear more of his testimony because the story's just getting good. I was just starting to believe it. He's filled in enough of the gaps that it's now starting to make sense to me. Why I would say I would never participate in this murder extortion plot. See? Look, I don't even have enough money. Yes, you can have it all. How much more do you need per month? This is just... I wouldn't dream of going to the police. Can you protect me? This is college educated. I mean, he did extra years in school. He graduated with $200,000 worth of student loans. That doesn't mean you're smart. It just means he spent a lot of time getting a higher education and spent a lot of money. And apparently it didn't do much good in the financial world. You think he's pulled any teeth in prison? It's like, I can help you, but it's going to cost you 2 ramens, 2 ramens, and a pack of gum. His fees have dropped considerably.
Mr. Rauschbaum, you may continue with your examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay, Charlie.
I can
You're
read a
aware
script, but
of
it's not
something
gonna do you
called the
any
bump,
good.
correct?
The bump.
Yes, I am.
Here we go.
And you're aware that as a result of the bump, a whole host of calls happen after it, correct?
Yes.
Judge, I promise not to play every call, but we're going to play some. So at this point in time, permission to publish already in evidence, State Exhibit A.
Please proceed.
Okay. I don't want to hear all these calls. We listened to so many calls today. Let's see if we can fast forward through a couple. I think Amber was giving me some timestamps. Emily Baker and Dr. B can't find his residency. Whoa. You should be able to find where somebody went to. There should be some record somewhere of that. Okay, let me see. How far do we have to fast forward to get to day one, lunch? Oh, we just have the breaks. We're just going to fast forward and look for when something happens. About here. Not sure who this guy is who wandered in, who's now helping. Is he wearing Levi's? Isn't it like, oh no, it's slacks. I thought he was wearing like black Levi's. He must be like the court tech guy. Charlie's a bit bothered by the delay. He's like, this is my time. I'm on the stand. Bailiff checks in with Charlie. Charlie says, headphones. Want better volume adjustment. Get turned up a little bit. You might be thinking my pickup line's working on this bailiff. Have we restarted? It's restarted. We're just waiting for them to do something. It looks like they're still struggling to play stuff. Charlie puts on his headset. He wants the volume adjustment. She looks which cord connects to his headset. She finds it. She's like, okay, that's going to be that one there. That would be this knob. We're going to turn that up just a little bit. How's that? Is that better? Testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2. Is that enough? Is that good? Can you say something? Can you play something? Yeah, he's going to play something. Charlie's like, oh, just a little bit more. Still can't hear it. Can't hear it. No, how about now? No, nope, still not there. I got nothing. Turned up higher. Anything? So you don't hear it? Prosecutor listens. She says, I can hear just fine. The bailiff's laughing at a joke. Okay, we'll try a different computer. Maybe that'll help. Bailiff's like, how about now? How about now? Charlie says, I still can't hear it. Yep, there it is. I hear it. Just a little bit more. Give you a touch more. Oh, down. It's too loud. Down. Oh, right there. Stop, says Charlie, right there. That's perfect. Goldilocks has figured out exactly how loud it needs to be. So now he can listen to the tapes. We're going to fast forward now, knowing that his ears will be perfectly happy listening to the volume exactly as it is. Okay, so testimony time again. Pretty sure. Oh, he's doing the DJ style. Just going to hold it up to my ear while I mix the ones and twos. Touches his face. That's going to be a lifesaver. Another green. We're going to do a double lifesaver on that because we've got the chin caress and the light caress on the cheek. Green and a red for those.
Let's see how it sounds. How about that?
Ooh. There's another lifesaver. It's the full thinker. Another green. Why? I swear I'm stirring them. Like as much as I can without being gross. Okay, we're going to zoom some more. Okay, they're listening. Charlie's listening some more. The call keeps going, and now we're going to be answering some questions right here.
So come down tomorrow, Dad leaves at 12, so anytime after 12 is good.
12 tomorrow.
No, he didn't do 12, he stopped at one more, so 12, 12, 15. All right, I'll come down after that.
The audio was so bad at Charlie's trial. It did get a little bit better.
She had some paperwork delivered to her. Do you have any clue what she's talking about?
I have no clue what she's talking about.
What do you guess?
He has no clue.
I thought it was the IRS.
What else do you guess?
Is everyone's health okay?
Do you think it has anything to do with either your extortion or Professor Markel's murder at this point in time?
No, not at all.
Why are you asking so many questions?
My mom, I know my mom my whole life. She's talking weird on the phone. She's like something's obvious. I can tell something's bothering her, but she's beating around the bush.
Now, your mom says, you say, does it involve me or other people?
Is it better?
And your mom responds, well, probably both of us.
Is it better to beat around the bush or the bonsai tree? Does anybody know?
I have a general idea of what I'm talking about, and I want to focus on those statements, okay? When she says that to you, did you have any clue what she was talking about?
No, I think I asked her a few more questions after that.
Now, as the calls progress, do you know what she's talking about?
By the time I got to the end of the third call, I knew exactly what she was talking. I felt like I knew pretty much what she was talking about.
By that point in time, and I want to go back to this line, does it involve me or other people? Her answer, well, probably both of us, probably the two of us, so you probably have a general idea of what I'm talking about. By the end of figuring out what this was, what did you understand her to be saying here?
By the time I got down to the third call, I realized fully what she was talking about in this call, in that she's getting extorted.
And so why the two of us?
She knows I was extorted 2 years earlier, and it's the same people that are coming to extort her for money. So she's trying to say like it's the same thing that happened to you is happening to me.
And just to be clear, about a month and a half after the extortion of you, who did you tell?
My mom. She's the only person I told.
Now, when she says it's probably the both of us, probably the two of us, you understand the state's theory is that this murder conspiracy was, in addition to Katie, Sigfredo, and Luis Rivera, you, your mom, your dad, your sister. Do you understand that?
I do now, yeah.
She doesn't say probably the four of us, does she?
No, she does not.
She doesn't say all of us, does she?
No.
She says the two of us, right?
Yeah.
Now, the bump, what was the bump?
The bump was an extortion from Latin King gang members. Or actually, it was the FBI pretending to be Latin King gang members.
Now, on this call, there's discussion about your dad's schedule. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Why was it important? Why do you learn later that it was important what your dad's schedule was?
Because my dad never knew what happened to me, and my mom was going to want to talk to me when my dad wasn't around.
If we could go to B, which is a call right after, and it's you calling your mom back. Sure. May I publish, Your Honor?
We're going to skip that. We're going to zoom through these calls because they're terrible. The audio is like painful to listen to. Listen. Charlie's done listening, and boom.
You start talking about the Sun Pass. Does that have anything to do with this case, the Sun Pass? Is it code?
Sun Pass is not code.
Why do you mention the Sun Pass?
Because a couple weeks earlier, my Sun Pass had gotten stolen out of the car from a valet. I didn't realize it. My parents were getting all these bills, so they make a big deal about little things sometimes. So whatever it was, I was making fun of my mom. I thought she was like a small issue, like a Sun Pass thing.
And you then start talking about Brown & Brown Insurance. What's Brown & Brown Insurance? Is that code?
No. That was actually the reason I called her back. Is from the last call, I forgot to tell her that I had to pay that insurance. Otherwise, if my insurance lapses, they'll cancel the policy, and it was due. So it was due by the 29th.
All code.
You then start making more guesses. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I'm still at a loss for what's going on.
You bring up Yelp. You bring up getting sued, right? Mm-hmm. Again, any clue whatsoever what this is about at this point in time?
No, she just sounded really weird on the first call.
Okay. Then we get to the part that we just stopped. And she says to you, I will make you take me out to dinner, so make sure you bring cash with you. At that point in time, what happens to your demeanor? You can hear it on the call. What happens?
I stutter and I repeat back to her what she just said. I'm like, I got to bring cash with me. Like it was so out of place.
Why did that happen at that point in time?
I think she was trying to hint to me that she's getting extorted.
So what was odd about you bringing cash to dinner.
I put everything I possibly can on my credit card. That's how I've ended up saving up so much cash. But,
And let's hear how you respond.
yeah.
Or let's not. Let's just skip ahead.
Probably a good idea.
You ask your mom after she tells you to bring cash, is someone blackmailing you?
That's extortion. We're going to count that.
And she says it's a good possibility. Now what are you thinking?
I'm starting to evaluate. You know, I still don't have an idea, but I was extorted 21 months earlier. So I'm starting to evaluate: is it related to that, or what could it be?
And are you growing more concerned?
Very, yeah.
And you ask her who the letter was addressed to. Why do you ask her that?
Because I was the one who was extorted 21 months earlier. I had no idea why they'd be going to my mom. If it was related to me.
You then mentioned the possibility of seeing your mom tonight, and she doesn't want to see you tonight. Why doesn't she want to see you?
Because she's watching the boys, and she didn't want Wendy to ask her, where were you? And have to tell her, you know, what's going on.
Now, again, I thought, according to the state's theory, Wendy is a co-conspirator in this case, right?
That's part of the theory.
Now, you then say on this, is the person threatening you or anything? Why are you asking that?
Because on the night of the 18th, I was told if you don't pay in 48 hours, you're going to get killed. So I was trying to compare it to what happened to me to see if is this related to what happened to me.
You later tell her that your advice to her is going to be to go to the police. Why would your advice to her to be to go to the police at this point in time?
Because I don't think it's related to what happened to me. When I asked my mom, are they threatening you? She was like, well, maybe. You never know how to interpret these things. And like it was very clear what the threat was to me on the 18th. So like, okay, then it's something unrelated to, at that level of seriousness. Maybe it's something involving code enforcement or OSHA or somebody messing with them. So I was just like, all right, just go to the police.
Now, towards the end of the call, you say it wouldn't be the first time I'm being threatened. Do you recall that?
Yeah.
What were you referring to?
When I was extorted 21 months earlier, I was threatened. So I was trying to compare it to that to see is it possibly related to what happened to me.
At the end of this call, do you know what is going on yet?
No, I don't know what's going on yet.
Let's go to the third call, which is 12 minutes later. And this is C.
But when we say let's not. Let's skip ahead. We're just listening to Charlie right now.
Now, in the 12 minutes before this call, had you started to put the pieces together and figure out what was going on a little bit?
A little bit. I was thinking about the first call, the second call. The more I thought about it, I thought this is related to what happened to me. Somehow this is related to it.
And what does your attention shift to in the very beginning of this call?
I wanted to compare it to what happened to me 21 months earlier to see are these the same people that are doing this.
And so the first question you ask, were they black, white, or Hispanic? Why do you ask that question?
Because I always suspected that it was Sigfredo that did it. I mean, process in my head, that was my first guess, and that's who I would have guessed it was. When I met him, he was an angry guy, and I was trying to see is this somebody fitting his description that's maybe coming to my mom and doing this.
Why do you ask her? Did they give you a time frame?
Because that night I was told you got 48 hours to pay up. I'm trying to compare it to, is this person telling my mom you got 48 hours to pay up?
Now,
I'm out of candy.
She says no, but it is clear what is wanted. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And then she says, this TV is probably about 5. Now, before we get there, in the very start of the call, you say don't talk about anything in the apartment or any place. Why do you say that to your mom?
Well, that was one of the first things I told her when I told her what had happened to me when I got extorted. It was picking up the checks from her, is to never talk about it with anybody, not talk about it on the phone, don't talk in the apartment, is that there's always a chance that the police are listening.
And what would you be afraid the police were listening to if you didn't do a murder?
I never wanted anyone to know I was extorted.
Why didn't you want the police to know you were extorted? What would happen if the police knew you were extorted?
They would come talk to me.
And what would happen if they came and talked to you? What did you think would happen at that point?
They'd arrest
If
me
they
for
came
the
to talk
murder
to
of
me,
Dan Markel.
if I decided to talk to them, I'd have to tell them what happened to me. And if I told them what happened to me, my life would be in danger. These people would come find me. They'd find someone in my family. I mean, they don't care.
Now, going back to the TV comment, where she says, this TV is probably about 5. Did you have code words with your mom that TV, I think they said, do you have that sheet, what TV equals?
TV equals hitman, excuse. Charlie licks his lips in anticipation of the lie coming on.
Did TV, was it a code word?
There is absolutely no code word involving TV whatsoever.
Now, by the way, your response
It's a big one.
isn't, no, it's an air conditioner. Your response is, they want $5,000? Was there any code there?
Not at all. I just wanted to clarify what was being said to me, to repeat it back.
Your mom then brings up
You didn't say
that they
TV? What do you
brought
mean?
up an ex-girlfriend. Do you remember that?
I do.
Now, Ms. Kappelman, in her cross-examinations, went through how you had several ex-girlfriends after Katie Magbanua. You recall that?
About 1,000.
Did any of your other ex-girlfriends become involved in a situation where you were extorted?
I only had one ex-girlfriend whose friends extorted me.
So
Two
once she
extortions.
brings up your ex-girlfriend, did you have a pretty good idea of what was going on?
Oh, I knew exactly what was going on at this point.
Oh,
Well,
smarty.
Almost exactly what was going on.
By the way, also during this call, you again remind your mom not to say anything to your father, right?
Yes, I did.
At the end of this call, what do you decide to do?
I'm going to give Katie a call.
And why are you going to reach out to Katie?
I want to see if her friends extorting my mom that she knows of, because she sure knew what had happened to me.
This is so bad.
We're now
This story
publish
is
G,
just,
Your Honor, already
it's
in evidence.
embarrassing. It's cringeworthy.
Right.
Gonna publish another one. Charlie's gonna listen. He calls Katie.
So I'm gonna go there. I can't even fucking go there today because I won't get out of work till 10 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
So she's like, just.
Was Luke stalking your mom?
I don't even fucking know. I don't know what's going on, what my mom's involved. You didn't do anything with my mom.
Charlie says he
Yeah.
hasn't done it twice.
Let me pause it right there. You say, and I quote, I mean, you didn't do anything with my mom.
I did say that.
What were you asking her?
Are your friends extorting my mom that you know of? Are they up to this?
Now,
So he's asking in code.
during this call, you say, I have no idea what this is in reference to. Why do you say that to Katie?
I'm calling her up and talking about something that she'd asked me to never talk about. And I never planned on talking about it. So I wanted to let her know that I wasn't setting her up. And that I needed her help. That's why I was calling her up.
And you make reference to an ex-girlfriend, but you're kind of wishy-washy whether she's the ex-girlfriend. Why?
Because I was implying it was her, but I didn't want her to feel like I was setting her up.
Because we were speaking in code. But we
She
didn't
says
use
to
codes.
you, when you say, I mean, you didn't do anything with my mom. She says, what would I do with your mom? And you say, just checking.
Dan, thank you so much for the gifted membership.
Katie seems surprised on this call.
Very.
How did that make you feel?
That made me feel good. It made me feel like it wasn't her friends that were doing it. I mean, she knew when it happened last time. She definitely wasn't acting surprised.
What was your level of concern at this point in time?
I was probably medium.
About a
I was
3.
still pretty concerned. My mom didn't sound right on the phone.
Now,
Pretty confident.
there's a call that occurs after this call that is not in evidence, where Katie calls you back. Do you recall what Katie wanted you to do when she called you back?
She wanted me to go down there that night to see my parents.
And did she seem very concerned?
She was extremely concerned when she called me back.
Did you go to see your mom that night?
No, I finished work probably after 10.
Got
and
home,
I
took
went
a
down
shower.
the next afternoon.
Okay, so let's talk about the next day. So just to be clear, the bump happens and these calls happen on April 19th, 2016, right?
Yes.
We're now at April 20th. Where did you meet your mom?
I met her in the lobby of the building.
And did you go anywhere with her?
Yeah, we went for a short walk and ended up sitting on a bench.
What time approximately did you get to Miami and see your mom?
I'd say like 1:30ish.
Okay. Why did you meet her then?
Because she wanted to wait for my dad to go to work.
Where did
forgot to put Whoppers
when
in.
you walked to this
Falling behind.
bench? It's outside of a restaurant called Monty's, right? Not far from a restaurant called Monty's?
Yeah, it's right next to Monty's, actually.
Did you notice anyone following you?
No.
As you sit here today, do you know that you were being followed?
Today I do, yeah.
Okay. Now, I think State's Exhibit 54 has been put in evidence. It's a picture of you and your mom on that bench outside of Monty's. Is that a fair depiction of where you were?
Yeah, we were sitting.
There's been testimony, I think, by Special Agent Sanford that you and your mom were whispering or trying not to be heard. Is that testimony true?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, we wanted some privacy for sure.
And how was your mom acting?
She was very scared.
What did she tell you?
Well, she told me that she went to go pick the boys up from school and that this really big guy came over to her and said that you've been helping out Katie and Tuto, and my brother Tato is going through a hard time and he's incarcerated, and my brother Tato did a big favor for you and you need to do what's right. You need to take care of my brother Tato. My mom's like, I don't know what you're talking about. And the guy handed her a copy of an article and it had $5,000 written on it, and it also had a cell phone written on it.
At this point in time, did you have any clue whatsoever who Tato was?
No, I've never heard of Tato in my life.
Okay, so let me make sure that we're all on the same page. You knew who Tuto was, right?
Tuto is Sigfredo Garcia.
But you had no idea of anyone named Tato or Luis Rivera, correct?
Never heard that name before.
Did your mom show you the paper that was given to her?
Yes, she did.
Do you recall if you took the paper with you or whether you wrote down the phone number from the paper?
I don't know whether I took the paper with me or I just took a piece of paper and wrote the phone number down to the paper. One of the two, but I did have the number with me when I left.
Doesn't know.
Now, at this point in time, when you're meeting with your mom, what was she concerned about?
I mean, she was concerned that she was going to get hurt and that they were going to hurt her and then someone else in the family was going to pay. And she wanted to go to the police.
What did you tell your mom in response? What was your theory at this point in time?
I was telling my mom this is so different than what happened to me. I said, you know, it could actually. I was actually thinking it could have been Sigfredo Garcia, because him and Katie were in this explosive fight, and I always suspected that it was him, and that he's now extorting my mom, and that's what it was. So I thought it could be that. That scared my mom a lot. But then I said, you know what, this is probably the police. I said it's, you know, they're not telling you 48 hours or you're going to get killed. They're not hiding who they are for the first, you know, even at that point, I only suspected Sigfredo. This guy's not even hiding who he is. He's not wearing a hat. He's not wearing glasses. He's not trying to conceal himself. You know, the first time I wasn't given a cell phone number. This time they're giving cell phone numbers. They're giving names. They're giving all this information. I'm like, Mom, I think this is the police.
Yeah, right then
What
you
did
figured it
you
out.
tell your mom you were going to do?
I told her that I was going to go ahead and go talk to Katie and see if she thinks that this is possibly, if this is Sigfredo, who I was suspected, and if it is, see if she could get him to stop.
Now, did your mom during this meeting tell you anything about your dad?
Yeah.
What did she say?
She was really worried that her safety was an issue now, and my dad's with her all the time, and she's like, look, I know you don't want me to say anything to Dad, but I have to say something to him. Like, this has gone too far. I can't not. So I told her, I said, if you tell him, you got to promise not to say anything to Wendy. Please do not let him go to the police. Like, this is you're gonna put my life at risk. You're gonna put your life at risk. Like, let me just figure out if Katie could get these people to stop, if she's related to them somehow, and identify them and get them to stop.
Why were you so adamant that she not tell Wendy?
I thought Wendy would go to the police, and I thought my dad would too, but my mom swore that she'd be able to get him not to go.
What did you tell your mom about what you would do with your dad after she told him?
I said, after you tell Dad what's going on, I said, I'll be happy to have him come over to my house, or I'll meet him. I'm sure he's going to have a whole bunch of questions, and I'll talk to Dad tomorrow.
Now, after you left your mom, what did you do next?
I left, and then I drove up to see Katie. She was probably she was working for a real estate company, and it was about 15 minutes away from my parents' place.
And I think we heard the calls. I'm not going to play them again. Did you call her to find out the address and where to meet her?
I got the address, and then I called her again as I was pulling into the plaza because I'd never been there before, and she walked out of the office that she was working at.
Okay. Now, when you got to her, by the way, where she was working, was it in a strip mall?
Yes.
Okay. When you got there, where was she?
She was standing in front of the I think it was Optimar Realty. She had just come outside, so she waved me down.
And did you go straight into the restaurant, or did something happen before you went into the restaurant later?
She walked over to the car. I pulled up into a parking spot. She walked over to the car. I wanted to talk to her, so I said, hop in the car. I need to talk to you.
Now, did you know that you were being followed?
No, not at all.
When she got in the car, what did you learn, and what happened?
Well, she asked me what happened to my mom. And I told her, and I said, do you think this is T? I said, was T behind what happened to me? And she looked at me. She said yes.
And what did you ask her about the information your mom had received?
That's extortion.
When she was approached on the street.
I asked her if she thought that this was T. Do you think he's doing this to my mom? Because you guys are fighting. Like a week or so earlier, they had this explosive fight because she saw his phone and some girl was sending her text messages of a tattoo that she just got at like 3 a.m. So they were like breaking up, and now that my mom's getting extorted and she's having a fight with him, I'm suspecting that it's him.
Do you bring up the name Tato?
Yes.
What happened when you brought up the name Tato?
I said, have you ever heard of some guy Tato? Like, I thought it was a joke that there's a Tuto and a Tato. Like, have you ever heard of Tato? And then she started talking.
What did she say?
She said, yeah, I know Tato. Tato is Tuto's best friend. And she said, he's a bad dude. He's the head of the Latin Kings. She said, they went up to Tallahassee, and he's the one who rented a car, and he's the one who did this to Dan. And off my head's like, I'm freaking out because this is the guy that's now extorting my mom. And I'm like, Katie, is this guy incarcerated? Like, she's like, yeah. And I'm like, does he have brothers? She said he's got 4 or 5 brothers, but he's got a couple hundred brothers in the Latin Kings in Miami.
Let's stop there for a second. So why did you ask her if he was incarcerated?
Because the guy who came up to my mom said, my brother Tato is incarcerated. He's going through a hard time, and he needs your help. You need to take care of him the way you're taking care of Katie and Tuto.
Now, when Katie is telling you that there is a Tato, that he's the head of the Latin Kings, that he's incarcerated, and you know he has brothers, what starts going through your mind?
Holy shit, this is real. Like this is real extortion, and it's happening again.
What does Katie tell you about what happened in Tallahassee and who did what?
She told me that T was high on drugs and got fast food.
I'm going to interrupt you for 1 second just to make it clear to the jury. I'm going to ask you, I know she used their nicknames, okay? Make that clear. But for the purposes of today, let's use their names so that there's no confusion. Okay?
So
I understand in the car she used nicknames, either Tato, Tuto, or T. But just for the purposes of today, use their names. Okay? What did she tell you about who did what in Tallahassee?
She said that Sigafredo was high on drugs at the hotel, and that Luis Rivera was the one who shot Dan.
Now, did she tell you that Tato was also behind your extortion, or no?
She said that Sigafredo brought him to go do this, and that it was he got paid, but it was the extorter was Sigafredo.
Did she describe to you, you said she described to you about a rental car. Did she describe to you anything about the payments the next day?
Yes.
What did she tell you?
She said when she brought the money, she met up with them, and she gave the money to Sigafredo and him, and that she didn't touch any of it, and that she didn't take a single dime for herself or anything like that.
Now, when you're hearing this in the car, by the way, how long do you think you were in the car for?
10 to 15 minutes, probably closer to 10.
How are you feeling, and what do you now want to do when you're in the car? You've just told your mom that you think it's the police, that it's all going to be okay. Now you've heard that there is a real Tato. How are you feeling, and what are you thinking about doing at this point in time?
I'm freaking out because I thought it was Sigfredo. Then I'm hearing all this stuff about this guy Tato, his name is Luis Rivera. Everything's seeming real. I was extorted. Now my mom's getting extorted. Katie's telling me she doesn't think it's Tato or his people. He wouldn't do it like this. He would have done it the way it happened to me. She's telling me that she thinks it's a copycat of one of Tato, someone who knows Tato and is doing a copycat on him and doing their own extortion, or it's probably she thinks it's the police.
Okay. Now, how is she acting in the car?
She's upset. She's very upset.
And you've told her that they used her name, correct?
Yes.
Blink, blink,
What
blink,
do you
blink.
decide to do after she tells you this bombshell information?
Well, I mean, I had more questions than answers when I got done
doesn't
talking to her
know.
in the car. I was more confused than ever. And I told my mom, I'm going to talk to Katie and see if her friend is behind this and if she can get him to stop. And now it's like open the door to all these other possibilities and scenarios of what it could be and what to do. So Katie was the only person on the planet that I could talk to about this and see if I could try to get it to stop. So I said, Katie, you want to go inside and get some coffee? And I thought I'd be able to talk to her more and try to see what are we supposed to do.
Now, we know you like to talk. How about when you're scared and trying to figure things out?
I mean, I was freaking out. I was freaking out, and I'm trying to figure things out by talking out different scenarios out loud, thinking if it's this, we do this, or if we do this, what'll happen, or if we do this, what'll happen. And that's why a lot of it's very
using his
jumbled
big
up
brain.
because I'm all over the place.
Okay. So you decide to go inside and get coffee. Katie agrees with you. And is that when you go into the restaurant called, and I pronounce it wrong, Your Honor, I'm sorry, Dolce Vita?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Just kidding.
When you went into the restaurant, who did you think was behind it? Well, let me start by saying something else. You've seen the audio of you in that restaurant, right, with Katie?
I've
Yes.
seen the audio.
Before that audio started, had you met with Katie in the restaurant for about 20 or 30 minutes?
We've been in there about a half hour talking.
So that audio doesn't capture anything in the beginning of your conversation, right?
Yes.
Now, let's talk a little bit about the beginning of the conversation. Obviously, it's many years ago. You're not going to remember word for word what was said. But generally, what was Katie telling you, and what were you telling Katie?
Katie was saying that it's the police. And I didn't care if it was the police. I was there because it was a bad guy. So I'm trying to figure out, like, is my family really in danger, and what should we do? And if they are in danger, what should we do?
So the police is the bad guy for you, Charlie?
Did you know that law enforcement, at some point in the conversation, started to record you?
No, I thought we were alone.
Now, your conversation with Katie in the restaurant, how were you talking? Were you talking freely or carefully?
No, I always spoke to Katie carefully.
Why was it so important for you to talk carefully to Katie in this restaurant?
Whenever I spoke to Katie, I needed her help. So I never wanted her to feel like I was trying to set her up or set her friends up, and in that regard. So every time I said something or phrased something, I was always really careful in how I spoke to her.
And again, at this point in time, did you have any clue whatsoever that Katie was part of the extortion of you?
No, I did not think she was ever a part of it.
Now, the first thing that is caught on the recording is if they had any evidence, we would have already gone to the airport. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
What were you saying here, and what was it in context to of what had been said before?
Okay, directly before that, Katie was talking about it being the police and that she thinks it's the police. And I'm like, it's fine if it's the police. Like, we're innocent. They're not going to have any evidence. Like, if we had anything to do with this, I'd be going to the airport right now. What you're saying is it's the police. Like, they're not going to have evidence to show that we did something that we didn't do.
Be going to the airport and then to Vietnam.
Charlie, without getting into all the details that I did with Agent Sanford, this communication at Dolce Vita happened in 2016. You were arrested in 2022. When did you know that the state thought that you had participated in the murder of Professor Markel?
When the probable cause affidavit was released.
And when was that affidavit released approximately?
I think it was leaked to the media, and I saw it in August of 2016.
Did you ever try to flee the country?
Never.
After August 2016?
Never.
What about before?
Why not?
Because I wasn't part of a murder. They weren't going to have any evidence to show I was part of a murder.
But they did.
Now, you say during Dolce Vitae, one second, Your Honor, I'm sorry, lost my spot.
We're 2/3 of the way full in the...
Is Dolce Vitae a bit of an argument between you and Katie?
The trifle dish.
Yeah, you can say that.
And what is the argument about?
She's taking the position that it's the police, and you can't pay the police. And I wasn't as focused on the police as I was focused on, well, if it's a bad guy, what do we do? Like, we can't go to the police.
Why were you not focused on it being the police?
Because I didn't do a murder. I wasn't worried if it was the police.
Now, if it was a bad
This
guy,
doesn't make sense.
what did you want her to do? What did you want Katie to do?
I wanted her to reach out to them and see if she could get them to stop. You know, maybe threaten them. Maybe she could pay them. Maybe she could tell them she's going to pay them. It's a one-time thing. I want to see if she could identify them and get them to stop.
Why did you want her to do that as opposed to you doing that?
She knew who the original people were. She knew Sigfredo. She knew this guy, Luis Rivera. And she'd be the only person who'd be able to identify them and get them to stop, and maybe they'd be afraid of her.
Now, throughout this recording,
As afraid of her as I am.
several times, you try to sound tough. Is that the case?
Absolutely.
You say, I carry a gun on me, right?
Yes, I said that.
I mean, someone comes up to me. If someone comes up to me, they better be ready to shoot because I'm going to shoot them. Someone come up to me asking for money in my house. When the fucking police show up and there's a doctor, there's an oral surgeon standing there with a dead gang member in his fucking driveway, they're not going to come down too hard on me. We'll take a break right there. Why are you talking tough?
I want to let her know, like, I've had enough. Like, and, you know, they're messing with my mom. They messed with me. Like, I've literally just had enough, and I'm trying to send that message.
Why do you bring up a gang member?
Because 45 minutes earlier, when I was sitting in the car with Katie, she told me that Luis Rivera was the head of the Latin Kings. And that's who the second extortion was, a Latin King gang member who was extorting my parents, which was actually the FBI. But it was,
Immediately after you say
Court
those
Junkie
lines,
KDR, thank you so much.
you say, and I'm not going to talk anyway.
Hope the kids won.
Why do you say that? You're being tough, and then you say, and I'm not going to talk anyway.
Yeah.
Why do you say that?
because I didn't want to scare her into thinking that I'm some kind of loose end, that at any point was I going to the police. I was making it clear that at no point I was going to the police.
You then say, Katie, this is not like some chick showing tattoos to your man. What are you talking about here?
That was in reference to their explosive fight that would send her and Sigfredo in opposite directions, and I was thinking that he was behind what had happened to my mom. I thought he was just sending a third party to collect.
And what are you trying to tell Katie to do?
I'm telling her to call this person and to contact them and see if she can get them to stop.
Now, you then say, they're not going away. I may wish they'd go away, but they're not going away. And then there's a bunch of unintelligibles, and there's a line that says, that you say, well, with a beard or a badge. Do you have any idea what you were talking about there?
I think we were talking about, is it a police officer or a bad guy?
And again, well, who would be the beard?
The beard would be a bad guy.
And
because bad guys would have
who
beards.
again was Katie trying to convince you it was?
She was trying to convince me it's the police.
Now, we've seen this conversation
Katie was right.
live, although we
Katie
can't
was
hear all
right.
of it. Are you doing more of the talking or more of the listening?
I'm doing the thinking out loud and talking.
You're not really listening to her at all, right?
No.
You again say, listen, if a badge comes up to you, tell them, have a nice day, officer. And she says, yeah, no, perfect. You say, if not, I don't talk to cops, sorry. And she says, yeah, no, perfect. What are you saying to Katie here?
I'm reassuring her that I'm keeping my mouth shut and I'm not going to the police and I'm not trying to set her up. But I wanted her to see if maybe make a payment.
Now,
got the beard, the bad guy. Because I'm a bad guy.
You say this person is not, this is after her long unintelligible. You say, well, Katie, this person is not going away. They came very equipped with details. What details are you talking about here?
They know about my payment to her with the checks. They know about the payment.
You then go on a bunch of long discussions about DNA in a rental car. Why do you bring up a rental car?
Because 40 minutes earlier, I was sitting in a car with her and she was telling me that Luis Rivera rented a car.
And during these long discussions, you're talking about how you don't really know anything. You, Charlie, doesn't really know anything. Why are you telling her repeatedly that you don't know anything?
I'm trying to reassure her that I'm harmless and that I don't have any real knowledge of what went on, and that, you know, I'm not some loose end that you guys need to go try to clean up.
Now, you then say, they said the guy's name was Tuto. I don't even know who the fuck it is. Did you know who Tuto was?
I knew who Tuto was.
Was this you confusing the names Tuto and Tato?
That's exactly what it was. I was getting the names mixed up.
And she asks you to describe what he looked like, right?
Yes.
And you say, some of it's unintelligible, but you say, well-spoken, like polite. She goes, polite and well-spoken. I said, did he act thug, or did he talk with like a thick Spanish accent or anything? She said, no. I said, was he white or Hispanic? She said he was white, but he could have been Hispanic. Why were these facts important to you and Katie?
Because I was comparing the original extortion that I had to the person that's extorting my mom to see if they fit the description.
And she says, so recognizable, and you say with no glasses, no hat, very well dressed. And she says, well dressed? As you're talking about this, what are the both of you trying to figure out?
We're trying to figure out, is this related to, is this real extortion or is this the police?
And what is Katie telling you of why she doesn't think this is real extortion and why she thinks it's the police?
Because of how it's being done, and these people wouldn't do it this way. But it still opened up the door to her where she said it could be a copycat and somebody just trying to piggyback the extortion and make it their own.
Now, you say to her every time she's telling you it's the police, you kind of push back. Why do you push back?
The whole purpose of me being there with her
was
not to hear if it was the police. I needed her help if it wasn't the police.
Another green one.
10 minutes and 28 seconds into the recording. Not the meeting, but the recording. The following thing is what you say. They didn't mention my name, which makes me think that they don't. These people only know part of the story. Or they think they know part of the story. What are you telling Katie here?
I'm saying they didn't mention my name. They don't even know I was extorted. And that they only know part of the story. They know about the checks that my mom was writing to you. Or they think they know part of the story. They don't realize that that was payment for an extortion, not payment for a murder.
They have no idea I was extorted. Really?
So whoever's doing this thinks that you did a murder because they don't know that you were extorted.
Exactly.
And by the way, isn't that exactly what the bump is?
The bump is an extortion.
But isn't the bump designed in a way that they thought you did it part of a murder, and the responses they got, they didn't understand because they only knew part of the story?
That's exactly it.
You then say,
Pinocchio knows on this.
when everybody was there the next day, did you take any money? It's not like you're driving around in a Bentley, cruising around in a mega yacht. Someone, he must at some point, because otherwise he would have no idea I had anything to do with. First of all, Remind the jury, how did you know what happened on July 19th, and when did you learn that?
In July 19th and July 18th.
How did you know about the money drop? Let me ask that question.
Okay. Katie told me that the next day she brought the money to Luis and Sigfredo Garcia.
When did she tell you that?
She told me that in the car 30 minutes earlier.
Now, when you're asking this question, who is the everybody that you are referring to?
Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera.
I want to hear
What
how
are
he
you
describes the
confirming here,
bonsai tree.
and why?
That she's not a part of it. I mean, she's broke. I was being sarcastic when I'm like, you're not cruising around in a mega yacht or driving a Bentley. Like, her car's getting declined in Old Navy, and she's borrowing $300 from me. So I didn't think she was a part of it. I didn't think at the time that she took any of that money. So that's why I said it like that, is that you didn't take any of the money next day, and they're saying that, like, I'm helping you out. So I'm thinking that, like, Sigfredo must have said something to Luis about the little things that I do to help you out with, lending you money. I gave her a car with 160,000 miles on it. Sigfredo must have said something to Luis, and then maybe one of his people is now trying to extort my family.
And in response, what does she say to you?
Gets better
Who
and
does
better.
she say it is?
She thinks it's the police.
And
She's
so
right
then
all
you
along.
say to her, it could, I wish that it was a cop playing games. Why did you wish it was a cop playing games?
Because then it meant that my mom wasn't being extorted by Latin King gang members.
You say, and I'm not involved. Recall saying that?
Yeah.
No, that's a lie.
Why didn't you specifically mention the word extortion in Dolce Vitae? Why didn't you say, Katie, why are these the same people that did to me, these are the same people that are doing this to my mom that did it to me back in July of 2014? Why didn't you just say that in this recording?
I was being real careful when I spoke to Katie. I would never say the word extortion to her.
Why not?
Because I would get zero help, and she'd think I was setting her up.
And what were you
probably
most
kill her.
concerned
She's a
about
big
at this
brain.
point in time?
I was most concerned about the gang member that's now extorting my mom, and also about trying to get Katie to help me to stop it.
Again, you say, if it's a cop, I'm happy because I've got nothing to hide. You say that at least 3 times. Why do you tell her that?
Because she keeps on saying that it's the police. And I'm not worried about if it's the police.
3 whoppers.
I'm worried about if it's a gang member and that's coming after my mom.
And as she's pushing back that she doesn't want to make the payment or reach out to the person, you then bring up, it's going to put a spotlight in the investigation. You start talking about the FBI and BBC News. First of all, what investigation are you talking about?
The murder investigations of Dan Markel.
And why are you trying to tell Katie that this is going to put a spotlight on this investigation? What are you why are you trying to tell her that?
I'm trying to tell her that this is a big deal. Like if we go to the police on the second extortion, they're going to catch the second extortion, and when they catch them, they're going to turn, and second extortion is going to turn in the first extortion. And then when you catch the first extortion, the police are going to come talk to us, and then when we tell them what happened, you're going to be in a lot of danger. There's no way I can talk to the police. So by catching the second, it's going to turn in the first, and that's exactly what I say in there.
Did you follow that?
Now, you tell her that you want her to give the guy the money, right?
Yes.
And
We're just shy of 1,000 likes. Thank you very much.
she,
everybody.
again, what's her reaction to that?
She's like, you can't pay the cops. They're going to arrest you. They're going to think you're a part of it.
And so then you give a long-winded explanation of what she can say that won't incriminate herself, right?
Or make the police come talk to her. So I was saying, just tell them that you don't know anything.
Again, what are you trying to convince her to do?
Make a payment.
And she's refusing, right?
Yeah.
You say, that's all I was able to come up with. If it's the police, they can't take the money.
You can't even glance over
They
at the
can't take
jury.
the money. They won't even come meet you.
He's locking his eyes on
If
his
it's this
lawyer.
guy, maybe in the back of his, he knows, unintelligible, fuck off, unintelligible, and that now he's fucking with his wife, and if he's fucking with him, you fuck with the king himself, you'd better kill him because he's going to be a big problem. What are you trying to say to her here?
I'm saying that maybe if you go and contact these people, they're going to know who you are. and they're going to realize, they'll know that your husband is Sigfredo Garcia. Sigfredo's about as scary of a guy as you can meet. And if
Sandy,
Sigfredo has
thank
a
you so
problem
much.
with you, the only thing you could do to stop Sigfredo if he wants to come after you is to kill Sigfredo. So I wasn't talking about killing him, but I was saying if he knows who you are, he's going to be a big problem. So the only way they can stop Sigfredo is if they killed him, because he's a dangerous guy.
And is that
we weren't
precisely
talking about
why
that.
you wanted her to be contacting this person?
Yeah, because they would know who her husband is, and they would cut it out.
You then say, and so help me God, if they fuck with my family, it's going to be like that Nazi shit, because this will be done. Who used that terminology with you?
That was an expression that Katie would use. That she would say like this Nazi shit, like to go crazy on somebody, and that was a term that she would use, and I used it
term
back
of
to her.
endearment.
And it meant I was saying like, listen, like I'm trying to sound tough also, so I said, listen, I'm going to get somebody to go crazy on this person and get them to stop. Like this needs to end.
You can like hire a hitman.
You
What
talk,
you
you
gonna
say,
do?
I don't care what I have to spend. Ms. Kappelman asked one of the witnesses, aren't you admitting to doing a murder for hire here?
Absolutely not. I'm saying that I'll get somebody to act and go crazy on who's ever doing this and get them to stop.
That's a hitman.
I'm not a scary
That's what
guy
it
like
is.
Sigfredo Garcia is. So I was trying to sound intimidating.
You then say, he doesn't have any bad feelings towards me, does he? Our paths never cross. I didn't know that the two of you would be working out. Why do you ask this?
Because I'm saying, like, I've been compliant. I've been paying every single month. It's not like I didn't do anything to him.
It's not like I didn't do anything to him.
I was still thinking maybe it could be him that's doing this, as I was saying.
Yeah, big brain. Another Smarties. We're running out of space.
Now,
I don't think Bonsai Tree is
in
weed.
the video,
I think
you
Bonsai Tree
see
is his
Katie
member.
leaving the table for a bit, right?
Yes.
She leaves for about 2 minutes.
It's small.
And what happens when she leaves, before she comes back?
It's probably the first 2 minutes in the last 45 or 50 minutes that I stopped talking and just sat there and started thinking about everything that we've been talking about.
And
Need to walk
as
up.
you're sitting there and thinking about it, what goes through your mind? What do you realize?
I just started thinking again about how different this is, and that the person's not hiding who they are.
Big brain.
You know, there's no, I'm going to kill you in 48 hours. They're giving lots of information. You know, this is not the same people.
Hilda
When
B,
you
thank
when
you
she
very
comes
much.
back, you give her the number, right?
Yeah.
Do you remember if you gave her a piece of paper, or if she? Do you have any recollection of whether you gave her a piece of paper, or she wrote down a number, or whether you? Do you have any idea, any memory this many years later?
No, I think I may have just said it to her verbally or given her paper. I don't remember sitting here today.
And then you immediately start talking about how the guy didn't have glasses or a hat. Why was that the first thing that you started talking to her about when she came back?
Because I was thinking, like, for 2 years, I had no idea. You know, nothing was confirmed and the identity was hidden. It was just her friend. Now, all of a sudden, this guy shows up and he's not even taking the precaution of trying to hide his identity. He has no problem showing his face.
And at this point in time,
Got a couple
when she
Whoppers
comes
in there.
back, who do you think is behind this?
I'm coming around to her way of thinking that it's probably the police and a small chance that it's some sort of copycat, but more than likely it's just the police. It's the police.
Copycat police is what it was.
What do you ask her to do?
I still ask her to call the number just in the chance that, like, hey, if I'm wrong and it's not the police and it turns out to be somebody that really is dangerous, like I'm betting my mom's life on it being the police. So at least just call and make it so for that peace of mind that we confirm it is what we think it is.
At the end of the recording, you see that you're actually joking about something.
Mm-hmm.
How do you feel at the end of your meeting with her in Dolce Vita?
I feel much better. I mean, I'm back to the way I started when I came out there, is that I was thinking it was probably the police, and I felt even more likely it was the police after I got done with meeting with her.
Bring the goat up here so we can watch the candy.
Now, when you repeatedly say during this recording that you hope it's the police, did you understand that if it was the police, they would be thinking that you were part of a murder?
Correct.
So why were you hoping it was the police?
Well, I wasn't part of a murder. And if it was the police, it meant there was no danger. Nobody's going to get hurt. And there's no danger to anyone in my family.
Judge, I'm going to move on to another topic.
Before you do that, members of the jury, does anyone need to take a break?
Yes,
Please raise
please.
your hand. We will take a brief break. For the next 10 minutes, we'll resume a little bit after 3:30.
Okay, the cross on this is going to be absolutely epic. As we get set up here, let me skip the break here. We are almost done with day 1 of Charlie being on the stand. Let's see. Let's go through the break. Forward. We've got. Let's wait for the judge to come back. There we go.
Rule, we can answer the question. It's not getting to the substance of. You may continue.
Yes, I asked her. My dad told her everything that I talked with him at dinner about.
And on that call, what again do you tell your mom, even with what you had told your dad the night before?
Objection, hearsay.
Well,
I'm going to allow him to answer the question as long as it's not going to get into an out-of-court statement. You may answer the question.
That it's not done this way.
my
I know
Whopper
for a
bowl.
fact.
It's almost empty.
And I'm 99% sure it is what I thought it was.
I know for a fact.
What was the basis for you telling your mom that?
How do you know for a fact?
I wanted to calm her down and tell her that I'm more sure that it's the police. And the basis was the guy that sat next to us at the restaurant who went to the sushi restaurant and wanted to eat a California roll and was real rude.
Okay. Now I want to go to April 23rd. Okay. April 23rd. Judge, may we go sidebar very briefly?
Approach.
He's going sidebar so we can get a little guidance on how he approaches this comment. Because the judge is giving instruction on what he's supposed to do. Charlie's, let's see if he glances over at the jury to see how they're receiving this. Nope. It's like, don't look that way. Don't be suspicious. Look at the judge. Look at the floor. Glance out at the gallery. Don't look at the jury. Don't look at the jury. I think they're buying it. Smirks to himself. I think they're believing it. He cannot make eye contact with the jury. He knows this story. It's just BS.
On April 23rd, do you find out later in the day that a letter has been sent to your parents' home?
The letter was
That your parents received a letter on April 23rd.
It was on a Monday. Was that the 23rd?
Can we show?
He doesn't
what
know.
is it?
There's Jelly Bean.
Do you have the letter?
I believe this is already entered into evidence.
It is. Do you have the letter?
Woodhound, this is from Charlie's trial. Charlie was not called to testify in Donna's trial. It looks familiar. We're in the same courthouse. We're in the same courtroom with the same judge, some of the same players, even the people in the gallery, some of the same people there. But this was a year ago. We're just listening to the testimony. We would have heard had the state called him in their case in chief, which they didn't. So we're going to be listening to this today as well as on Monday, which is a holiday.
Will you take my word that the letter was received by your parents on April 23rd?
Sure.
Okay.
Wait.
Wait.
I think it was Monday the 25th.
Ah, you're right. Don't take my word.
Hey, that's a big brain moment. You're smart.
The letter was received on April 25th.
That I will agree with.
Okay. Now, on April 23rd, did you find out that Catherine Magbanawa and Sigfredo Garcia were in a big fight?
Yeah, I did, actually.
And did you learn that Catherine Magbanawa had left him?
Yeah, I believe when I called her on the phone, she said she took her shit and left.
Now, on the 23rd, when you find that out, were you upset?
Yeah.
Why were you upset?
Well, at this point in time, Katie had been protecting me in the first extortion. With Katie being with Sigfredo Garcia, that was the best chance I had to try to stop the second extortion or to find out who's behind it. And then it also made me think that the timing of their explosive breakup and the timing of the guy extorting my mom,
made me think.
and the fact that I had just found out
Extortion.
on Wednesday, the 20th, that Sigfredo was behind what happened to me, it was very
Extortion.
suspicious. So it opened the door in my head to thinking, like, what if Katie's
His head's doing
you know,
something.
what if she's breaking up with him because she found out that he's behind the extortion of my mom,
Another
and she doesn't want
extortion.
to tell me. So my mind was going there.
Yep, there's his mind again.
And then 2 days later, the letter arrives at your parents' apartment, right?
Yes, on that Monday.
Okay, so let's talk about that Monday, April 25th. Where were you working that day?
We're gonna have
I was
cross-examination.
actually working in the office in South Beach, just a couple blocks away.
And
South Beach.
after work, where did
Mom's
you
got
go?
Smarties.
I went over to my parents' house to stop off.
What happened when you got to your parents' house?
My parents were really shaken up because they got a very threatening letter mailed to them saying that you don't take me serious, and Tato is fucked, and soon you will be fucked too. And it was mailed to their apartment. So now they're saying, who's ever doing this, they know where we live, not just the building. They know the apartment number. Like this, they were scared.
Did your parents think that the letter was more threatening or less threatening than the original communication on the street?
Way more threatening.
We're gonna do during the date.
And what
on
did you
Monday.
do after you found out about the letter?
After I found out about the letter, I called Katie because I'm thinking, like, this has to be Sigfredo. Like, they're fighting, and he was behind what happened to me. Not that this has to be, but, like, it was real suspicious, and I wanted to see what her feelings were. And she was avoiding me. You know, I tried to see Katie on Thursday. I tried to have her come to my office, to either one of the offices I was working at. She wouldn't come. Tried to have her come on Friday. She wouldn't come. I wanted to see if she wanted to see me Saturday. She was avoiding me. And then it just all was lining up to, it was making me question a lot.
You didn't know.
Now, the state put in M. Is that a call that you had with Katie about meeting with her, and this is after the letter arrives?
Yeah, I wanted her to come down to meet me.
Did she agree to meet with you on the evening of the 25th?
Yeah, she drove down to where I was at.
Where did you meet with her?
I met her at my parents' building. I was downstairs.
Did you meet her around the same place that you had met with your mom after the bump?
Yeah.
What did you do when you met? Did you stay in one spot, or did you go someplace?
No, we just went for a walk along the sidewalk, along the water, and we walked probably a good 30, 40 minutes maybe.
What did you discuss on your walk?
I confronted her and asked her, do you think that this is Sigfredo that's doing this to my mom? And she again said, no,
She's like,
absolutely
"No,
not." I'm like, but
it's
come
the
on, can you tell me?
police."
Because you guys are fighting, and I know he was behind. Now, what happened to me, is this what you guys are fighting about? Do you not want to tell me? And she was adamant that it wasn't him. And then I said, well, what about Tato? What about Luis Rivera? And she said, it doesn't seem like something he would do. This is not how he would do it. She said, but he is incarcerated, and Sigfredo did bring him on. He is the one who killed Dan. Is maybe one of his people is trying to do an extortion off of something that he thinks was murder for hire, because whoever it is writing this thinks it was a murder for hire, which it wasn't. So
Which it wasn't. There's a lie.
I opened up that possibility, and she said, well, probably not, but she said, it could be, it's probably the police. She still was like, it's the police, but it could be a copycat.
What did she tell you that she would do?
She was going to call the number, and I was like, you haven't called yet. And she said, no, she hadn't. So I'm like, can you please call the number and see if you know these people and see if you can get it to stop?
After you did it, how long were you with her this evening on this walk where you're having this discussion?
I mean, it was probably 30 minutes there and 30 minutes back, and we sat for like 10 minutes. So, I mean, it was over an hour for sure, hour and a half.
When she left, did you stay in South Beach?
Yeah, and I tried to get her to call the number by telling her, like, my parents are going to go to the police. Like, they are going to go if you don't give them some peace of mind and find out that, confirm for me.
By the way, this is April 25th. Is that the last time that you saw Catherine Magbanowa in person?
Yes.
Now, after you meet with her that night, do you meet with your parents again?
Yeah, I went over. My parents were actually at my sister's apartment, which was a few blocks away. So when I got done there, I sat for a little while, and then I went over to my sister's apartment.
When you went to your sister's apartment, was she there?
No, she wasn't.
And who did you meet with?
My mom came downstairs. My dad stayed up in the apartment because the kids were sleeping.
Why did you meet with your mom alone outside of the apartment? What was your mom and dad afraid of?
I think that what they didn't want was Wendy coming home and then starting to question what's going on.
What did you tell your mom when you met with her?
I told her that I talked to Katie, and she does not think that it's Sigfredo, and she still thinks it's the police, and that she's going to look into it on the chance that it's a copycat, and it's a second layer of extortion.
More extortion. We're almost out of gummy worms, too.
Now, April 26th, the government put in Exhibit O, which is a call between Sigfredo Garcia and Catherine Magbanua, and they put in a text message, which is P and Q, which are text messages between them. You recall that?
Yes.
And I know you weren't privy to this in real time, but those calls and text messages show that the two of them are fighting still, right?
Yeah.
And as a result of that, strike that, Your Honor. During those calls, what is Catherine Magbanua trying to get Sigfredo Garcia to do?
She wants him to call the number.
Nobody wants
Now,
to call the number.
The next
They all want
morning,
somebody else to do it.
And this is R, 10:30 a.m., you have a call with your mom. Do you recall that?
Yeah, what date is that?
April 26th now.
Okay.
And you talk about whether she feels better about the things you told her last night. What were the things you told her last night?
I told her that it's the police, and that you're not going to be harmed, you're not in any danger. And my mom was hung up on the fact that the person was ratcheting up their threats, making deliveries to their apartment, telling them that they're going to be fucked if they don't pay up.
And there's some discussion about the letter being written like a girl. Do you remember that?
The beginning part of it was like a girl. The second part sounded real tough.
And so what did you mean about the beginning part of it being written like a girl?
If this guy's saying that he's a Latin king, I can't imagine a Latin king writing "you don't care" as a phrase. It doesn't sound right.
Because all the girls in Charlie's life have said you don't care.
It doesn't sound like that's who it is who's.
That's why.
She thinks it is.
That's what girls say to me.
At the end of this call, and this is R again.
You don't care.
Around 2 minutes in, you say, one, they weren't the same person, without a doubt. Listen, I know. I actually do know how these things are done. And that was the same thing that I said. It is not done like this. Your mom says, yeah, that is what you explained. And you say, no, it is 48 hours. You recall that?
Exactly, yes.
When you say they aren't the same person, what are you saying?
I'm saying it's not the same people that extorted me that are extorting you. Clearly it's not the same as the first extortion.
3 extorts.
And when you say it's 48 hours, what are you referring to?
I'm referring to what happened to me on July 18th.
First rule of extortion.
You got 48 hours or we're going to kill you.
You have 48 hours. No more, no less. 48. That's the #1 rule of Extortion Club.
We then go to State's Exhibit S, which is later that same day.
By the end of the day, only Brandy will be in the gallery.
And you learn that your dad didn't go to work that day.
Yeah.
Why were you upset about that?
Because I knew how this extortion was affecting them. I mean, my dad's probably missed 2 sick days in the last 20 years, and he's afraid he's going to get killed in the parking lot of him walking into his office because he's getting extorted by some Latin King gang member at this point, and he's afraid to go to work. So even though they're telling me they're okay, I know when my dad's not going to work, there's something seriously wrong.
And your mom asks you whether you ever checked the phone number I gave you last night. Again, what is she referring to?
She's saying, did you follow up on this? Is this person really a dangerous person?
Your mom then starts talking about fixing bridges. And you say, Mom, just stop with the fucking nonsense because I really don't want to come down there anymore. What are you frustrated with her about?
I'm frustrated. My mom's trying to talk carefully, and I understand that. But I'm letting her know, like, this is the police. Like, I do not think you're in any danger. This is not the same as the extortion that I dealt with. They're not approaching you the same way I was approached. There's so many things that are different. Like, keep telling them, like, this is the police, you're not in any danger, and she's fixated. And I understand, so they're older, and someone's sending a letter to the house saying you're going to be fucked if you don't pay up. They're scared.
You say 7 minutes and 18 seconds into the call. It's not like, oh, we'll get one of them and the other one will start paying. That's the stupidest thing I've ever heard. What are you referring to?
That's what my mom's theory was, is that they're going to get her and they're going to hurt her, and then someone else, and then they'll go to someone else in the family, and then they'll start paying them.
You then say, first of all, they don't give you a number. I mean, everything is so traceable.
Audio's getting
They also
scratchy.
weren't disguised. Again, you say 10 seconds later, this is not how it's done. What are you reiterating over and over and over to your mom?
Is that these people aren't hiding who they are. For 2 years, I was not given a name. I wasn't given phone numbers. These people have traceable devices. They're not hiding. It's not done like this. This is different.
It's not done. Like he knows.
And then they kept saying, well, what if you're wrong? And
he
that's
went
what
to
kept
dental
me
school and
looking into
extortion
it.
school, and he just knows all this stuff.
Then we go to T. And by the way, T, just to be clear, S was a call with your mom, and that call is at 4 o'clock p.m. It lasts 15 minutes long. And then T is at 4:33 p.m. of the same day. And this was the first call you had with Katie after you met with her, right?
Yeah.
Again, Katie is talking about a client and property, right?
Yes, she is.
Damn jewels. This is true.
And she asks you for a number. Did you have the number on you?
No.
How were you going to get the number?
I figured I'd just call my mom up and see if she had the phone number. I'd get it for Katie.
And on you try to get the number from your mom, right?
Yes, I called her.
And did your mom have the number?
No, she said that she had given it to me.
Kathy, welcome.
Everyone okay?
Jur just fell off the chair out of boredom.
Technology. Okay. Let's move on to W. Actually, we'll skip W.
Yeah, let's skip W. Let's skip X, Y, and Z as well. Let's go straight to cross-examination because you know that's going to be fire.
Now we go to the next day. The next day, you have a call with Catherine. This is X. You have a call with Catherine Magbanua at 10:42 in the morning. And to kind of spur your memory so that we don't have to play it again,
thank you.
This is the Drake call.
Drake. Oh, yeah, Drake.
You recall that call?
I recall it.
Okay.
Yeah, he remembers.
And during this call, there's some discussion about helping her out with a vacation. What was that about?
She had asked me, and it's on the wires before the bump. She wanted to go down to the Keys, and there's a place that I would stay at that I have a connection to, and I could get a room really inexpensive.
There's a
so
brag.
she had reached out to me if whether or not I could call up and get that connection for her. And I said, you know what, I'm going to pay for it for you. So I said, wherever you go, I'm going to take care of it.
I'm running out of Smarties. That was another brag. I only have one more left.
Judge, can we briefly go sidebar again?
Very briefly. Please approach.
As they go sidebar, we're losing members of the gallery rapidly. I see Brandy Churchwell was still staying strong there and back. Here's where we are. I got this many jelly beans. I have this many Smarties. There's only one there left. I've been neglecting putting the Whoppers in, but I've got just a little over a handful left. I am down to the last couple handfuls of the worms for extortion, the extortion worms. And probably I still have 2/3 of the bag, if not more, of lifesavers, which are gummy lifesavers. So we're doing the candy counter. Here's on the screen. Whoppers are for lie.
One of the calls that's in evidence but was not played yesterday is Y, and that's a call to your mom your mom calls you at 12:25 p.m. On the 27th. There's some discussion about Miami Heat tickets. Do you recall that call?
Yes. I do.
Okay.
How about
Rather than
about
play the
Drake?
whole call, let me just ask you some questions to see if you remember it.
Sure.
Do you recall offering your parents Miami Heat tickets?
Yeah,
playoffs.
I knew somebody who wanted to sell their tickets, so I wanted to see if they wanted to go.
And they did not want to go, right?
Yeah, they didn't want to go.
And why didn't they want to go?
They were still really upset about being extorted and the letter that came to the house on Monday. This was the day after my dad took the day off of work and didn't go to work.
And again, what do you repeatedly tell your parents on this call?
I tell them that it's not done like this. That this is basically, I tell them it's not the same people, and that you have nothing to worry about.
Do you talk to them about the location they live and the timing of when the bump occurred?
Yeah, this is that call.
And what do you recall telling them about the location where they live and the timing of the bump?
What I was saying is that they live in a very small, safe area. For somebody to do that in the middle of the day, it makes me think that it's even more the police, because it would be so easy for them to get caught doing something. That it's almost like these people don't care about getting caught.
Okay, so let's briefly recap before we go on. The letter comes on the 25th, right?
Yes.
And no one makes any payment.
No.
The bump had happened on the 19th, and a week before, and no one made any payment, right?
No.
What's the next escalation point on April 28th? What happens next? What do the police do next?
The guy that came up to my mom on the street and wrote the letter to the house is now looking for her at work and calling her place of work and calling the office looking for her.
So, and this is, I believe, State Exhibit 107, okay? Now, you're not on this call, right?
No, I think the guy called Erica.
Okay. And what happens after this call?
Is this the one where the undercover calls Erica?
Undercover calls Erica, and does someone call you after the undercover calls Erica?
Yeah, he said to Erica that I gave Mrs. Adelson some important papers last week, and she knows what this is about. She needs to call me. So then Erica called my mom and told her about this person that called the office, and my mom was scared because now they're tracking her down at work, and she called me up and she was really shaken.
Now, during this period of time, what had Catherine McBanoa been telling you about her calling the number?
She said she called the number, and
she lied.
She called another number, and nobody picked up.
So your mom calls you, and that's Z. That's Z, correct? That's Z on April 28th at 9:42 a.m. And why did you tell your mom during that call that it's odd that the guy called the office? What was odd about it?
It was odd that he called the office because Katie had been telling me she's been calling the number. So it's odd that the guy's not picking up, but yet he's making phone calls.
After that call, there are a series of calls where you try to reach Catherine McBanoa, right?
Yes.
Why are you trying to reach her?
Because I just heard that the guy's calling the office, and she said she'd called and the guy wasn't picking up, or she may have told me it was a non-working number. And I was driving into the office at the time, and I had limited time to try to handle this before I got into the office and became really busy.
Call AA, they played, the state played for the jury. That's a voicemail where you say, hey, it's me, it's important, call me, bye. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Now, BB is on April 28th at 10:43 in the morning, and she calls you back, correct?
Yes, she called me back.
Seashells. It's
What does
pretty much
Katie,
all in there already.
if you remember, and I can play it for you if you need it. What does Katie first tell you about the phone number when you call her back, when she calls you back?
She says it's a non-working number, and that it's a Gmail number, and it's been called 100 times.
What do you understand her to be saying when she says it's a non-working number?
That like when you call a number, it rings, and then you hear like a long beep, and that no one's able to pick it up, and it's not an active line.
Later in this call, BB, she then tells you that she's been calling the number and it just rings. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
When she tells you that, how do you feel?
I know she's lying to me because it's either going to be non-working or it's ringing. It can't be both. And the guy's calling the office. So.
And at that point in time, I think Miss Kappelman termed it as things got stressful. You started to get upset with her, right?
Yeah, I know she's lying to me.
And As you're finding out that she's lying to you, what do you start to think?
I start to think that this could be Sigfredo, and that's why she's kind of covering and not wanting to come meet me when I keep asking her to come meet me. I think she found out that it's him, and she's just BSing me.
Now, at some point after the argument in the middle of the call, you soften and you say, if someone's messing with you, they're messing with me. Why do you do that?
Because at that point, I wanted her to know that, like, I'm on your side. I'm not trying to set you up. I'm not turning anybody in. Like, I know you're innocent. I had nothing to do with this. I know you had nothing to do with it, but I need your help, and that's why I'm calling her, is for help.
At the end of the call, what does she tell you she'll do? What does she tell you to do?
At the end of the call, she says you call for that number. I'm like, fine, I'll call me. I don't know any of these people. I don't think anyone's gonna be afraid of me. But at this point, I don't care. I said, you know what? Let me just call the number, and when I get to the office and I have a break, I'm gonna call them.
Now, does she tell you like she did with Sigfredo on a later call? Does she tell you, make sure you don't call from your cell phone?
No.
Does she tell you like she did with Sigfredo on a later call, make sure you call from a landline?
No.
And you call from your cell phone, correct?
I did, yes.
Now, before you call from your cell phone, you do *67. Why did you do *67?
In the event that it's a bad guy, I thought it would prevent him from having my cell phone number.
Yep, that didn't work.
By the way, in DD, when you're going back and forth, because there's some calls between you and her, trying to get the number and seeing if the caller ID, if there's caller ID at the dental practice, she says to you, you want me to call from my fucking phone, and you say, I can care less where you call from. And she says, exactly. Why do you not care where either of you are calling from?
Because if it's the police, it's fine. I'm worried about if it's not the police.
And why do you think that it doesn't matter where she calls from?
Because I don't think she's involved in the extortion of me or the murder of Dan Markel.
It's extortion again.
At 1:51, a minute and 51 seconds into DD, and again, DD is that same morning, April 28th.
He prefers double.
You say to her, they can listen to whatever conversations they want. You're talking about calling on your phone. Quote, they can listen to whatever conversations they want. Why do you not care about anyone hearing what you're talking about?
Because we weren't involved in a murder. You know, we're trying to figure out who's behind the second extortion and if my family's in any danger. If it's the police, let them listen in. That's fine.
Seashells, welcome to the gallery.
Now I want to play FF, and that's the call to the undercover.
Yeah.
Was this the one that was easy to hear? Put on your headphones, Charlie. Charlie. Headphones. Yeah, there they are. I find it so funny that he doesn't even glance at the jury. Okay, my light, this light here, I'm holding this light to light up the candy. It's hot, but I'm worried it's melting the it's melting the Whoppers. I mean, it's probably like, I don't know, maybe 120 degrees. It's warm. It's like a hot tub. Hot tub temperature. That's 105 is a hot tub, right?
Hello. Hola, diga. Hello, diga. Who's this? Who's this? Someone's been calling my family. I'm trying to figure out who this is. In reference to what, man? Someone by the name of Sammy called. Yeah, that's me, man. All right, what's going on?
This undercover is so bad.
What's going on is my brother Tato. Okay, my brother Tato has not been taken care of. His family's not been taken care of. I talked to a dentist. Why are you calling me? Who are you? I gave the number to a lady. I don't know Tato. You don't know Tato? I'm sure you know Katie and Tuto. They've been taken care of since the family problem been taken care of up north.
I don't know who you are.
You don't? Well, this isn't going away, my friend. Because let me tell you something. I was at Broward with Tato, and he told me the whole story. He told me nobody was taking care of him. Nobody was taking care of his family. The family was taking care of Katie and Tuto, and nothing's been taken care of with Tato. So we know. We know what's going on. And Tato needs to be taken care of. Do the right thing. The lady already has the paperwork. She knows what I'm talking about. We know Katie. We know Tuto. We know they've been taken care of.
All right, let me look at
no more fucking around, man. No more fucking around. This ain't going away. You guys need to do the right thing for Tato. That's my brother, man. That's my brother, and he needs to be taken care of. His family needs to be taken care of, just like Katie and Tuto have been taken care of.
I've never met these people, but let me call you back, okay?
That's bullshit, man. You know exactly what I'm talking about. You know this lady. I don't know your relationship with this lady, but we know what the fuck is going on. This ain't going away. Take care of Tato just like you take care of Katie and Tuto, man.
What's the music in the background?
Now, in hours and hours of The Wire, this is probably the quietest you've ever been. Why?
I was looking to get information from him. I wasn't looking to give him any information about me or anything. And he was pretty scary, too. I was talking to him on the phone.
That's a smart move.
Now,
less smart.
When he starts speaking and he says things like, in reference to, and do the right thing, what did that make you believe?
He sounded educated. He didn't sound like a Latin King gang member.
And after this call,
all Latin Kings right there.
Going to GG, you have an 11-minute call with Katie, correct?
I do, yeah.
Now, you're not very good with names, are you?
I'm horrible with names.
So on that 11-minute call, not only do you again get the names Tuto and Tato confused, but now you start calling this undercover, whose name is Simon, right?
Yeah, I changed his name by accident.
On purpose.
Did you do it on purpose to hide anything?
Yes.
No, I'm just bad with names.
Now, you say to Katie that you told him you don't even know who these people are and you don't know what he's talking about. Why is it important for you to tell Katie that?
Well, because I don't want Katie to think that I'm trying to set her up or set her friends up, and I'm keeping quiet. But at the same time, I'm going to her for help, and I'm letting her know, like, the guy picked up the phone call as soon as I called him.
There's some conversation on this call about her working at the office. Did Katie ever work at your office?
No, never.
So when she brings up on this call working at your office, why do you kind of just say, yeah, you're a great worker at the office, or whatever you say? Why do you not say, Katie, I don't know what you're talking about. You've never worked at the office.
Yeah, if I would have talked bluntly and said you don't work at the office and what the checks were for and that she was cashing them, she would have known I was setting her up or setting her friends up.
You say things on the call like, I might have the wrong Katie. It might be another Katie. Why do you tell her that?
Because when I called her back, she got like really quiet, like almost like she sounded like she wasn't trusting me, and almost like she was suspecting me of trying to set her and her friends up, and that's why I really pushed to say like, hey, I'm not setting you up, and talk to her like that.
What was all that you cared about at this point in time?
I just wanted the extortion to stop.
Extortion.
And when you say you just wanted the extortion to stop, who were you worried about? What were you worried about?
Well, I was worried that, my parents were really upset. I was worried that my parents were going to go to the police and catch the second extortion, and then or go to the police and end up having to tell them about what happened to me in the first place. And then I was going to have to worry about the original extortion coming after me. And at this point, I know that it involves the head of the Latin Kings and Sigfredo Garcia. And I wasn't going to talk to the police.
You said.
You talked to her about the guy coming up with details. What details did he come up with on this call?
He knew about payment.
You specifically tell her that he mentioned her name, or a Katie.
Green.
Why do you tell her that?
Because I'm letting her know this involves you. Like I need your help, but this guy has details that are wrong, but he has details.
And on this call and some others, what do you tell her about your parents?
I tell her that my parents are close to going to the police to try to get her to help me.
Now, does Katie have any idea at this point in time, any idea whatsoever, that your mom had known for 21 months about the original extortion?
No, that's what I've been lying to Katie about and telling her that my parents have no idea what happened to me, and I just tell them it's a long story and I can't talk about it.
Right.
Okay.
That's a lie.
Exhibit II is already in evidence. On that call, it's a call between Katie and Sigfredo. Katie is filling Sigfredo in, correct?
Yeah, I remember that one.
And on that call, 1 minute and 47 seconds into the call, she says to Sigfredo, and like they're very, very close to reporting it already. What is she talking about?
She's letting him know what I've been telling her is that my parents are going to go to the police if you can't get these friends of yours to either stop and contact them.
I want to take a couple seconds and dissect this statement. You understand that the state's theory is that Katie, Sigfredo, and Luis Rivera conspired not only with you, but also with your sister and your parents to kill Professor Markel. You understand that, right?
That's their theory.
And you understand that here, Katie is telling Sigfredo, I'm worried that they're going to go to the police. She's not telling it to you, she's telling it to Sigfredo Garcia. Is that what's happening here?
That's exactly what's happening.
Now, the state, you've heard it in this trial, says Katie tried to silo people, right? Nonetheless, Katie is telling Sigfredo that the very people that, according to the state, are co-conspirators for her are going to go to the police and report what? Does it make any sense?
This whole story
not at
doesn't
all.
make sense. Katie was the smart one. She knew it was the cops all along. Charlie's like, no. You call him. I'm not going to call him. You call him.
I'm going to go to JJ now. And that's the same day at 1:46. About 15 minutes later, Sigfredo Garcia calls Katie
Let
back.
me pause for just 1 second. I need to show you the candy jar. We've got a little dip on this side, but we're nearly full. We have almost all the Whoppers in. All the Smarties are in. We're running low on worms. The worms that I got were these trolley brand sour bright crawlers. I have not been eating them, right? I had one Smartie. That's the only thing I had one Smartie out of all this. I'm talking like one little tiny segment of a candy, not like the whole roll. And in doing that, I've been grabbing these out of the bag, the worms, and then because it's middle of the night, I was a little tired and I rubbed my eye and I got whatever acid they put on these things to make them sour in my eye. So my left eye stings like the dickens. I don't know. What is it, like citric acid in here? I don't know what it is. But Smart's really bad. So I just wanted to complain really briefly. We're gonna go for just a tiny bit longer. I'm not sure if we're gonna make it all the way to 1 o'clock. Oh, we're almost done. Let's see. We've got like half an hour. We're good. Let's go ahead and do this. We'll finish this one up. We'll finish this day here.
And during this call, he says he's going to get rid of his phone. And Katie tells him not to call from his phone or from the office. Because he says, what does he say he's going to do?
I think he's going to call the person who's extorting my family.
Now, before this point in time, Katie has told you that he and she, or at least she, has called the number how many times?
She said it's been called 100 times. She said it's non-working. It's a Gmail number.
Like Gmail doesn't work. The burner phone's a Google number. Works great. Scratchy again. That's not on my end. That's on the court. See if we can get it to go away.
Moving to later in the day, LL. This is a call between you and Katie. The call begins with her again saying that she called the number. Did you find out later through discovery that she never called the number?
Yeah, many years later I found out.
How do you feel about that now,
She
Charlie?
then says that Sigfredo Garcia left a message. Did you find out in discovery that no message was ever left?
Yeah, they were lying. I found out years later.
Now, during this call, by the way, did you know they were lying at the time?
No, I thought she was telling me the truth.
During this call,
Crackly, it's terrible.
you say, I don't want anyone to go to jail because you know what? People get mad when they go to jail and they feel like they have somebody to get back at. Do you recall saying that?
Yes, I do.
Why did you tell her that?
I wanted to let her know that I'm not going to the police and I'm not turning anybody in.
On a later call, do you recall
Like that would
saying
stop the extortion.
what you thought the police could do to protect you?
I think I thought the police couldn't protect me.
Do you recall saying to Katie, I'll give you a secret. I'll move on, Your Honor. We'll do it tomorrow.
You got a few more minutes. You might as well make use of it while you got it.
I got other stuff to do today.
Go ahead.
Prosecution, can you tell me? We'll move on. We'll move on immediately. I'd rather not try to explain that one. We're going to finish up today. Then we've got the weekend off, obviously, Saturday and Sunday. Monday, on the holiday, we'll catch all of Cross and finish up. We'll finish up direct, and we'll get the fiery Cross of Charlie on Monday, which is a day off court in the Donna Adelson case. So I want to hear more about this.
There's discussions on
gun,
some of these
the Mac
calls
11
about meeting Katie.
they were going to sell. Mom and Dad were going to sell. Why do they have that? A dentist.
Did you ever meet her?
No, the last time I saw her was that Monday, April 25th.
Midlife Mania, thanks for the super sticker.
Now we get to 00.
I've got a
and
lot
that's
of
the same day.
I've got a
in
lot
the
of messages
evening,
I need to catch up
and
on.
it's a
We'll do
call
that in
with
just
your
a
mom.
minute.
And to refresh your memory on the call so that I don't have to play the whole thing, the call starts with you saying, I'd rather not talk on the phone, and then you talk on the phone for 41 minutes. Do you recall that?
I do.
You say to your mom not to worry, that you're 99% sure of it. What are you sure of?
I'm sure it's the police.
Becomes like 10,000%.
Why are you so sure of it at this point in time?
Because I'd spoken to the undercover, and when I spoke to him, I realized this is obviously not Sigfredo Garcia. And the way the guy spoke on the phone, and again, how different he was than how a real Latin king would be. He's not who he says he is.
I
And at
rescue
that point,
dogs.
I feel very strongly it's the police at that point.
King size Reese's.
And again, you describe why you don't think it's a real extortion, right?
It's a 380.
Yeah.
For the same reasons that we've gone over and over today, correct?
Yes.
He said
Your mom
extortion,
says
sorry.
that they're barking up the wrong tree.
Extortion.
Why? What did you understand her to mean when she said they're barking up the wrong tree?
Well, they think it's a murder for hire. They don't realize that it was an extortion on our end.
If only the state knew it was just an extortion.
And your mom says 24 minutes and 20 seconds
He's
into
still
the
to
call.
explain the body.
I just hope they don't go and bother Wendy. And you respond that Wendy was scared from day one. She is just getting over this. What is Wendy just getting over?
The murder of her ex-husband.
But according to the state, Wendy Adelson is a co-conspirator with you in her ex-husband's murder.
The state's wrong. They're wrong about a lot of things.
That's going to be a whopper and a half.
And in fact, you then go on to explain again that Wendy is just getting over the tragedy. This is the second time that you have described Professor Markel's murder as a tragedy, right? On the wires.
Yeah.
The first time was nearly a week before the bump.
It was.
So clearly it must have been a tragedy if you said it. Because, you know, Charlie said it. Must be true. It's like the 5-second rule.
33 minutes and 40 seconds into the call. And this was not played for the jury yesterday.
Oh.
You say
Fresh tape
they
incoming.
got theories out there. Someone thinks that our family paid for this to be done. What are you saying here?
I'm saying it's the police, and their theory is they think it was a murder for hire, and that's why they're investigating it the way they're doing it, and they're pretending to be gang members who are coming back for more money.
Going back to Dolce Vita.
Mhm.
You're aware Dolce Vita is, according to the state, the final straw that led to your arrest, right?
Yeah.
Going back to Dolce Vita, did you say something very similar to this in Dolce Vita?
Yeah.
What did you say in Dolce Vita?
Yeah.
I said that they only know part of the story, or they think they know part of the story. And
what do they think?
They think it was a murder for hire. And
What was it?
It was an extortion.
Oh, it was extortion. Now you tell us. Why didn't you tell us that earlier? We've been thinking it was murder for hire the whole time. Why? Oh, let's see. Because somebody died, and then you gave a whole bunch of money to somebody who's connected to the people who killed the person who died. I can see why the police were confused.
Going to the next day. PP. Which is in evidence but was not published to the jury.
Must be talking about the bonsai tree.
I want to play a portion of it.
I don't want to listen. Put on your headphones, Charlie. Where'd my lights go? What light just turned off? That was weird. A light just turned off. I don't know what it is. Okay, they're playing a tape.
Judge, I'm about to move on to the next day.
Okay.
Would you like me to do that?
If you can stop it within 5 minutes, your next line of questioning.
This light.
I think it goes a little longer than that.
Very well. Members of the jury, we're going to take our break for the evening at this point. Once again, you're going to receive the same instruction. Do not discuss the case with each other or anyone else. Do not look at any news coverage. Do not seek any information about the case. We'll resume tomorrow at 8:45. Please report by 8:30 and have a good evening.
All right. So this extortion, which the police are confusing with murder, is it has all the telltale signs of an extortion. Specifically, sorry, I think I can zoom my camera back out without getting blurry. There we go. I'm not sure. I can't even see if that's in focus. My eyes are. Oh, that's terrible. There we go. That's better. All right. Let's set this light up right here. So we have, it's our candy. We're basically full. I stopped putting Whoppers in, but I only have this many left, and we're just. That's going in there. Whoppers are gone. Smarties are gone. We still have some jelly beans. Somebody's calling on the burner phone. Hang on 1 second. We have to go through a couple of messages. I know there are some membership messages and some very generous super chats as well. Just 1 second. Hello? Oh, I hung up. Sorry. It was my fault. I was too slow. I apologize. Call back. Okay, turn that right here, or turn it down maybe a little bit. Less bright. Enable dimmer. There we go. Cool. That's better. There we go. Too much stuff on my desk. Here they go. Oh, it's Ayden.
Call from
Mr. Midnight.
Mr. Midnight. Ayden, my friend. How are you doing?
How are we?
Great. Thanks to this great invention. Not a sponsor. Mountain Dew.
I'm loving this after hours. This is my jam. Like, this is my time.
Yeah, you've just come alive in chat.
Well, this is like midnight's my noon.
Right.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
But I was going to say, I don't know if you saw it in chat, if you put a little guessometer on a bowl of candy, if somebody gets it on the head, I'll donate $100 on this channel. I just wanted to throw that out there. So I think we should do a little, like, how many gumballs are in the jar type thing, you know?
The downside of this, that means I have to count them. I'm not excited about. I mean, I'm excited about if somebody guesses it, but.
Hey, sometimes you got to put in the work for the channel, man. what you do. What you got to do.
Okay, so, well, here's the downside. Everybody, you can go to the store and you could do this mathematically. I've shown you every package of candy I got, so you know the size. You can weigh them. You can do the math. You can see what's left. It's mathematically, I think you can get really close.
Well, you can get a good look at a T-bone by sticking your head up, but I'd rather take the butcher's word for it. So
that's a good thing we're after hours. Oh my goodness, Charlie on the stand is he's crazy. He is crazy, and it's like if he talks enough, we're gonna believe him, right? If he keeps repeating extortion, which he's said by my count a lot of times, okay, a couple hundred times maybe, he said extortion over the whole thing.
It's I always confuse murder for hire with extortion. It's just tomato, potato, potato. Like it's one of the same practically. This guy people say, practice is perfect, and if you do something enough, you'll get better at it. The dude just is not a good liar. I can appreciate yet despise a good liar. A skill is a skill, and no matter how, awful it may be, but he just has no ability in this realm, and his syntax, the octave, the pitch in which he speaks, it all changes when he starts to just tell a doozy. And he furrows his bar. I mean, I hope that guy has never played a hand of Texas Hold'em, because I guarantee you he is into the house for a lot.
I don't think he's won a hand of Texas Hold'em, I can tell you that.
Well, that's what I mean. It's just not his bag, baby. So, but yeah, I mean, the guy...
Okay, Ivan. For those that don't know, Ivan, you've got some experience on the inside, right? You've lived a little. You made a couple decisions in life that took you to a smaller room for a couple of years, and
yes, it was a sabbatical. Yeah,
you're out now. Everything's good. We love it. My question is, how smart is it for him to insult all of the Latin kings with one sweeping generalization?
Yeah, Latin kings are morons. I mean,
in Florida,
I literally knew. I knew a Latin king in prison who was literally a physics tutor for the joint. The guy was brilliant. I mean, it's this whole idea that just umbrella people under this generalization is ignorance in general, but to do it with a group that you're going to literally be living with the rest of your life is certainly a choice. And
it's a new level of stupid.
In the chat, but there is a good chance that that's why they moved him out to South Dakota, because I don't know if he realizes how many Latin kings are in the joint, but they are plentiful. But the downside to that is, for whatever reason, Native Americans who are affiliated always team up with the Latin kings, and I'm pretty sure South Dakota has quite a few Native Americans. So I don't know. I don't know how his time is going, but I guarantee you he is what they call in prison the send-off. Every unit has a couple send-offs, and what the send-off is that is the mark that the people who are connected give contraband to run around the joint, because if they get caught with it, who cares? So they're the send-off, and I guarantee that's what his role or something thereof is, because the guy he just screams, take advantage of me, and he's so arrogant that he would confuse the quote unquote welcoming into the club as some kind of acceptance. Like, he wouldn't even get that he's being used.
No, this guy Charlie knows things. He knows how extortion's done. They say 48 hours. They make demands. They're rude to you on the phone.
Oh man, I mean, and he's just got that constant constipation face going on. Like, he just needs to let one rip. Like, I mean, the guy just has that. You have resting bee face. He's got resting indigestion face, where he's just got that squinted, sort of strained look on his face.
Well, I don't blame him for that. There are 14 people seated just to the left in his peripheral vision that are all looking at him with their mouth open, going. I can see why he's having a bit of consternation.
Yeah. Well, in any event, I mean, this is So are we or are we not going to see him with Donna?
I don't know.
Has that been decided yet?
What we think, and we don't know, obviously everything's up in the air. We know that he was transported down to Leon County and that he's there in case the state calls him. The state rested today without calling him.
Mm-hmm.
The state anticipates and has planned for rebuttal, and we also know that the defense has said that Donna is going to take the stand. If Donna takes the stand, I think the best person to counter some of the things she said is Charlie, because Charlie sort of has to buy his own story here.
Yeah,
been
well, he has no shortage of theories, that's for sure.
So if he does, it's going to be fire. It's going to be epic. I can't wait to see the exchange. I just wish we had more cameras so we could see everyone's face. I want to see Harvey. I want to see Wendy, because she's watching, even though she's not supposed to. No, just kidding. I just assume.
We should make all gallery members wear a body camera. So we get
It would be like my screen over here. I've got like 16 cameras, right? I want to be able to see everybody at once. I want to see Donna's reaction. I want to see the judge, whose face is not going to change the entire time, no matter what happens. And on prosecution side, you're going to get
by the vibe of that judge. Like I wish I'd give a good amount of money to hear the thoughts going through the judge's head during all this in Donna's trial, because. He just screams, no nonsense, I ain't having your crap kind of a dude. And that's all that's coming out of these calls. I mean, literally all. And so I would pay good money to hear his silent thoughts, that's for sure. But I'll let you fly, man. Hey, don't be shy with these after hours, man. This is my jam. I like it. So,
I enjoy watching Ian and Rob so much. I obviously, we can't do this very often. When they're on, I'm going to be listening to them. So sounds good, though.
Hey,
Ivan,
a treat's a treat, man. So,
appreciate it.
All right,
thanks. Have a good weekend. Love you, man.
Yep.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. I think if Donna takes a stand and starts spinning crazy stories, the one shot I want to see from anyone in the courtroom is prosecution as they're sitting there with their arms folded, just ready for cross-examination, just looking back. And when she says something wild, you'll get like the tiniest one eyebrow go, really? Like, that's the best you can do. I want to see that. We have to, let me take this call, then we'll do the super chats really quickly. Let's see.
Is he Cindy?
Okay. Is Indy Cindy? Is that who it is?
It is. Long time no speak.
I know. It's been a long time. How are you doing?
Very well. I just wanted to call and congratulate you.
Well, I did very little, but yes, I am going to be a grandpa, and I'm super excited about it.
That's so exciting. That's so exciting. And thank you for staying up late tonight with us and entertaining us.
Well, this was fun. I had never seen this before, and so watching this for the first time, it's exciting. It's eye-opening.
Yes, I agree. Me too. I didn't either. I just kind of bypassed all that a couple years ago. Mm-hmm. So anyway, just wanted to call and say, hey, love your show and all my friends that are here. So other than that, let's all get some rest and do it again in a few days.
Sounds great, Cindy. Thanks. Good talking to you again. We'll see you.
You too. Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, if you're not aware, if you're new here, I do have a burner phone. I do answer it, like day or night. I answer this call. If I especially answer it, you should know this. If it's a spam call and like it says suspected spam, well, I'm putting whatever we're doing on hold and I'm answering the call. Usually we do it live on the air. I love to do that. So the burner phone, if you need it, we can have the mods post it in chat. 801-513-1160. All right, I have to make sure I didn't give out like my non-burner phone number there, so I had to think about that one because it is late. A couple other things. Oh, yes, messages really quickly. Let's go through messages because a couple of you have just been incredibly supportive and have reached some cool benchmarks. So starting at the top, deep breath. Here we go. Gwynnie Bly, member for 18 months. I'm usually replay crew. Hugs for everyone. Thank you, Gwynnie Bly. Appreciate it. Cachette, one of our great mods, member for 29 months. Makes her an OG. Anybody over 20 months is an OG. So happy to be part of this amazing community and super stoked to be back in action. Hit that like button. Happy Labor Day weekend. You too, Cachette. Thank you very much. Renee was here with a super chat. RA After Dark. Thanks, RA. So excited. Very rare that we do this. RA After Dark. Can't think of a better name, whose name is Epic. Member for 6 months, but I think you've been here longer. Prepare yourselves for the sugar high. I had one Smartie. I'm so proud of myself. Well, and 2 Mountain Dews. But Ivan Victor comes in. If you get a box of celebratory Cuban cigars when the baby comes, I have no idea how you got them. Yes. Mum's the word on that one. Okay. Oh, my goodness. There's so many. I've got to go fast. Golden Girl, member for 31 months. Golden Girl, thank you. OG. Iowa Backyard, member for 5 months. Please like and don't get distracted by the random squirrel. Roro, member for 23 months. Another OG. RA After Dark. Woohoo. Sandy gifted 10 memberships. Sandy, thank you very much. Kicking off just a huge membership gift. Allison Garofolo, member for 13 months. Also excited. Best way to spend Friday night. Sharon, it's actually Saturday morning where I am. Sharon Ken Sharp gifted 5 memberships. Thank you very much. Regina Crawford, also generous, gifts a membership. Nicole Watson, member for 11 months. Just one more month and you get a new color courthouse, I believe, right? Get orange at 12, I believe. Congratulations in advance. Nanny B, such a nice gift of a membership from Sandy. You got hit with a gift. That's awesome. Thank you. Celebrating 51-year wedding anniversary. 51-year wedding anniversary Monday. Who knew it would last? Well, that is awesome. 51 years. That is really, really cool, Nanny B. Congratulations on that to you and the one you're very patient with. So, DSN, thanks for the super sticker. Hiya to yourself as well. Jackie C. gifted a membership. Thank you, Jackie C. Appreciate that. Kim R., can we do 1.25 speed? We did. That's the only way we got through as much as we did. Cleo, member for 4 months. This is so exciting. Thanks for doing this. This is a lot of fun. I love what I do. This is really cool. Noni C. Thank you. I was lost without my Friday night law tube. I miss Rob and Ian today as well. They can't be gone both at the same time anymore. Jill Higgins, thanks for keeping us out of trouble on Friday night. Well, I make no promises there. Thank you, Scott, and congratulations on Big Papa. That's a good name. No, isn't that a song? Who sings? I know this is terrible. I like it when you call me Big Papa. Who sings that? Isn't that the song? And I think it's like the connotation of what it's about is not talking about a grandpa at all. Adam Nusky gifted 5 memberships. Adam, welcome. Good to have you here. Shelty Mom gifted 5 memberships. Sloth Life, all the way from across the pond, says it's 1:45 a.m. I'm still finishing day 6 timestamps. I demand overtime or the weekend off. Sloth Life does go through on the rewatch and tags the rewatch with time codes of everything that happens. Thank you so much for that. It's just amazing. It makes it so much easier for the rewatch crew to go through and just catch the parts they want, or us to go back and find something as well. Stacy says, best Friday night ever, spending with RA. Thank you, Stacy. Oh, I just missed it. I have to scroll back up. There it is. And Stacy upgraded the membership to a jury, which takes you from the hard reserved bench seat to the padded reserved seat. Virtual, of course. Hope you enjoy that improved perk there, Stacy. Puppies and Pizza member for 12 months. Got the Orange Courthouse. Thank you for your support. Betty Cadetti. Here's some insulin fund starter money for the kids. Yes, we said the kids get to have this when we're all done, and they're going to have to eat it over the weekend. They've got 2 days because I need this jar again on Monday. And I'll have to go shopping for candy tomorrow as well. I am taking suggestions. If you text the burner phone on what we should use for candy to fill the jar and what we should count on Monday, that would be great. Momoa 9, member for 12 months. Wow, a whole year. Time flies when you're having fun. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. And congratulations on the Orange Courthouse. Indy Cindy says all of our friends are coming out of the woodwork. They are. Cachette again. Future grandpa alert. Use this to bribe the kiddo into thinking you're the cool one or to buy snacks. Congratulations, Scott. Thank you, Cachette. I appreciate that. Maddie, member for 2 months. 2 plus a lot longer, but love you all, Maddie. I know you've been around for a while. Roro, sitting out on the deck, chilling in this beautiful weather, hanging with the best peeps and host awesome Friday night. Congrats, Pop and Mom. Carolyn Lynn gifted a membership. Thank you. A Baylock says congratulations, G-Paw and G-Mom. I love that you guys are all sharing the names of, I assume, the names that are in your family. Either you get called them or that's what you would call your grandparents. I don't know what I'm going to be, but I know I don't get to choose it. The grandchild chooses it. I think it's by default. Just whatever they're closest able to say to refer to me, I'm going to think is the cutest thing in the world, and it will be what I am to everyone from that time henceforth and forever. So I can't wait to find out what my name is going to be. Thanks for Friday night entertainment and all the days since Murdaugh. Thank you, Anita. Lone Star Living, you know it's a lie. He's talking. Yeah, Charlie was lying all through today. Charlie says, love my good and plenty. Charlie says, really rings my bell. Hope that tune gets stuck in your heads. Gwynny Bly again says, wish I had more hours in the day, all the way from down under. Welcome. Lego Briefs, I thought hang on. Is that Australia? That's Australia, right? The Australian flag? I don't want to get it wrong. It's got to be Australia. I think it's Australia. Lego Briefs, I thought it was a trifle bowl of barbecue wieners. That's because I didn't light it very well. I was struggling to get the lighting right on this one. It is, after all, dark in my studio because it's nighttime outside. I forgot how much ambient light we depend on here in the studio. But here, I'll turn on a little brighter light. There we go. That works. Where are we at? Trifle bowl of wieners. Kim R., can we get 1K Friday night likes on the stream? We did. Thank you, Kim, for asking for the likes. That helps the channel a ton. Mackenzie Jabali says, thank you for babysitting us tonight. Happy to do it. You guys are great. Granny to 13, welcome to the gallery. Ohio Palm Mom, OG. Member for 20 months. You may as well pour all the candy in the bowl now. It would have saved me a lot of effort, and I could have just focused on instead of trying to listen to every time he says extortion, because we basically ended up there. Lego Briefs, member for 20 months. Bow chicka wow wow. 20 plus OG. Thank you, Lego Briefs. Ivan comes in and says, first game of huge series. The Brew Crew, best team in the National League, versus the Blue Jays, best in the American League. The Crew's up 7-2 in the 8th inning. For those that don't know, Ivan has made a little wager, and he says, if the Brewers win the World Series, he'll gift to the channel Bitcoin. And Ivan happens to be in a position where that's not an idle threat. So we're cheering for the Brewers. Please join us in cheering for the Brewers. We need them to win the World Series. Dr. Pepper Princess, member for 9 months. Congratulations to your family. Thank you, Dr. Pepper Princess. Crazy Cat Queen, member for 11 months. Crazy Cat Queen, thanks for, I know you had to leave earlier because you had the work or something coming up, but does anyone actually believe that Charlie would be able to keep his mouth shut about anything? No. Ivan comes in, you're all invited to Ivan's Labor Day Bash Sunday featuring kegs of 1919 root beer, Spotted Cow. Is it root beer? 1919 root beer? Is that what we're talking about? Spotted Cow and exclusively Wagyu beef at the Chippewa Flowage in Hayward. There you go. The invite is there. Print this off your screen, and you can show up and consume all you can eat. Case file code. Member for 14 months says, this guy. Y'all are awesome. Crazy Cat Queen again. Unfortunately for me, I need to get back to reading. Grad school started this. That's what I was thinking work. But grad school started this week, and I have to stay on sort of kind of schedule with the readings. Good night, all. Good night again. Congrats again, Scott. You're going to be an absolutely amazing grandpa. I'm so excited to learn how to be a grandpa. I'll need advice, though, so help me out. Will you be the first LawTube grandpa? I don't think so. I think there are some great content creators in the LawTube community and adjacent that are grandparents already. I might have to talk to them and get advice. Has anyone tried the Selena Gomez Oreo cookies? I think I saw these. I'm like, who thought this up? That shouldn't be a thing. Deanne B, I mean, like, really, that really shouldn't be a thing. Deanne B gifted a membership. Thank you. Court Junkie KDR, huge super chat. Just getting home with the kids for football games. All right, this is amazing. Did anyone tell you he was on the stand for 6 hours? Thanks for all you do. We're going to finish this up on Monday during the holiday. Sandy gifted another 5 memberships. Hilda B gifted a membership. Seashells, Arizona, welcome to the gallery. Love that second color of courthouse. It changes quickly in the initial phases, so blue looks good on you. Midlife Mania, thank you for the super sticker. Keep it up. Mama of 3, just now realized I am way past my bedtime, and now realize I'm an addict to your channel, but not able to stop. But you really should have had Skittles. Okay, I think I might get Skittles tomorrow. Vexatious Parrot, member for 22 months. Congratulations, Scott. Happy for you guys. I should say OG. Thank you very much. We are super happy as well. Mama of 3, member for 25 months. Another OG. Dang, I missed you singing to me. My birthday was on Sunday for my 60th. Happy birthday, Mama of 3. we'll do this really quickly. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Mama of 3. Happy birthday to you. There you go. That's all we can do. But I'm sorry we missed you. If you want, you can hit us up Monday morning. We'll do birthday songs Monday morning for everyone who has a birthday over the weekend, and we can retroactively add you in a little belated. Weebug, member for 16 months. So 16 months. 16 months. X's maybe 2 because I was a gift dependent. Love you all. Congrats, Fun Pop and Nan. Thank you, Weebug. And Kristen M says Skittles and M&Ms. The kids will keep guessing. Whew. I think I caught up. I think we are done. All right. This is a lot of fun. It is way past my bedtime, and I think I'm a tiny bit giddy from two Mountain Dews. So I'm not sure how quick I can go to sleep. But chronic yawning has started. It was fun. I'm excited on Monday to get to the rest of this. I'm excited to hear a cross-examination, really. Let me move this. I want it over here. Super bright. Now I can't see anything, but I've got some light back there now. I've been staring at that light for like 30 seconds, and all I see is a big square of white. Mom of 3 loved it. Thank you. Happy belated birthday. Stacy says, I love the call-outs. I can't sleep now. Stacy, I'm sorry. I'm in the same boat, but for different reasons. Mountain Dew mostly. Everyone be sure to tell Rob and Ian how much fun this was. Maybe we can do a big co-stream. I love listening to them. I know when it comes to legal knowledge, we're not in the same boat. Okay. I know a lot about court from watching court. I'm not ready to take the bar exam. I'm not a lawyer. I feel a little out of place with 2 great legal minds and their analysis and their understanding of the system and everything else. They're so much fun to hang out with, but I would feel so out of place, like discussing the legal implications of a case or a motion or something like that. They're amazing. Two great people to look up to in LawTube. Let's see. One of these days I'll bribe RA into letting me co-host a Friday night stream. I haven't. That could be interesting. That could be fun. We could do it. But let me know, Ivan. Let me know. We'll have to plan it out. All right. Good night, everyone. We're 24-hour stream when? I don't think I could do 24. This right now, I'm running on. Let's see. I woke up at 7:30 this morning, so I've been up for 18 somewhat hours. I'm not good at math, especially this time of night, but. I don't think I could do 24 hours and make it and still make it something that would be fun to watch, right? There's a point where, first of all, I would start snoring, which is something I'm deathly afraid of will happen one day and will live forever on the internet. So I don't want that to happen. And 2, I think it would just be boring because there's a point where the synapses in my brain just stop firing. And there would be long pauses where in my head I'm thinking like, I just paused long enough to take a breath, and you guys are like, it's been 30 seconds and he hasn't finished the sentence. And I wouldn't want that either. So, co-host is the secret. Yes, the color commentary. The light's gonna fall off. All right. Time on Monday. Cachette. I first of all, it's a holiday, so I'm not gonna make anyone wake up early. It is Labor Day. I think we will probably not start before 9. So 9 a.m. It's not going to be a long day because it's only a half day of Charlie's testimony. It will be fire. It's going to be the better half of the testimony happens on Monday because we got the cross-examination. But that's it. Hey, now Vices snoring on a stream. Legal Vices did that? That's awesome. I I've come very close. Like, I think that the one time I caught myself doing it, I had muted my mic. And I haven't been called out for doing it anywhere else. But requesting Skittles and M&Ms. I think what I'm going to do is go to Sam's Club. We'll let the kids eat everything in here over the weekend and go to Sam's Club and get just like Skittles and M&Ms, a bulk candy like that. And so it'll, because they sound better like tink, tink in the jar. Definitely have napped a few times. I've closed my eyes and thought deeply. But I was still there barely. So it is 12:48. I need to go before it's 1 o'clock. We need to wrap this up before 1 o'clock in the morning for sure. Need more Whoppers. A ton of Whoppers. That's 8 a.m. Central. I'm sorry, Julia. I'm sorry. I want to get done on Monday so that you guys have time to do whatever you want to do something fun with your families. Just, go outside. It's good weather most of the country right now. It's not too hot, not too cold, not too rainy, unless they're in a couple spaces like Rhode Island. But we'll have fun on Monday for sure. Greeners is already in Monday's stream. I haven't built it yet. Thanks for being amazing, chat. This chat is, you guys at night, it's a lot of fun. You guys are a lot of fun. All right, tonight when you go home, or later this morning when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again. On Monday, about 9 a.m., we're going to continue with the Charlie Adelson testimony rewatch as we prep for the defense case in the Donna Adelson case. That's a mouthful, especially this late at night. But it's going to be a lot of fun. Please join us for that. Thanks for everybody who's been here. Thanks for all the new subscriptions. Thanks for your generosity to each other, both in gifting memberships and in chat. Just being nice and welcoming and everything that makes this part of the internet unlike any other parts of the internet. It really is you guys that make this so special, and I appreciate each one of you for being here. You guys have a good night. Be good to each other. We'll see you on Monday. Bye.